After my girlfriend rejected my proposal in public, I married her sister, and her parents were supportive. Chen Fan took out the simple ring from his pocket and fixed his eyes on Lin Kier's face. Everyone thought they would get married, but no one expected that Lin Kuer would reject him in public. I'm sorry, Chun Fan. Lin Kuer's voice was so cold that it was almost unbearable. No matter what, thank you for being so kind to me. I hope you can find your happiness. Everyone around was stunned, especially Lin's father and mother, who were totally unable to understand it all. Kuer, how could you treat Chin Fan like this? Father Lin said angrily, his face flushed. When I was abandoned and became the laughing stock of the crowd. The next second, her sister Lin Yue suddenly walked towards me and said, Xiao Fan, if I say I'm willing to marry you, will you marry me? The atmosphere in the box suddenly froze, and everyone fell into shocked silence. Father Lin and Mother Lin stared at their eldest daughter Lin Yue in amazement, as if they couldn't understand what she had just said. She was actually going to marry Chun Fan? Lin Kuer's girlfriends were so shocked that they were speechless. Lin Yue actually took the initiative to propose to Chin Fan. Sister, do you know what you're saying? Lin Kuer's voice trembled, and her eyes were full of disbelief. How could she propose to her ex-boyfriend? If my ex-boyfriend became my brother-in-law, do you know how embarrassed I would be? Chun Fan was stunned, and his whole body fell into a blank state. His proposal was rejected, but his ex-girlfriend's sister suddenly proposed to him. What was going on? Seeing Chun Fan silent, Lin Yue plucked up her courage and took a deep breath. Chin Fan, I said I want to marry you. Are you willing? Chin Fan's mind was blank. He never thought that he would be proposed to by Lin Yue so suddenly. Sister Yu. Chun Fan was about to refuse, but at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The host conditions are met, and the injection into the system has begun. Injection is complete. His mind was in a mess. The next second, the system prompt sounded. Select the system to make the following 2 plans for the host. 1. Reject Lin Yue's proposal. The reward is unknown. Reward lower limit. 5 million in cash. 2. Accept Lin Yue's proposal and successfully obtain the marriage certificate within the next 24 hours, and you will be rewarded with 100% selection by the system. A novice gift package will be awarded after the system is officially bound. The system's voice rang in Chun Fan's mind, instantly breaking his confusion. He was stunned for a moment and suddenly made a decision in his heart. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Without hesitation, Chun Fan had made his choice in his heart. Lin Yue lowered her head, and seeing that Chun Fan did not respond, she thought he had decided to reject her, and smiled bitterly. Okay, I understand. She thought Chun Fan would agree after hesitation, but she didn't expect him to still refuse. He just didn't refuse directly to save her face. Just as she was about to say, I wish you happiness, Chun Fan's voice broke the silence. Sister Yue, have you really decided? Not for anyone else, just to be with me. Lin Yue was stunned, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Of course, but you have already given me the answer. Chun Fan stared at her. No, I am willing to marry you. After he said this, he walked straight to the dining table, opened the pull ring of the can, and put it on Lin Yue's hand, and said affectionately, Sister Yue, that ring was given to my ex-girlfriend, and I can't give it to you again. But I owe you a diamond ring and a grand proposal ceremony. Now, I formally propose to you. Lin Yue, will you marry me? Lin Yue was stunned, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. You, what did you say? Chun Fan said firmly, I am willing to marry Lin Yue. Lin Yue's eyes were shining, and she smiled sweetly. Of course I am willing, but remember to put the engagement ring on it. Replenish it for me. Chun Fan smiled. Of course, I will definitely replenish it. Just as the two were holding hands and looking at each other sweetly, Lin Kier suddenly stood up and said in a sharp voice, Do you know what you are doing? How can you be together? Lin Yue responded calmly. I have confirmed again and again that it was you who decided to break up with Chin Fan. Chin Fan is single, and I am single too. So why can't we be together? Lin Yue's voice became more and more firm. Kuer, you missed the person who is most worth cherishing. But I really want to thank you. If you and Chin Fan had stayed together, I would never have told you the secret in my heart. Your breakup with Chun Fan gave me the opportunity. She looked at Lin Kuer with a wry smile. So no matter what, I have to thank you for helping me. Chun Fan, I order you not to be with my sister. Lin Kuer burst into anger. She rushed towards Chun Fan and said in a threatening voice, You can be with anyone, but you must not be with her, otherwise I will never forgive you. In the past, Chun Fan had always been gentle and submissive to her, But this time, he did not bow his head again. We have broken up, and it is not important to me whether you forgive me or not. His voice was cold and firm. Lin Kuo couldn't understand and was extremely angry. Mom and Dad, don't you care? My boyfriend is going to marry my sister. Don't you care? Father Lin and Mother Lin exchanged glances and finally spoke. Kuo, you are wrong. It's not Chan Fan who wants to marry me. It's me who must marry him. Lin Yuer took over the conversation. That's right. We all hope that you can marry the person you like. If you and Chan Fan have broken up, then it's not wrong for him to be with you. Lin's mother said in a gentle tone. You were the one who proposed the breakup. Chun Fan did nothing wrong. At this moment, Lin Kuo's world collapsed. She couldn't believe that her parents and sister actually supported Chan Fan and Lin Yuer to be together. She began to regret the decision she made. Mom and Dad, let's go get the marriage certificate today instead of waiting for another day. Lin Yuer suddenly spoke, rubbing her fingers holding the household registration book in her bag, her eyes determined. Lin's father and mother were stunned and couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Today? Getting married today? Sister Yuer, you are so fast. But this is also good. Lin Kuo's girlfriends laughed and teased, but there was a subtle surprise on their faces. Chun Fan, who was standing aside, felt dizzy. He knew that the system required the certificate to be obtained within 24 hours, but he did not expect Lin Yuer to be so anxious. Have you been ready to get married for a long time? Lin Kuo was furious, pointing at Lin Yuer and Chun Fan. Have you been planning to betray me for a long time? Her voice became more hysterical and tears rolled down like beads from a broken string. Kuo, Chun Fan brought your household registration book. Lin Yuer whispered. Although she felt distressed, her eyes were determined. You rejected him and gave me this opportunity. Lin Kuo was stunned for a moment, her face pale. So, I missed him. Kuo, let's go. Lin Yuer pulled Chun Fan over, her eyes firm. She didn't look back, only heard Lin Kuo's heart-wrenching cry behind her. Outside the club, Chun Fan's mind was in a mess. Sister Yura, just now, he tried to explain his actions. You are my boyfriend. It is normal for you to hug my waist. Lin Yuer smiled at him, her cheeks slightly red. Chun Fan slapped his forehead fiercely. Yes, Sister Yura, you're my girlfriend now, so it is normal for me to hug you around the waist. Let's go get marriage certificate. It should be sweeter. Lin Yuer took the initiative to hold his arm. Chun Fan blushed. The car door closed with a click, and the two drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Sister Yuer, are you sure? This is not an impulse, right? Chun Fan frowned, wanting to make sure that this was not a momentary decision. He knew that Lin Yuer had always worked hard and was kind-hearted, but he didn't want to become the result of her impulse. Lin Yuer still smiled. I have never regretted it. This is a decision I have made after careful consideration. I know you have not completely come out of Kuo's shadow, but I am willing to give us time. I believe you will fall in love with me. Her voice was firm and full of confidence. The car drove into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Yuer gently opened the door, waved, and invited. Welcome to the first stop of the newlyweds, my future husband. Accompany me into the palace of marriage. She blinked and smiled, with endless anticipation between her brows. Lin Yuer's smile raised the corner of Chun Fan's mouth, and the two walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau hand in hand. There were not many people here, and 10 minutes later, they walked out of the door holding the red book. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chun Fan's mind. Bind successfully. He quickly began to communicate with the system. Congratulations on becoming a trial user. Once you choose to bind, you cannot remove it. 10 correct choices will give you a chance to win a prize. The prize attributes are uncertain, so please choose carefully. 10 correct choices? Uncertain prizes? Chun Fan was puzzled. The novice gift pack has been distributed. Please check it. What is this? Chun Fan looked at the reward he had just received, confused. At this moment, Lin Yuer shook Chun Fan's hand. Chun Fan, what are you thinking about? No, nothing. I just feel that things in the world are unpredictable. Chun Fan forced a smile, but his heart was in a mess. Today, he originally planned to marry Lin Kuo with his household registration book, but because of an accident, he married Lin Yuer. In one meal, there were earth-shaking changes from proposing, breaking up, being proposed, to receiving the marriage certificate. Sister Yuer, where are we going now? Chun Fan asked reluctantly after getting in the car. We are now a legal couple. Why are you still calling me sister? Lin Yuer couldn't help but laugh, her eyes full of mischief. Yuer. Chun Fan squeezed out this title awkwardly. Okay, I won't force you. Lin Yuer smiled and shook her head, but suddenly moved closer and kissed Chun Fan's lips gently, then stepped back with her cheeks flushed. Let's go home today, and I'm going to move my things to your place. Uh, Chun Fan didn't react. Shouldn't we live together? Lin Yuger tilted her head and looked at him, smiling brightly. Chun Fan's heart tightened, and he suddenly felt like he was trapped. I just think it's too sudden. Before today, you were still my sister. Suddenly we got married and started living together. I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Don't worry, I'll make you get used to it. Lin Yuer blinked, her eyes full of cunning. Tonight, we can sleep in the same bed. After a night, I guarantee that you will completely forget the discomfort. Chun Fan's heart beat faster after hearing this, and he almost didn't react. The Lin family lives in a riverside community where the environment is simple but very comfortable. After parking the car, Lin Yuer led Chun Fan into the house. She didn't see her parents in the house, so she asked Chun Fan to wait in the living room while she went to pack her things. When Chun Fan sat down, the system prompt sounded again. The novice gift package is opened. Congratulations on getting double your bank card deposit. Taste +2, unknown potion +1, recipe +1. What is this? Chun Fan was stunned. He opened the bank text message and saw that his balance had increased 500 times in an instant. This is crazy. Then he checked the unknown potion and felt a little nervous. The effect of the potion was unknown, and he didn't dare to try it. At this moment, the system sounded another prompt. A letter from the system developer was detected. Do you want to read it? A letter from the system developer? Chun Fan did not hesitate and immediately chose yes. The letter reads, "The system binding cannot be removed, but in some special cases, instability may occur. Please cherish the opportunity to use it. It is recommended that trial users start a food journey." Food tour? Recipes? Taste? Could it be? I want to be a restaurant owner. Chun Fan suddenly had an idea. There was a restaurant for sale near Bin Community. He had thought about opening one, but the funding problem made him give up. Now, the system has rewarded 5 million, and this idea seems to be possible. While Chun Fan was thinking, Lin Yuer came out of the room and walked up to him with his suitcase. Packed. Let's go. Yuer, from today on, we will create the future together. Chun Fan took the suitcase with a firm look in his eyes. That's right. From today on, we are one and support each other. Lin Yuer smiled confidently. Okay, let's work hard together. After going downstairs, Chun Fan put the luggage in the trunk, sat in the driver's seat, and let Lin Yuer sit in the passenger seat. He decided to take Lin Yuer to his favorite restaurant in Tiandu City today to celebrate this sudden marriage. Yuer, I know you've always wanted to go to that restaurant. I'll treat you today. After saying this, Lin Yuer chuckled. Today is our special day, and good things will happen to me. Chun Fan and Lin Yuer walked into the restaurant in Tiandu City hand in hand. Lin Yuer looked at Chun Fan with emotion. You actually remembered that I like this place. That's really thoughtful. The most important thing is that my wife likes it. Chun Fan said with a smile. Look at this shirt of yours. I remember you've been wearing it for several years. You're reluctant to change it, right? Let me buy you a new shirt today. Lin Yuer walked and spoke softly. She had been paying attention to Chun Fan for many years and knew that he had always saved money to spend on others and never bought anything for himself. Now, they were a legal couple, and she felt it was her responsibility to treat him well. Okay, my wife is the most important. I'll listen to you. Chun Fan said with a smile, and the two walked towards the men's clothing area. However, no one noticed that several familiar figures were pointing and talking in the distance. Isn't that our class's most handsome boy, Chun Fan? It's really him. I didn't expect to see him here. Su Yuan frowned and said in a low voice, No, the person with him. Seems to be Lin Kuer's sister Lin Yue. Su Yuan had been pursuing Lin Kuer. After graduation, they lost contact. But when he saw Chun Fan and Lin Yue walking together, a hint of jealousy and calculation flashed in his eyes. I knew it a long time ago that Chun Fan, this hypocrite, must have deceived Kuer. It's disgusting that Lin Yue is with him now. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. We should give Kuer a warning. We have to tell her that Chun Fan cannot succeed. Several people took out their phones and started taking pictures, but no one realized that Chun Fan and Lin Yue were continuing to stroll around without knowing anything. Later, the two of them finished their meal in Tiandu City. Lin Yue still kept her eyes fixed on Chun Fan. Today is our first day of marriage. The clothes and stockings I bought for you are different today. Stockings. Chun Fan was confused. You don't usually like to wear them. Lin Yue smiled, her eyes revealing an indescribable charm. Tonight is special. Something special should happen. Chun Fan smiled bitterly, feeling an uneasy premonition in his heart. When I got home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Chun Fan lived in an apartment not far from the Lin family, originally for the convenience of taking care of Lin Ke. Now everything has changed, but he finds that he and Lin Yuer have become a real couple. The environment isn't very good, but when I have my first pot of gold, we'll move to a better place to live. Chun Fan comforted. Lin Yuer didn't care. As long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter where I live. Do you have a suitcase at home? Lin Yuer asked, suddenly putting down the shopping bag. Chun Fan took out the suitcase and looked at her in confusion. Lin Yuer began to pack up Lin Keir's belongings and put her things into the suitcase one by one. You are? Chun Fan was a little stunned. Lin Yuer sneered. Of course I am cleaning out her things. After she finished cleaning up, she walked up to Chun Fan and flirted with him. Be good and sit down to rest. I'm going to take a shower. Chun Fan looked at the tidy room, feeling complicated. He realized that from now on, Lin Ke had completely left his world, and he would move towards the future with Lin Yuer. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the ringing of a cell phone. I looked over and saw that the university group had suddenly become active. The first person to speak was his love rival, the rich second-generation Su Yuan. Is Kia here? I heard you're still with Chun Fan. Is that true? The group chat immediately became noisy. Yeah, I heard they've always had a good relationship. When are they getting married? Getting married? Wait a minute, I have explosive news with pictures and text. Do you want to take a look? Su Yuan gave a sly grin and then sent a photo. In the photo, Chun Fan and Lin Yuer stood close together, their sweet smiles filling the picture. What does this mean? Chun Fan's face suddenly became heavy. The group chat was silent for 10 seconds, and then the message exploded like a bomb. Who is this? The one walking hand in hand with Chun Fan. Could it be Lin Ke's sister Lin Yuer? Su Yuan, where did you take this video? It's so exciting. Chun Fan is so unkind to meet his girlfriend's sister-in-law behind her back. Men are all bad. Scumbags. The voices in the group became increasingly intense, and Chun Fan became the target of public criticism. The girls stood up one after another to accuse him. Su Yuan stared at the screen of his mobile phone. A smug smile appeared on his lips, and then he tagged Lin Ke in the group chat. Ke, this kind of man is not worth wasting your time. I know you are feeling very uncomfortable now. Come on. I'll pick you up and let's go have a drink together. He wanted to be an intimate older brother and approach Lin Ke quietly. However, Lin Ke never responded. When everyone was about to call, a group message finally popped up. You misunderstood. Chun Fan and I broke up a long time ago, but I just didn't tell you. He was with my sister. I knew it very well, and he didn't do anything wrong. This news hit Su Yuan's heart like a heavy hammer, and he was stunned. Chun Fan was not to be outdone and sent a message. Thank you for your concern. It is true that we have broken up, and I am married now. Please don't bring up this topic anymore. I am afraid my wife will be upset if she sees it. When Lin Ke saw this message, she felt as if she was hit hard in the heart. Her nose felt sore and tears flowed down uncontrollably. He used to consider everything for me, but now, nothing belongs to me anymore. Anger and regret rose in her heart. Regret? She asked herself. No, I won't admit defeat. Chun Fan can't give me the life I want. He only gets a few thousand yuan salary. Why can those girls who are not as good as me have boyfriends who are second-generation rich? Just then, the phone screen lit up, and Su Yuan's message came again. Since you and Chun Fan broke up, do I have a chance to pursue you? Before Lin Ke could reply, a transfer of 52,000 yuan from Su Yuan popped up on the screen. This is a gift from my heart. Accept it and be mine. She hesitated for a moment and finally clicked to receive. At the same time, Chun Fan exited the group chat and began to look up restaurant information. Honey, I'm done. Lin Yuer came out of the bathroom, wearing a black lace nightgown, with wet hair casually draped over her shoulders and a blush on her face. Chun Fan couldn't help but be stunned. Well, I'm going to take a shower. He got up in a hurry. Go ahead. I just want to try out my new stockings. These words made Chun Fan's heart beat even faster. He left the bathroom in a panic with his heart pounding like thunder. A few minutes later, he stood in the bathroom, holding a strange red bottle, full of doubts. What is this? Will I get into trouble if I drink it? The label on the potion bottle didn't say anything, just expiration date, 8 hours. He felt nervous, but he drank it in one go. There was no violent reaction, and his body didn't seem to have any changes. Forget it. Never mind. Let's take a shower first. Half an hour later, Chun Fan walked out of the bathroom and saw a woman in a miniskirt and black stockings standing in front of the door. Her perfect figure and impeccable face stunned him. Honey, am I beautiful? Lin Yuer lowered her head and spoke softly. Beautiful. Chun Fan's throat tightened, and he felt his heart beating wildly. Let's go, don't just stand there. Lin Yuer smiled and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Chun Fan followed her stupidly. The next morning, Chun Fan opened his eyes and found himself lying alone in bed, feeling a little dizzy. What happened last night? He rubbed his head and stared at the movement outside the room. Honey, it's time for dinner. Lin Yuer came in wearing a light blue home suit and looked at him sweetly. Ah, wait a minute, I'll go get dressed. Chun Fan got up in a hurry and suddenly realized that he was not wearing any clothes, and his face turned red. You were so mean last night, Lin Yuer said shyly. Don't you remember anything? I remember I was so sleepy that I fell asleep. So mean, come and eat quickly. Lin Yuer said and turned to the kitchen. Chun Fan stood there stupidly, his mind a mess. What happened? Although Chun Fan was depressed, he decided not to tell anyone about his system for the time being, especially Lin Yuer. As for the effect of the potion, he could only observe it slowly later. Chun Fan felt that the most important thing now was to figure out the situation of the system. Honey, I know you've worked hard, but you still have to eat breakfast, otherwise it will get cold. Lin Yuer urged softly outside the door. Chun Fan put on his clothes, washed up briefly, and walked into the living room, where he saw Lin Yuer had already prepared breakfast. Hubby, you've been working hard all night. Come and eat something to replenish yourself. As she spoke, she occasionally cast a wink at Chun Fan, making Chun Fan feel a little uncomfortable. Eat it. Lin Yuer picked up a plump thing and put it into his bowl. What is this? Chun Fan frowned and looked at the thing. Don't worry about it. It's good for your health if you eat it. Seeing Lin Yuer's anxious eyes, Chun Fan smiled bitterly and picked up the food and took a bite. How is it? Is it delicious? Lin Yuer looked at him expectantly. A smell of mutton instantly burst into his mouth, and Chun Fan immediately understood what it was. Wife, it's delicious, but who eats kidneys so early in the morning? Lin Yuer looked at him in astonishment. I'm sorry, husband, I didn't know I couldn't eat this in the morning. I went to the vegetable market at 4 o'clock to buy it, and he said it was very nutritious, so I bought it back. Seeing her innocent look, Chun Fan felt distressed and helpless. Silly. I'm young and strong. How can I use these supplements? Don't listen to other people's nonsense in the future. Since you don't like it, I'll pour it out and make something else. Lin Yuer stood up and prepared to pour it out. Wait. Chun Fan grabbed her hand. What's wrong? Lin Yuer thought Chun Fan was afraid that she would be tired, so she hurried to explain. Chun Fan muttered in a low voice. Old ginger, white pepper, jujube, morinda officinalis, eukamia almoids, MANHUA, ginseng. Honey, did you peek at my phone? Lin Yuer was stunned and stared at him with surprise on her face. Chun Fan continued to recite. This is the recipe for the ginseng and lamb balls tonic soup. Lin Yuer covered her mouth in surprise. Wow, how did you know that, husband? Chun Fan nodded. Wife, is there veratrum added to this soup? Veratrum? Yes, you suddenly felt tired yesterday. I looked it up, and it said veratrum is good for your health. My silly wife, veratrum can't be cooked with ginseng. Chun Fan shook his head helplessly, thinking of the classic taking medicine scene. Husband, I really didn't know. Lin Yuer was full of guilt, and quickly poured out the soup and prepared to make it again. No need, let me do it. I guarantee you will never forget it. Chun Fan said with a smile, and then pushed Lin Yuer towards the sofa. You? Lin Yuer's eyes widened. She obviously didn't expect Chun Fan to take the initiative to cook. She knew that Chun Fan's cooking was a disaster. Every time he cooked before, it was egg fried rice. How could it not taste spicy? Hubby, do you dislike me? How was that possible? Silly, I found a treasure. Chun Fan smiled and shook his head. You haven't tasted my cooking yet. Today, I'll let you see it. Lin Yuer was actually quite looking forward to it. After all, Chun Fan was willing to cook for her, and this kind of thought was more important than anything else. Oh, by the way, husband, do you also know something about Chinese medicine? Lin Yuer suddenly remembered that Chun Fan had just accurately stated the recipe of the tonic soup she made, and she had never heard Kuer mention that he knew this. I know a thing or two and have read 2 medical books. Chun Fan did not reveal the truth. In fact, after the system went online yesterday, his perception ability has been enhanced, and now he can even accurately identify recipes. By the way, the system gave me the recipe when it was bound. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Ding! Primary recipe, Donkey hide gelatin and red dates, black chicken soup. Recipe: 1 black chicken, 5 red dates, appropriate amount of salt, 2 slices of ginger, appropriate amount of wolfberry, 5 grams of donkey. Hide gelatin. Cooking steps: cut the black chicken into pieces and put it in a pot with cold water. These materials happen to be at home, all prepared by Lin Kuer, and they could be used now. Thinking of this, Chun Fan picked up the materials and started processing them. Chun Fan suddenly muttered and looked around, but only saw Lin Yuer, wondering, how is it possible? Am I dazzled? Husband, what are you looking for? Lin Yuer came over gently, and seeing Chun Fan's panic, she quickly comforted him. Why don't I do it? I can teach you how to cook slowly. No, I'll cook myself today and make a donkey hide gelatin, red dates, and black chicken soup. Lin Yuer was stunned. Donkey hide gelatin, red dates, and black chicken soup? Surprise and emotion appeared on her face, and her eyes suddenly turned red. This soup is not only difficult to make, but also has a nourishing effect, especially suitable for women. Chun Fan can make this soup for her, which means that he really loves her. Husband, I'll go buy the ingredients. Wait a minute. Chun Fan wanted to stop her, but heard her scream. What's wrong? Chun Fan was startled. Honey, when did you prepare all the ingredients? Chun Fan looked in the direction Lin Yuer pointed, and the kitchen board was filled with black chicken, donkey hide gelatin, jujube, wolfberry. Damn, this sudden scene made him dumbfounded. The system can not only tell in the recipe, but also automatically prepare the ingredients. This is simply too outrageous. However, after yesterday's amazing experience, Chun Fan was no longer surprised by all this. With an extra 2.5 million in the bank card, this kind of thing was no longer a big deal. Forget it, let's get started. He thought to himself. His heartbeat slightly accelerated, and he started to work. Every step went unexpectedly smoothly. Chun Fan thought that his soup would be very different from the recipe on his phone like Lin Yuer's, but he found that he was very good at it, and almost every step seemed to have been mastered. Nice! After finishing the last step, Chun Fan looked towards the bedroom with satisfaction. Honey, are you done? Lin Yuer ran out of the bedroom, and a strong fragrance filled the air. She was stunned and couldn't believe what she saw. Hubby, you've been hiding your strength. Haha, I'm not hiding my strength. I just want to present the best result for the one I love the most. Chun Fan's words revealed a strong love, and his eyes were deep. He had never shown his true ability before, not because he didn't have it, but because he hadn't met someone worthy of him. And now, Lin Yuer is the only one. Hubby, you're so nice. Lin Yuer was so excited that she almost cried. She picked up the spoon and took a bite. She closed her eyes slightly and savored it carefully. Chun Fan was a little nervous, afraid that what he made would not suit his taste. Lin Yuer showed a satisfied smile. Hubby, it's great. I have never tasted such delicious soup. Chun Fan breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with joy. I'm glad you like it. Yuer, I have an idea. Can you help me think about it? What? I want to open a restaurant. Lin Yuer was stunned at first, then her eyes were firm. Sure. However, she was full of doubts. Opening a restaurant requires not only technology, but also capital, energy, and management ability. Honey, did you suddenly come up with this idea? Then you have to quit your current job. Although that job doesn't make much, it can at least support your life. If you open a restaurant, the risk is too great. Lin Yuer was hesitant. She knew clearly that Chun Fan's financial situation was not good, and even if she could provide help, it would only be a drop in the bucket. I still have some money here. Let's find a remote place. Lin Yuer said, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. No, I want to take over Hakalai. Chun Fan said firmly, with an unquestionable light in his eyes. Hakalai. Lin Yuer was so shocked when she heard the name that she could hardly believe it. The locals in Tiandu were very familiar with Bin Commercial Street. It was not the city center, but the rent of shops was frighteningly high. Hakalai closed down within half a year, and Chun Fan dared to take over. The rent and decoration here must cost at least several million. Where did Chun Fan get so much money? Hubby, have you thought it through? Of course, I'll go over and take a look today. Chun Fan answered without hesitation and then packed up his things. Seeing this, Lin Yuer could only follow silently. Half an hour later, they arrived at the door of Hakalai and saw that the door was closed and the word transfer was prominently hung on the door. The commercial street was bustling with people, but this store was empty, and it was obvious that the business was very poor. Just opposite, the existence of Hanwoo restaurant almost swallowed up the business of all the surrounding restaurants. Honey, do you really want to take over this store? Lin Yuer confirmed again. Chen Fan nodded without hesitation. I don't want to work for others anymore. Start a business with me. Well, but husband, the price in this store is not cheap. Before Lin Yuer finished speaking, Chan Fan took out a bank card from his pocket and shook it. Yuer, do you see this card? The money here was originally intended to buy a house, but now I have a new plan. This will be my startup capital, and I want to make great plans. Chun Fan's eyes were full of determination, as if he had made up his mind. Hubby, I support you. Lin Yuner's eyes were full of admiration. At this moment, a delicate female voice broke the warmth. Oh, honey, stop pinching. It's so itchy. Chen Fan turned his head and saw a girl with fashionable clothes and a hot body being hugged by a man. The woman next to the man was Chen Fan's ex-girlfriend, Lin Kerr. Lin Kaia. Lin Yuer shouted suddenly, her voice cutting through the air like a sharp blade. Lin Kuer turned her head, her eyes instantly turned cold, and she snorted coldly. Oh, what a coincidence! Su Yuan, who was standing next to him, came over after seeing this, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Old classmate, I heard that you got your marriage certificate yesterday. Congratulations. Come visit me when you have time. My dad just took over the Hanwoo restaurant. After saying that, Su Yuan looked relaxed, glanced at Lin Yuer, and left with Lin Kerr. Lin Yuer wanted to rush forward angrily, but Chun Fan stopped her. She is a competitive person. There is no point in competing with her. Chun Fan said calmly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. She just wants to find a man who is richer than me to see if she can live a better life. In my eyes, you are always the most important. Lin Yuer's eyes flashed with determination, and Chun Fan gently touched her forehead. Dear, I will use my actions to prove that you are right. Then, Chun Fan called the shop's sublease number. The middle-aged woman on the other end of the phone was full of business aura and offered a price of 1.5 million. After some bargaining, Chun Fan finally rented the shop for 1.2 million. Although Chun Fan had 2.5 million in his account, he still felt heavy after paying 1.2 million. The cost of decoration and purchasing ingredients cannot be ignored, which will be a huge test. 3 days later, Yufan's shop finally opened. A brand new sign was hung in front of the shop, and Chun Fan stood at the door with a determined look. Chun Fan did not hold a high-profile opening ceremony, but kept it low-key to avoid attracting attention. He would rather spend money on the renovation of the store than waste it on meaningless publicity. The sign of Yufan's shop was changed so quickly that almost no one in the neighborhood noticed the change. Standing in front of the newly renovated shop, Chun Fan was filled with mixed emotions. The past 3 days were busy and fulfilling, and he was both tired and excited. The dream of opening a restaurant had long been buried in his heart, but insufficient funds and poor cooking skills had prevented him from realizing it. In fact, Chun Fan had a secret in his heart. 10 years ago, his family had run a restaurant. His father was a good chef with a good reputation, but he was eventually ostracized by his peers. A carefully planned food poisoning incident completely destroyed their business. His father was imprisoned for several years, and the family lost all their savings and was in debt. 10 years of hard debt repayment life gave Chun Fan an unwritten family rule: never touch anything related to the restaurant again. But now he broke his taboo, put 1 million into the bank card, and invested the rest of the funds into this small shop. God has opened my eyes and given me a new life. I want to take back everything that belongs to me, one by one. Honey, what are you thinking about? Lin Yuer walked out of the kitchen with a rag, breaking Chun Fan's contemplation. Nothing, just a little tired, want to rest for a while. Chun Fan responded with a smile, but his eyes were full of heartache. Lin Yuer quit her high-paying job to accompany him, and her hard work these days was no less than his own. Yufan's shop will open tomorrow. It should be very lively, right? I don't plan to hold an opening ceremony. Chun Fan's words surprised Lin Yuer, but she quickly understood his idea. It's better not to hold it, save money, and have less trouble. Chun Fan looked at her, and his heart was warm. He gently hugged her in his arms. Dear, you've suffered a lot with me. Don't worry. I will definitely repay you double. Honey, if you keep saying that, I'll be angry. By the way, have you thought of the main dish for our Yufan store? Chun Fan was stunned and opened his mouth, but there was no answer. The system only taught him one recipe: donkey hide gelatin, red dates, and black chicken soup. But how could this dish attract customers? It's okay. Lin Yuer saw his embarrassment and said with a smile, if my husband doesn't mind, I can also show off my skills and cook some specialties. Chun Fan nodded and gradually relaxed. There is always a way to solve the problem. However, they didn't know that everything was being watched. In the office on the 18th floor of Hanwoo Restaurant, Su Yuan stood in front of the window, looking at the sign of Yufan shop opposite, which had changed to a new name. In the smoke, he took a deep puff of cigarette. I didn't expect that this guy would be so courageous. It must have cost at least 1 million to rent this shop. My sister hasn't been to the company for several days. I asked around, and she doesn't have that much money in her card. Lin Kurer responded coldly, with a hint of anger in her eyes. Although Su Yuan took her everywhere to have fun, she still couldn't let go of her hostility towards Chun Fan and Lin Yuer. She couldn't accept her sister being on good terms with her ex-boyfriend, and she couldn't understand how Chun Fan could take out so much money. This money definitely didn't come from my sister. Lin Kuder's heart skipped a beat. She had learned before that Lin Yuer only had less than 200,000 yuan in her card. Chun Fan, Lin Yuer, do you really think you can live a peaceful life? Lin Kuner's eyes were burning with anger. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would not let this low-class couple live too well. If nothing goes wrong, they will open tomorrow. Do you want to find someone to support them? Lin Kuter sneered. Support. Su Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard these two words. Do you know how much my daily turnover is? This restaurant alone makes at least 1 million a day. How can they threaten me? What do they have to threaten me? Hubby, you're awesome, Lin Kuter said softly, revealing her skin faintly. Su Yuan stared at her like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey. Tomorrow, wait and see. March 20th, the spring equinox weekend. Yufan store on Bin Commercial Street quietly opened. On the first day, the store only gave away products but did not sell them. Although it was free, there were only a few customers. The dozen or so customers sitting at the tables were casual, and most of them were just trying it out. The two young men were busy in the kitchen, sweat seeping through their faces, but they were smiling happily. They were confident to face the difficult tests in the early stage of opening. Suddenly, a sharp shout broke the silence. What is this? Is it edible? How can you run a restaurant if you can't even make a soup like this? Everyone turned around and saw a yellow-haired young man sitting in the corner, pointing at the soup in front of him and making sarcastic remarks. Hey, can you please show some manners? An elderly man in his 60s stood up and scolded. They gave it to you for free. Why are you being so picky? Huang Mao sneered. Old man, what do you know? Look what this is. He picked up the black thing with chopsticks and shouted, Cockroach. It's so disgusting, I want to vomit. As soon as the words came out, the store fell into chaos. Everyone put down their chopsticks and talked about it. Oh my God, there are cockroaches. Cheap goods are not good. This is the price of free. I just promoted it for my friend. I really regret it. I have to tell him not to come. A group of people took out their mobile phones. Some took photos, some made phone calls, as if this farce gave them some kind of satisfaction. The two young men looked pale, especially the girl, who kept apologizing. I'm sorry. It's really a misunderstanding. Please calm down. Misunderstanding? This cockroach is not fake. That's right, the restaurant has come to this point. It's definitely not going to work. Just close it down. A middle-aged woman shook her head and left. Huang Mao looked at her, his eyes lit up, and he stood up and shouted, We can't just let this go. The food is not clean. We must call the police. Yes, call the police and ask them to close the shop and pay compensation. Chun Fan stood aside, sneering in his heart. The yellow-haired man was obviously sent by Su Yuan to cause trouble. Su Yuan wanted to make it impossible for him to continue, and obviously didn't want to give him a chance. Faced with this situation, a normal person might retreat, but Chun Fan has a spirit of not admitting defeat in his bones. The more people don't want him to do something, the more he will persist. Chun Fan suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and looked at Huang Mao. Sir, can you explain the situation clearly? I think there may be some misunderstanding. The yellow-haired man sneered and looked provocative. You little bastard, you know the food is not clean, and you still dare to ask me what's going on? Several young people around echoed. That's right. Chun Fan looked at them with a cold gaze. The group of people brought by Huang Mao were obviously well prepared and had a clear purpose. You have to be responsible for everything you say. I know the food I cooked myself. Today is the grand opening, and I specially prepared a nourishing soup for everyone to taste. Do you think I would do something like this on the first day of opening? Chun Fan was confident and righteous, but Huang Mao didn't listen at all. He signaled to his men, Go check the kitchen to see if there is anything dirty. Call the police and send him to the hospital. This kid must give an explanation today. Chun Fan knew that this incident was not accidental. Su Yuan had the huge background of Hanwoo Restaurant, and this little gangster was obviously provoking him. But this also aroused Chun Fan's stronger determination, and he didn't want to be defeated easily. Huang Mao's expression was frantic, and the people around him also began to take action. Chun Fan and Lin Yuer were in trouble. Facing this wave of violent attacks, they were helpless. "Hubby, don't be afraid. We are not afraid of our own shadows." Lin Yuer smiled and comforted. Chun Fan smiled helplessly, knowing that these people would never give up. "Let's just bite the bullet and see what tricks they can play." Chun Fan decided secretly, and his determination to fight against them was ignited in his heart. "Look, their kitchen is dirty. There are rats." A shout set off the whole place. People rushed to the kitchen, and the appearance of several cockroaches and 2 dead rats completely pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Chun Fan watched all this calmly and shook his head slightly. "Huang Mao, what do you want?" Huang Mao didn't answer, but sneered and asked, "Isn't your store dirty? I want you to give everyone an explanation now. Are you being unreasonable? Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this?" Chun Fan fought back angrily. Huang Mao smiled proudly and said, "Retribution? Who knows? But your store will definitely go bankrupt tomorrow." Chun Fan's anger burned, but he suppressed his inner impulse and walked towards the yellow-haired man step by step. "Do you think you can defeat me? Let's see what you can do today." The yellow-haired man's eyes flickered. "Just watch me. I will make you clean up the mess today." He was obviously prepared to ruin Chun Fan's plan. At this moment, Chun Fan rushed forward and grabbed Huang Mao's collar with anger in his eyes. "This is not the game you should play." The yellow-haired man looked at Chun Fan with a hint of pride on his lips. "Well, everyone has seen it. This kid not only has dirty food, but also a dirty heart. He dares to do it in front of everyone." Seeing the situation gradually getting out of control, Lin Yuer quickly stood in front of Chun Fan, and said calmly, "Don't get excited. It's our fault today. We will correct it." The yellow-haired man sneered. "Want to get rid of me? Let me tell you, I will only consider forgiving you if you do something special." He stared at Lin Yuer with a lewd look in his eyes as he spoke. Lin Yuer frowned. "Please be respectful. If you think the food is not good, we can redo it." Huang Mao sneered. "Redo it? Let me tell you, if I have a stomachache tomorrow, not only will you have to close down, but you will also have to pay for my medical expenses." He looked at Lin Yuer provocatively. "If you are willing to accompany me, I can consider letting you go." "Bastard! Go to hell!" Chun Fan roared and pounced on the yellow-haired man. Suddenly, several of Huang Mao's men rushed up and quickly suppressed Chun Fan. Chun Fan was unable to resist due to the overwhelming numbers and was quickly subdued. "How did you losers protect me? If anything happens again, get out." Huang Mao's attitude became more arrogant, and his men immediately directed their anger towards Chun Fan. Huang Mao took the opportunity to kick Chun Fan and said with a smile, "You little brat, weren't you awesome just now? Keep going." After being kicked, Chun Fan felt extremely painful and his face was grim. But the yellow-haired man did not stop, but slapped him hard again, and blood splattered instantly. Lin Yuer screamed in fear and rushed forward to block Chun Fan. "Stop fighting, please. Yuer, don't ask them. I don't believe that they dare to beat me to death in broad daylight." Chun Fan gritted his teeth and insisted. The yellow-haired man sneered. "You are quite tough. Okay, today I will see how long you can hold on." Huang Mao punched Chun Fan, but suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the door. "The police are coming." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Mao immediately stopped and sat down on the ground, pretending to be a victim. "Ouch, it hurts so much." He pretended to be in pain, and his men also began to imitate him, rolling on the ground. The onlookers were somewhat confused, but when the police saw this, they immediately questioned, "What's wrong with you? You are all in so much pain. Do you really think we are fools?" "Uncle Police, there are cockroaches in the soup and rats in the kitchen. My stomach hurts so badly. You have to help us." Huang Mao covered his stomach and performed the performance vividly. The police stared at Huang Mao and said in a serious tone, "Huang Mao, you have to be responsible for your words. If the investigation finds that you are lying, you know the consequences." Huang Mao felt guilty, but he still said stubbornly, "How could I lie? I have no grudge against this store. How could I wrongly accuse him? What did you really eat?" The police turned and looked at Chun Fan. "The food I cook is very clean. Someone is deliberately framing us." Chun Fan replied calmly. Lin Yuer also hurriedly explained, "Today is the first day of opening. We are hosting for free. How can we possibly have cockroaches and rats during the opening?" The policeman frowned. "Did you hear that? He makes sense. Do you think he would do something so stupid?" The yellow-haired man was choked and lowered his head to avoid a head-on confrontation with the police. The police officer continued to ask, "What's wrong with his nose?" "It was a collision," Huang Mao answered first. The policeman sneered. "Huang Mao, you should go to the hospital. Let's forget about it today. If something like this happens again, we will thoroughly investigate it." The short-haired policeman led the other police officers away, and the yellow-haired man's face turned pale, and he was very upset. He didn't expect that his conspiracy would fail, and he was even warned by the police. "Why don't you leave?" Lin Yuer pinched her waist and shouted, "I'm going to settle accounts with you today." The guests around him also stood up and began to scold Huang Mao. "You are bullying people too much. If you don't leave, we won't be polite." Seeing this, Huang Mao's men quickly retreated, and finally the group left in disgrace. The atmosphere suddenly became relaxed, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Several people who knew the truth apologized to Chun Fan and Lin Yuer, and some even took the initiative to express their support. "I'm so sorry. I misunderstood you. I will definitely come to support you again in the future." Lin Yuer looked at Chun Fan with concern. "Husband, are you okay? Does it hurt?" Chun Fan waved his hand to signal her not to worry. Looking at the mess on the ground, he felt lost. He encountered so many troubles on the first day of opening. Although he was prepared, he still couldn't get rid of the melancholy in his heart. "Su Yuan, the more you do this, the more I will keep this restaurant open." Chun Fan vowed to himself, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. "I want to see who can hold on longer." "Honey, shall we continue driving?" Lin Yuer asked worriedly, with uneasiness in her eyes. She knew that Su Yuan's conspiracy was behind this turmoil, but she was powerless to fight back. "Open? Why can't it be opened?" There was determination in Chun Fan's eyes. He never gave up easily. "Okay, I support you no matter what you do," Lin Yuer said firmly. Chun Fan stood up and prepared to clean up, but as soon as he bent down, he felt a sharp pain and almost fell down. "What's wrong?" Lin Yuer hurriedly supported him. "It's okay." Chun Fan forced a smile, trying not to make her worry. Lin Yuer looked at the painful expression on his face and felt distressed. "What's wrong with you? Do you need to go to the hospital? Just take a rest." Chun Fan endured the pain and clenched his teeth. "I have to go get some medicine." Lin Yuer turned and walked towards the door, and suddenly saw a figure appear at the door. That was Lin Kuer, tall and heavily made up. When she walked in, her eyes were cold and full of hostility. "Sister, after not seeing you for so long, you are still as straightforward as ever." Lin Kuner's voice was cold, with a hint of pride in her eyes. "If you're here to eat, our restaurant is closed. If you're here to laugh at the joke, you'd better leave." Lin Yuer responded coldly. "Sis, since you know, I won't beat around the bush. Su Yuan has decided to ruin your store, and you can't beat him. If you know what's good for you, close the store now and leave. I can even help you get some money from Su Yuan." Lin Kuer sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. "What do you mean?" Chun Fan suddenly stood up, his anger burning, his eyes like a knife. "Don't make me angry." Lin Kuer was stunned. She didn't expect Chun Fan to react like this. A few days ago, he was her lover, but now he was like her enemy. "You!" Lin Kuer wanted to fight back, but was speechless. "Get out," Chun Fan said coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Kuer was shocked. It was this Chun Fan, the man who used to dote on her and was so careful, who now became so resolute. An indescribable emotion rose in her heart, and she finally said angrily, "Okay, I'll leave, but you will regret it soon." Lin Yuer looked at her back and sighed. "I never thought that she would become like this now." She was influenced by Su Yuan. Chun Fan said calmly, "But I will prove with facts that Su Yuan is extremely wrong." Suddenly, a familiar system voice came from Chun Fan's mind. "Host, you are faced with the following two choices. 1. Close the restaurant and receive a generous reward, 10 million in cash. 2nd, continue to operate, obtain ingredients and serve customers, and complete tasks to receive unknown rewards." Chun Fan was stunned, his heart full of struggle. 10 million is a huge temptation for anyone. To return to his parents' living standard, or even live a happy life, he only needs to close the restaurant. But he knew what such a choice meant. A coward's choice. "No, we can't do this." Chun Fan's heart suddenly moved, and he said firmly, "I won't give up easily." "Honey, what are you thinking about?" Lin Yuer's voice interrupted Chun Fan's thoughts. "Nothing." Chun Fan forced a smile. Suddenly, he thought that he could no longer just think about himself. Lin Yuer had contributed so much to the hotel, and she should also participate in this decision. Yuer, can you answer a question for me? Ask. Lin Yuer looked at him curiously. If I give you 10 million and ask you to close your restaurant, would you be willing to do that? Lin Yuer was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Husband, is there something wrong with your brain? I'm serious. Answer quickly. Lin Yuer curled her lips. Of course not. We worked hard together to build this restaurant. How can we give up so easily? Okay, I got it. Chun Fan nodded, and his hesitation disappeared. Lin Yuer was right. He couldn't give up easily. I decided to keep going. Chun Fan was determined in his heart and decided his future in an instant. The selection has been confirmed, and the mission has begun. I wish you success. The system voice sounded. Lin Yuer started packing up and preparing to close the store when Chun Fan suddenly shouted, Wait a minute, we'll continue to open today. Lin Yuer's eyes lit up, and she was moved. She knew what her husband's decision meant. Okay, I'll get ready now. She quickly got to work. The turmoil in the morning made them realize that competition is not just about doing your own thing, but also about guarding against those villains behind the scenes. Chin Fan walked into the kitchen and looked at the ingredients on the chopping board. Wild chrysanthemum, fresh mushrooms, beef, glutinous rice, and pigeon eggs, as well as basic seasonings such as oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. The task was simple, but full of traps. He had to make a dish and win praise with it. But he knew that the challenge was far more than that. Will these ingredients satisfy the customers? Chin Fan sighed, feeling a little worried. Just then, a woman's voice came from the door. Is anyone there? Chin Fan walked out and saw a woman in her early 20s, dressed in high-end clothes and with extraordinary temperament. She was obviously his customer. What should I do? Chin Fan's heart tightened. The woman glanced at him and said coldly, What delicious food do you have in your restaurant? Give me the menu. Chun Fan hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, the menu hasn't been prepared yet. Why don't you let me recommend a special dish? The woman frowned, but did not refute. She found a seat and sat down. Tell me, what are your characteristics? Chun Fan observed carefully and found that the woman seemed to have some sore throat, so he gently touched her throat. I recommend wild chrysanthemum and pigeon egg soup, which can relieve sore throats and clear heat and detoxify. The woman looked at him in surprise. How did you know? I guess your throat seems to be a little uncomfortable. Wild chrysanthemum soup may help you. Chin Fan said with a smile. The woman nodded. How much does it cost? Today is the first day of business, and we don't charge any fees. As long as you're satisfied, just give us a good review. It's not difficult to make money for me, but it's not that easy to get a good review from me. The woman showed a smug smile, as if telling Chun Fan that she was not short of money. Honey, what are you thinking about? Lin Yuer's voice brought Chun Fan back from his thoughts. Nothing. Chun Fan smiled, and suddenly realized that he could no longer be selfish and that Lin Yuer should also get involved. After all, she had contributed too much to this restaurant. Yuer, if I give you 10 million now and ask you to close this restaurant, would you be willing? Lin Yuer was stunned, then smiled. Husband, are you sick? I'm serious. Answer quickly. Lin Yuer curled her lips. Of course I don't want to. We worked hard together to open this restaurant. How can we give it up? Okay, I got it. Chun Fan was determined. Lin Yuer was right. Giving up would be a waste of all previous efforts. I decided to keep going. He was secretly determined and ready to face the challenge. Select confirm, and the mission begins. The system voice suddenly sounded. When Lin Yuer started to pack up and prepare to close the store, Chun Fan hurriedly called her. Wait a minute. We will continue to open today. Lin Yuer's eyes sparkled, and she was excited. She knew her husband had made up his mind, even though everything was so difficult. Okay, I'll get ready now. Lin Yuer quickly got involved. Facing the challenges in the morning, they became more determined. They had to get through it no matter what. Chin Fan walked to the kitchen and saw the ingredients on the chopping board. Wild chrysanthemum, mushrooms, beef, glutinous rice, pigeon eggs, and seasonings. The task was simple, but full of challenges. Can these satisfy the customers? Chun Fan frowned, his heart full of doubts. At this moment, a crisp voice came from outside the door. Is anyone there? Chun Fan walked out and saw a young woman in her early 20s, dressed in high-end clothes and with extraordinary temperament. She was today's guest. This is trouble. Chun Fan's heart tightened. He didn't expect to meet such a person. My lady, we just opened and don't have a menu yet. Why don't you let me recommend a specialty to you? The woman smiled coldly. Okay, tell me the characteristics of your store. Chun Fan observed her and found that her throat seemed to be uncomfortable, so he suggested, I recommend wild chrysanthemum and pigeon egg soup, which is refreshing and soothing to the throat and is helpful for the throat. The woman looked at him in surprise. How did you know? I guess. How much does it cost? Today is the first day of business. It's free. As long as you're satisfied, give us a good review. The woman pondered for a moment, then raised her lips slightly. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Chun Fan brought the soup, and the woman took a sip, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She had no hope at first, but she was greatly surprised by the coolness and comfort of the soup. To be honest, I didn't have confidence at first, but now I'm wrong. The woman put down the spoon and said sincerely, "This soup is really good. I give you a thumbs up and pay you 100 yuan." Chin Fan waved his hand quickly. 100 yuan is waived. It's free today. Thank you for your good review. The woman looked around and suddenly asked, this store used to be a hot pot restaurant, right? How come it closed down after less than half a year? Yes, there have been several bosses before. The woman smiled and said, it seems this store has some magical power. I wonder if you can break the spell. I hope so. Chun Fan responded with a smile, but he knew in his heart that the real challenge had just begun. The woman nodded gently. You have potential. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. Maybe I can help you. Chun Fan refused. Some things are better to deal with by yourself, and you can't trouble others. The woman saw his persistence and smiled. You have backbone. You will succeed in the future. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lu Mingyu. Chun Fan held her hand and said, Chun Fan, this is my first time dealing with catering. Please forgive me if the service is not good enough. Boss Chun is too modest. With your ability, you can do well even if you're given a bigger store. Lu Mingyu smiled and approved. Lin Yuer came over and looked at Lu Mingyu with a puzzled look in her eyes. Is this your friend? Oh, she's a guest we just met. Chun Fan explained with a smile. Lu Mingyu looked at Lin Yuer, and the two beautiful women looked at each other, and the atmosphere was subtle. I didn't expect your girlfriend to be so pretty. No wonder you're such a good cook. Lu Mingyu smiled gently, and Chun Fan's heart trembled slightly, feeling an inexplicable pressure and challenge. Honey, what are you thinking about? Lin Yuer's voice interrupted Chun Fan's thoughts. Nothing. Chun Fan smiled and suddenly realized that he could no longer just think about himself. Lin Yuer had contributed too much to the hotel. Yuer, if I give you 10 million and ask you to close the restaurant, would you be willing? Lin Yuer was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Husband, are you sick? I'm serious. Answer quickly. Of course not. We built this store together. How can we give it up so easily? Okay, I got it. Chun Fan strengthened his decision. The challenges ahead were greater, but he was fearless. I decided to keep going. His heart was full of fighting spirit. Select confirm, and the mission begins. The system voice suddenly sounded. When Lin Yuer started to pack up and prepare to close the store, Chun Fan hurriedly called her. Wait a minute. We will continue to open today. The gleam in Lin Yuer's eyes showed that she finally saw hope. Okay, I'll get ready now. She quickly got to work and faced the challenges with more conviction. Chun Fan walked to the kitchen and saw the ingredients on the chopping board. Wild chrysanthemum, mushrooms, beef, glutinous rice, pigeon eggs, and basic seasonings. The task seemed simple, but it was full of traps. Can these satisfy the customers? Chun Fan was filled with anxiety. Just then, a clear voice came from the door. Is anyone there? Chun Fan walked out and saw a woman in her early 20s, dressed elegantly and with an extraordinary temperament. She was obviously today's guest. Trouble is coming. Chun Fan thought nervously. My lady, we have just opened and we don't have a menu yet. Why don't you let me recommend a specialty to you? The woman smiled coldly. Okay, tell me the characteristics of your store. Chun Fan observed her and found that her throat seemed to be uncomfortable, so he suggested, I recommend wild chrysanthemum and pigeon egg soup, which is refreshing and soothing to the throat. The woman was surprised. How did you know? I guess. How much does it cost? Today is the first day of business. It's free. As long as you're satisfied, give us a good review. The woman pondered for a moment, then smiled and agreed. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Chun Fan brought the soup, and the woman took a sip. Her eyes widened instantly, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. She had originally not held out hope, but the coolness and comfort of the soup completely broke her prejudice. To be honest, I had no confidence, but now I'm wrong. The woman put down the spoon and said, this soup is good. I give you a thumbs up and give you 100 yuan. Chun Fan quickly refused. 100 yuan is okay. Today is free. Thank you for your good comment. The woman looked around and suddenly asked, this used to be a hot pot restaurant. Why did it close down? Yes, I changed several bosses. The woman chuckled. This store has magical powers. I wonder if you can break the spell. I hope so. Chun Fan knew in his heart that the real challenge had yet to come. The woman looked at Chun Fan and smiled. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me. Maybe I can help you. Chun Fan shook his head. Some things should be dealt with by yourself, and you can't trouble others. She saw Chun Fan's persistence and smiled slightly. You have backbone. You will definitely succeed in the future. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Looming You. Chun Fan held her hand and said, Chun Fan, this is my first time dealing with catering. Please forgive me if the service is not good enough. Boss Chun, you are too modest. I think you can do well even if you run a big store. Looming You smiled and approved. Lin Yuer came over and looked at Looming You with a puzzled look in her eyes. Is this your friend? She's a guest. We just met. Chun Fan explained with a smile. Looming You looked at Lin Yuer, and the two beauties looked at each other, and the atmosphere was subtle. I didn't expect your girlfriend to be so pretty. No wonder you're such a good cook. Looming You smiled slightly, and Chun Fan felt an inexplicable pressure. Bite. Congratulations on completing the mission. Rewards. Reputation value, plus 10. Money value, plus 10,000. Physical strength, plus 10%. Oh my god. Chun Fan's eyes widened in surprise. He could earn 10,000 yuan for making a bowl of soup. His goal became clearer and clearer, and success seemed within reach. Bite. You have one chance to draw a lottery, which will cost you half of your reputation, money, and stamina. Do you want to draw a lottery? Lottery? Chun Fan hesitated for a moment and decided to try. Yes. As he made his decision, a turntable appeared in his mind, spinning slowly until it finally stopped on the green One Punch Man card. Congratulations on getting the yellow One Punch Man card. When used, you will gain 500 pounds of strength and basic stamina. Please use with caution. Remaining reputation plus 5, money plus 5,000, physical strength plus 5%. You still have 95 reputation points to reach the intermediate chef level. Chun Fan was stunned for a moment. Intermediate chef? 95 reputation points? Then what am I now? Dear user, your identity is a junior chef. The information from the system made Chun Fan instantly understand his position. If he wanted to be promoted, he had to continue to accumulate reputation. He suddenly realized that he only needed to complete 100 tasks to be promoted, and he could realize his dream in less than half a year. Wait, the system can read minds? Yes, your thought system knows all of that. Then Sorry, can't unbind. Chun Fan was helpless and filled with anxiety, but he also became more determined. Chun Fan vaguely felt something was wrong from Looming Yu's praise, but Lin Yuer would not miss this opportunity to show her charm. She used to be a low-key person, but now she has become extremely determined to protect her man. Thank you, you are beautiful too. Lin Yuer's response was no less impressive. The two smiled at each other, and Looming Yu left. Chun Fan stared at her back, feeling a little uneasy. This woman must have an unusual background, and perhaps he would have to rely on her in the future. What are you looking at? Lin Yuer's voice suddenly came, with a hint of jealousy. Chun Fan was slightly stunned, and quickly patted her head. Your little head is full of nonsense again. She smiled and said, I don't believe it. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations on completing the mission. Rewards. Reputation plus 10, money plus 10,000, stamina plus 10%. What? Chun Fan could hardly believe his ears. He could get a reward of 10,000 yuan just for making a bowl of soup? However, the system's voice came again. You will have a chance to draw a lottery, which will cost you half of your reputation, half of your money, and half of your stamina. Do you want to draw a lottery? Chun Fan's heartbeat quickened. Although he was worried about the loss, his curiosity eventually overcame his hesitation. Yes. The turntable began to spin and finally stopped on the green One Punch Man card. Congratulations on getting the yellow level One Punch Man card. When used, it instantly increases your stamina and grants you 500 pounds of strength. The system prompt disappeared, and Chun Fan was surprised. One Punch Man card? What the hell is this? The system obviously didn't intend to give him any more explanations, and just continued. Your remaining reputation value plus 5, money value plus 5,000, and physical value plus 5%. You still have 95 reputation points to reach the intermediate chef level. Chun Fan was a little confused for a moment. It seemed that there were more secrets hidden behind this system, waiting for him to explore. Intermediate chef? He muttered. Dear user, you are currently a junior chef. If you want to be promoted to an intermediate chef, you need to complete 100 reputation points. 100 reputation points? Chun Fan whispered doubtfully. Then what is my current level? You are currently a junior chef and need to keep working hard. The system's answer was simple, but full of profound meaning. Chun Fan suddenly had a hunch that this road was far more difficult than he had imagined. Suddenly, Lin Yuer's voice rang in my ears. Husband, why are there so few customers today? Is it because of yesterday's incident that affected the reputation? Wait a little longer. Chun Fan tried to comfort her, but he was filled with anxiety. He knew that the task given to him by the system seemed like a game, and he had not yet found the real rules. Just as he was lost in thought, footsteps were heard at the door, breaking the silence. Anyone there? Chun Fan looked up suddenly and saw the young woman Lu Mengyu from yesterday walking in with an old man. Lin Yuer greeted him. Welcome. Lu Mengyu smiled and said, Grandpa, this is a shop I told you about yesterday. Their soup is really effective. It cured my throat. The old man nodded slightly, but Lu Mengyu's words made Chun Fan a little unhappy. The soup was provided for free yesterday, and she actually brought the old man to ask for it again. Sorry, there may be some misunderstanding. Chun Fan said softly, try to resolve the awkwardness. Please take a seat. What would you like to order? Chun Fan immediately interrupted Lin Yuer's question and took the two guests to their seats. He knew that today's guest was not an ordinary person, and he couldn't let this situation continue. When the doorbell rang, Chun Fan and Lin Yuer were busy in the store and suddenly heard a familiar voice. Wow, you dare to open today? The yellow-haired man rushed in with a group of people, looking arrogant. Chun Fan frowned and instantly understood Huang Mao's intention. What are you doing here again? He asked coldly. Today I must let you know what the rules are. If you dare to open the door again, we will see who can last the longest. The yellow-haired man reached out to grab Chun Fan's collar. Chun Fan quickly stepped back, avoiding the yellow-haired man's hand, his eyes sharp as a knife. I'm busy serving customers. I'll settle the bill with you after I'm done. A younger brother next to him interrupted. What are these two customers? Big brother Huang Mao, we have to eat one too. The yellow-haired man sneered, his eyes full of provocation. I want to eat your food too. Lu Mengyu raised her eyebrows, her eyes cold. He's going to cook. You'd better get out of here. She changed the subject. Are you guys worthy enough to compete with us for food? Huang Mao's eyes instantly turned to Lu Mengyu, with an obscene light flashing in his eyes. Oh, you're pretty, and you have a bad temper, Grandpa Huang Mao. I'm hungry. How about you have a drink with me? Lu Mengyu was furious and sneered. Don't think your dirty tricks can scare me. The yellow-haired man didn't care at all, and he stepped closer and continued to speak disgustingly. You said we can snatch our meals. Are you interested in this guy? Did you drink his magic potion? Are you worthy of knowing? Lu Mengyu almost gritted her teeth. I'll let you know today. Huang Mao sneered and waved at Chun Fan. No matter what they order, they have to have one today. Chun Fan refused coldly. Sorry, there is only one copy. The yellow-haired man was furious. Give it to me. Why? Lu Mengyu stood up and said firmly. We were here first. Let's be reasonable. Because I have money. Huang Mao took out 100 yuan and slammed it on the table. Give me the osmanthus cake, and the money is yours. Oh, you're trying to scare me with $100? Chun Fan sneered. The yellow-haired man challenged. Boy, if you don't want to give it to me, don't blame me for taking action. Chun Fan said calmly. Don't eat if you don't have money. Huang Mao was furious and took out 200 yuan bills from his pocket. 300, and the osmanthus cake is mine. Chun Fan was stunned. If it was normal, he would have agreed to the 300 yuan. But today was different. His goal was much more than that. My God, brother Huang Mao is so powerful. Huang Mao's younger brother flattered him. You're awesome, another younger brother echoed. I'll give you 1,000. Lu Mengyu calmly threw out a wallet full of banknotes. The yellow-haired man was stunned, with a hint of panic in his eyes. 300 yuan was not enough to compete with her. Are you going against me? He spoke in a low voice, as if venting his anger. Lu Mengyu sneered. If you want to eat, pay. If you don't have money, get out. Chun Fan's heart beat faster. The 1,000 yuan from Lu Mengyu was not only a blow to Huang Mao, but also gave him hope for the mission. The price of 9,999 brought him one step closer to the goal. Huang Mao, if you don't have money, don't waste your time. Chun Fan's words were like a knife, cutting Huang Mao's face. The yellow-haired man took a deep breath, his eyes gloomy. Today I will let you know who is the boss here. Brother Huang Mao, don't forget your business, a younger brother reminded hurriedly. The yellow-haired man suddenly grabbed his shoulders and said, "How much money do you have? Take it out." The younger brother hesitated for a moment and replied, "More than 200. Others also handed over their savings. Finally, Huang Mao stood in front of Lu Mingyu with 1 or 2,000 yuan, with a sneer on his face. "Little girl, do you think you can beat me?" Lu Mingyu looked at him without a trace of emotion in her eyes. "You want to challenge me? I'm always here to help." The yellow-haired man smirked. "If I lose today, you will win." The money in his hand seemed pale and powerless, completely inconsistent with Lu Mingyu's calmness. "How about this? I'll give you 99.99. Lu Mingyu's tone was cold, and he directly gave an unsolvable number. There was silence at the scene, and Huang Mao was dumbfounded. "It's just a bowl of osmanthus cake. Why is it sold for 9,999? This is a scam." Huang Mao's eyes flashed with anger, and it was not until this moment that he finally reacted. Obviously, how could this bowl of dessert, which originally cost a few dollars, be so expensive? Could it be that Chun Fan took advantage of it? Huang Mao gritted his teeth, pointed at Lu Mingyu, and pretended to be magnanimous. "A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Since you want to eat it, I'll give it to you." Lu Mingyu sneered and ignored him. Huang Mao's words were high-sounding, but in fact he was just poor and pretending to be noble. If he really understood what a good man does not fight with a woman meant, he should not have provoked her in the first place. The yellow-haired man turned to Chun Fan, his expression instantly becoming gloomy. "You little bastard, you have to close your shop today? If you don't close it within an hour, I will smash your shop." Chun Fan's tone became firm, and he did not back down. Huang Mao, in broad daylight. "Who gives you the right to make me close my shop? It's useless even if you smash my shop. I will reopen it anyway. Do you think I'm kidding? Do you know who I am? I'm Master Su Yuan's subordinate. How dare you go against me?" The yellow-haired man shouted angrily. "Kneel down and apologize if you know what's best for you, or I'll let you know what regret is." Chun Fan smiled and said, "Who do you think you are? Come and fight me if you want." Huang Mao waved his hand fiercely, signaling his brothers to come around. Seeing 3 or 4 strong men approaching, Chun Fan remained as steady as a rock, ready for a fight. "You are too arrogant. I'm giving you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize." The yellow-haired man's voice became increasingly sharp. Chun Fan spat disdainfully. "Bah!" Huang Mao was furious and punched Chun Fan in the head. "You're done." "Chun Fan!" Lin Yuer screamed and closed her eyes, not daring to look any further. Lu Mingyu couldn't help but want to rush up to stop him, but the scene before their eyes completely overturned everyone's expectations. The fist missed, but Chun Fan was still unharmed. On the contrary, the younger brother who swung the fist flew out as if rebounded by a spring and fell heavily to the ground. "Oh my God, how is this possible?" Everyone was stunned. Lin Yuer hurried forward and nervously checked Chun Fan's body to make sure he was fine. Huang Mao was stunned. He didn't believe that this was just luck, but thought that the younger brother was too weak. Anger made him lose his mind. Useless. Can't even deal with Chun Fan. Get out of here. He kicked his younger brother away and rushed directly towards Chun Fan. "You think you are so awesome? Come on, let me show you how I teach you a lesson." Huh. Chun Fan was not afraid at all, standing there like a steel fortress. "Do you really think you can beat me?" The yellow-haired man swung his fist hard. The wind from his fist swept past, and his target was directly at Chun Fan's abdomen. Bang! But the moment the yellow-haired man kicked out, he screamed and flew out as if he was hit by a huge force. What on earth is going on? Huang Mao's men were completely stunned. They had no idea what was happening. Lin Yuer ran to Chun Fan again, her nervous expression full of confusion. "How did you do it?" Chun Fan did not answer, but smiled slightly. He knew in his heart that he had just subconsciously said "Fist Superman" in his mind, and the sudden burst of power made the kick bounce back. Although he had a premonition, he was still surprised. "You kid, I used to practice Taekwondo." Huang Mao was furious. He quickly stood up and prepared to attack again. "Do you think you can beat me?" Chun Fan looked calm and sneered, "Keep trying." The yellow-haired man rushed forward angrily and swung his punch again, but at this moment his figure was bounced back by a force and he fell to the ground in pain. Chun Fan stood there, without a scratch on his body, his eyes still cold. "You are too weak." "Who else?" Chun Fan touched his nose and glanced at the yellow-haired man and his little brothers lying on the ground with a relaxed expression. "Anyone who has objections, feel free to come forward." At this moment, no one dared to be arrogant anymore and retreated. The yellow-haired man roared, "You are all cowards. If you dare to come up, Pick up your weapons and beat him. Master Su Yuan is here to protect you." Hearing the name, Su Yuan, several younger brothers plucked up their courage, picked up water cups and benches, and smashed them at Chun Fan's head and lower back respectively. However, the results were jaw-dropping. Chun Fan blocked it lightly, and the bench broke. The water cup was dodged easily. Chun Fan swung a punch, and the little brother flew up, hit the ceiling hard, and fell heavily. Lin Yuer was so shocked that she almost lost her voice, and Lu Mingyu was also stunned. How could Chun Fan, a weak scholar, have such great power? He was like an unknown monster. Chun Fan smiled and said, "How much money did Su Yuan spend on your fighting power? I really feel it's not worth it for him." Huang Mao was so angry that his teeth were clattering, but he could do nothing. "You dare to hit us? I'll call the police." "Call the police? Just you?" Chun Fan didn't take it seriously, but Huang Mao's little brother quickly called the police. 10 minutes later, the police arrived at the scene. What was strange was that Huang Mao and his men suddenly fell to the ground as if they had agreed upon it, and seemed to have become victims. "Brother Police, you are finally here. You have to take charge for us." The yellow-haired man looked painful, with a hint of pride in his eyes. Police Captain Zhang was stunned for a moment, recalling the evil deeds of Huang Mao and his gang. His eyes became serious. "Huang Mao, when did you become victims too?" Huang Mao quickly shook his head. "Captain Zhang, you see, we were all beaten to a pulp. How could we possibly bully them?" Captain Zhang was a little confused and pointed at his men next to Huang Mao. "Why are you here? Aren't you here to eat?" Huang Mao hesitated for a while and finally said, "We are here to make them close the shop. You started the trouble and got beaten back. Don't you understand this?" Captain Zhang said calmly. Huang Mao got anxious when he heard this. "Captain Zhang, this is not fair. We were beaten. How can you just pretend nothing happened?" Captain Zhang was silent for a moment, looking a little embarrassed. Then a voice suddenly came. "Excuse me, is this Xiao Zhang?" Captain Zhang turned around, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out to be his former boss, an old man in his 70s, sitting at a table not far away. For a moment, Captain Zhang's nerves tensed up, and he felt an inexplicable pressure. This old man had been the key to his promotion, and he respected him deeply. "Old leader, why are you here?" Captain Zhang hurriedly walked towards the old man and asked respectfully. The old man smiled and said, "Nothing, just out for a walk and to see if there's anything delicious to eat." Captain Zhang was shocked. Looking at the old man's gentle smile, he showed gratitude on his face. "I am flattered that you have always believed in me." However, before Captain Zhang could speak, Huang Mao seized the opportunity and cried to the old man, "Old leader, we are really victims. You have to make the decision for us." The old man smiled faintly and looked around the scene. "I think you have misunderstood. Don't think I don't know your temper. Captain Zhang, I'm sure you know it too, right?" At this time, Huang Mao finally realized that he might have offended a boss whom he shouldn't have offended. "If you ask me, you should avoid causing trouble for others, because everyone has their own bottom line. When you break their bottom line, you will definitely have to pay the price for it. It's such a simple truth. You should know it after being in the underworld for so many years, right?" "Captain Zhang, that's what you said, but the problem is that this time the boy really beat us up. You can't just ignore it, right? That's not fair to us. Don't you enforce the law impartially?" It was obvious that Huang Mao always wanted Captain Zhang to do justice for him. If Captain Zhang disagreed, he would obviously not give up. In this situation, Captain Zhang was also in a dilemma. He originally looked down on people like Huang Mao, but now Chun Fan was indeed fine, while Huang Mao and others were beaten up. If he punished Chun Fan, it would be tantamount to aiding and abetting the evil and helping the bad guys. But if he pretended not to see it, that would be a bit unreasonable. "Excuse me, is this Xiao Zhang?" Just when Captain Zhang was in trouble, he suddenly heard an old man's voice. Captain Zhang hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man in his 70s sitting at the table behind him. This sight was not a big deal, but Captain Zhang instantly became nervous because he found out that this old man was actually his former leader. You have to know that he was just a small employee who had just joined the police force back then. And the reason he was able to become the captain was because of the promotion of this old leader. Because of this, Captain Zhang was very grateful to the old man. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to repay him, but he never found a good opportunity. He didn't expect to meet him here today. "Old leader, when did you come? I'm so sorry I didn't see you just now. I hope you don't blame me." "Haha, it's okay. It's not important. After all, you're on official business. I just want to come out and see the outside world and try some delicious food." The old man said with a smile. He glanced over Captain Gui's shoulder, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. I said back then that you would definitely be promoted based on your ability. It seems my judgment was spot on. Chapter 23. Help from a noble person. Of course. The old leader was very kind to me back then. I remember it all. If you don't mind, come over to my house, and I hope to catch up with you. After hearing this, the old man waved his hand and said to Captain Zhang, forget about going home. If you want to sit with me for a while, why not have a bowl of osmanthus cake here? I believe it will suit your taste. When he heard the old man asking him to eat a bowl of osmanthus cake, Captain Zhang suddenly thought of something. He leaned close to the old man's ear and asked in a very subtle voice, Old leader, I heard the yellow-haired guy say that this little brother sold all the osmanthus cakes for $99.99. Is this true? The old man laughed after hearing this. Don't believe that kid's nonsense. The price of $9,999 was not set by the boss. I offered it to him on my own initiative, and I saw everything that happened in the store just now. If you don't mind me nagging, I'll tell you in detail. What the old leader said is ridiculous. I regretted not listening to his teachings back then. Today is a good opportunity for me to listen to him more. Then the old man told Captain Zhang everything that had just happened. Captain Zhang nodded after listening. He finally understood the whole story. Thank you very much, old leader. If you hadn't told me the truth, I would have almost wronged a good person. In this case, I will start to carry out my work. After saying this, Captain Zhang came to Huang Mao again. This time his expression was no longer as easygoing as before. He frowned tightly and said to Huang Mao coldly, Huang Mao, you have come to my store to cause trouble again and again. What do you mean? I have told you before not to make trouble like this, but you still dare to come. Moreover, you brought so many people with you, but you didn't even beat any of them. You still have a nerve to call the police? If I were you, I would not be ashamed to live in this world. If you still have any dissatisfaction, then explain it to me clearly. If you can't explain it clearly, I will have someone take you away now. Huang Mao knew that he had met a tough guy this time. He originally wanted to rely on his prestige to show Chun Fan a warning. But who would have thought that Chun Fan actually had a backer? Although he didn't know who the old man was, seeing how respectful Captain Zhang was to the old man, he thought that he must be a respected old leader. Captain Zhang, you can't wrongly accuse a good person. Although I did come here to cause trouble, it was clearly this guy who beat me up. We were all bruised and battered. You can't just turn a blind eye, right? If you pretend not to see it, then I can only say that you must have taken advantage of this guy. It doesn't matter if you offended me, but do you know who's behind me? At this moment, the yellow-haired man still wanted to use Su Yuan to suppress Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang naturally knew that there must be someone behind the yellow-haired man, and it was most likely Su Yuan. Under normal circumstances, he would choose to turn a blind eye, but now the old leader was watching him, and he would not let the yellow-haired man go no matter what. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and directly looked at the police officers behind him and said, Don't just stand there. Take this yellow-haired man and his brothers away, and let's see what he can do to me. Seeing the police officers rushing up to arrest people, Chun Fan quickly stood up and said to Captain Zhang, Captain, you only need to arrest Huang Mao. These little brothers are actually under his orders. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have the courage to do that. These younger brothers were originally trembling with fear, but now when they heard Chun Fan pleading for them, they were all grateful and thanked Chun Fan. Boss Chun, we all know your good intentions. Don't worry, we will never cause you any trouble again. That's right, Boss Chun. We actually had no choice. Huang Mao took nearly 2,000 yuan from us. We can't let him pocket it all. After saying this, Huang Mao's face became even uglier. None of these little brothers were really good enough to show their ability. They couldn't even see the slightest bit of the scene. Now, they turned against him and wanted to target him. But in front of so many people, especially with Captain Zhang still here, he had no other choice but to obediently take out the 100 yuan bills he had just collected from his pocket and give them out. After taking the money, the little brothers left in a hurry. After these younger brothers left, Chun Fan smiled and expressed his gratitude to Captain Zhang. Captain, this time it's all thanks to you. If you come here to eat in the future, I can give you a half-price discount. I hope there will be more people like you who enforce the law impartially, so that we ordinary people can live a good life. Captain Zhang nodded. He was more curious about why Chun Fan had such a good relationship with Lu Mingyu and the old man, because with their status, they would never interfere in these trivial matters. Boss Chun, you are too polite. This is what we should do as police officers. Besides, you are Miss Lu's friend, so we will be friends from now on. Captain Zhang, actually, Miss Lu and I have only known each other for one day. We are not as familiar with each other as you think. We may not be friends yet. Captain Zhang was surprised by Chun Fan's words. He quickly pulled Chun Fan aside, looked back at Lu Mingyu and the old man, and found that they were no longer paying attention to him. So he asked in a low voice, "Boss, you must know the identity of Miss Lu. She is not an ordinary person." Chun Fan shook his head. He really didn't know Lu Mingyu's identity. He only knew his name. "Oh, boss, you are so careless. Let me tell you, this Miss Lu is the jewel in the crown of the famous boss of Han Hai Group." Han Hai Group? Chun Fan was stunned when he heard these four words. The Honorable Hai Group is not simple. As a nationally renowned catering giant, its headquarters is located in the city where Chun Fan is located. It is said that its annual performance can rank among the top 3 in the country. No wonder he is so disdainful of Huang Mao. It turns out that Huang Mao really has a mind at home. I know that Han Hai Group has at least tens of thousands of branches across the country. The daily turnover of any random chain store is at least over 100,000. All these added together have made Han Hai Group a super large catering industry giant with a market value of over 100 billion. Chapter 24, Cooking Competition. Seeing Chun Fan in a daze, Captain Zhang continued to say to him, "Boss, I heard from Miss Lu that your cooking skills are quite good. In that case, you can consider participating in the cooking competition in a month. I think with your ability and Miss Lu's status, it should not be difficult to win a prize." Cooking competition? Captain Zhang nodded and said, "Yes, this cooking competition has been very popular recently. Although I have no connection with the catering industry, as a foodie, I still know a little bit about it. The top 3 in the entire city will be selected. It is said that the prize for the first place is as high as 1 million. This has attracted many well-known chefs to sign up. More importantly, if you could get the first place, you can also get the promotion resources of Han Hai Group and even become the chief catering chef of Han Hai Group. This is a supreme honor and an honor that many chefs dream of." This was the first time Chun Fan had heard of this, probably because he had not been involved in the catering industry before. Now he understood why Lu Mingyu could quote 99.99 for a bowl of sweet-scented osmanthus cake. This amount of money in his hands was probably not even pocket money. "Captain Wang, since Miss Lu's identity is so special, then this old man should not be a simple person either." While Chun Fan was speaking, he pointed in the direction of the old man. Captain Zhang quickly pulled Chun Fan's hand back when he saw this. Then he leaned down next to Chun Fan's ear and whispered a few words. Chun Fan was stunned after hearing it. He didn't continue talking, but he understood why Captain Zhang was so respectful to the old man. All right, I won't say any more. I still have work to do. And this yellow-haired guy actually dared to openly insult our police today. I must make him pay the price for his wrong behavior." After Captain Zhang finished speaking, he took a group of police officers and took Huang Mao away. Chun Fan watched them leave with gratitude, and then he heard a voice behind him. "Young man, when will you bring the sweet-scented osmanthus cake? I'm almost starving." Chun Fan couldn't help laughing when he heard this. If he didn't know the old man's identity, he might not have thought too much about it. But now, when he thought that this old man who was once famous and in a high position was actually like a naughty boy, he found it very interesting. He no longer hesitated, nodded directly, walked to the kitchen, and started his own magical operation. Since Chun Fan had already memorized the recipes issued by the system, he was able to cook very quickly. Moreover, his cooking skills had improved. After the last experience, making a simple bowl of osmanthus cake was a piece of cake for him. Half an hour later, the fragrant osmanthus cake was brought up by Chun Fan. Lu Mingyu and the old man each got a bowl. They were drooling at the sweet-scented osmanthus cake in front of them, which was in stark contrast to their identities. Chun Fan suppressed his smile and said to the old man, "Old sir, you can taste it. If you have any dissatisfaction, I hope you can always bring it up so that I can also improve my cooking skills." "Ha ha ha, young man, you are really too modest. With your cooking skills, you would probably be ranked among the best in the entire city. It's really a waste of your talent for you to stay in this small shop." Chun Fan was not flattered by the old man's praise. Instead, he was very clear that compared with those mediocre little chefs, he might have an advantage because he had the system bonus. However, compared with those top chefs who had really worked in the catering industry for decades, he was still far behind because cooking not only required talent, but more importantly, practice made perfect. "Thank you for the compliment, old sir. You should taste it first. It will be embarrassing if I disappoint you." The old man nodded, and then he used a spoon to gently scoop a small piece of osmanthus cake and put it in his mouth. He immediately felt soft, sweet, and a strange fragrance hit his head, making him feel refreshed, as if floating in the clouds. This feeling was different from anything he had eaten before. As an old man who had walked in big scenes, he had eaten hundreds of delicacies, whether they were delicacies from land and sea or delicious dishes. However, compared with the small osmanthus cake in front of him, all of those delicacies seemed inferior. Young man, you really impress me. Now I think no matter whether this sweet-scented osmanthus cake has medicinal effects or not, as long as it can cure my toothache, I will be very satisfied. Seeing the old man praising Chun Fan so much, Looming Yu on the side was inexplicably jealous. As the old man's granddaughter, she had never been praised like this by her grandfather since she was a child. Grandpa, although Boss Chen's sweet-scented osmanthus cake is indeed delicious, you can't praise him too much. At least give him some room so that he can continue to improve. If he gets proud, it will be a huge loss for our catering industry. Little girl, I know what you're thinking. If you can be half as good as Comrade Chun, I'll wake up laughing in my dreams. Grandpa, could you please stop saying embarrassing things? Haha. Although this sounds embarrassing, it's all true. I'm old. I can't lie in front of you youngsters. Humph. I'm ignoring you. Seeing the grandfather and grandson bickering over his sweet-scented osmanthus cake, Chun Fan couldn't help laughing. He quickly changed the subject and said to the two, "Anyway, I'm very grateful to Miss Liu and the old man for your timely help. If you weren't here, I'm afraid that yellow-haired guy might really succeed. They have been eyeing me for a long time and want me to close down the business. Little brother, don't worry. I'm going to make the final decision today. If your store is closed, I will also close the store of the person who came to cause trouble for you within one day." This statement was made in a very domineering manner. If it weren't for the extremely high status and position, no one would dare to make such a decision. You have to know that behind the yellow-haired man is Su Yuan, and Su Yuan's hotel is just 100 meters away. Although his hotel is incomparable to Lu Mingyu's Foxconn Group, it is still a behemoth compared to his own small shop. Thank you so much, old man. But there are some things I don't want to involve others. I just hope to solve the problem with my own strength. This is also my principle in life. Chapter 25, It is better to rely on yourself than on others. When the old man heard Chun Fan say this, he couldn't help but secretly admire him. In fact, he was skeptical about Chun Fan at the beginning, but after this series of events, Chun Fan's image in his eyes became better and better. He was also quite satisfied with his granddaughter's vision. What are you still standing there for, little girl? Hurry up and give money to this little brother. How come you only care about eating and not paying? At the old man's reminder, Lu Mingyu was slightly stunned, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out her wallet from her pocket, counted out 10,000 yuan from it, and put it on the table in front of Chun Fan. Boss Chun, here is 10,000 yuan. You need to give me another yuan in change. Seeing this, Chun Fan waved his hands repeatedly. He felt that the grandfather and grandson had helped him a lot. If they were not here, he would probably be arrested and taken to the police station. Now that they had eaten 2 bowls of his sweet-scented osmanthus cake, how could he have the nerve to charge such a high price? Of course, Chun Fan needed the money in his heart, but he couldn't go against his conscience. Ms. Liu and Mr. Liu, you must not give so much. You just helped me, and now I want to treat you to a free meal. I still feel indebted. Although I don't have much money, I think people should have the most basic principles and should not ignore everything for the sake of making money. That's not what you said, young man. I know you are a principled person, but you should also understand that if your sweet-scented osmanthus cake works as medicine and can cure my toothache, then its value to me will not be less than this 10,000 yuan. So this is a mutually beneficial result for us. So don't have any concerns. That's right, Boss Chun. My grandfather has been suffering from toothache for decades. He just told me secretly that the moment he ate the sweet-scented osmanthus cake, he felt refreshed and his appetite improved. How can this be bought with 10,000 yuan? After the grandfather and grandson persuaded him, Chun Fan no longer refused. In fact, he wanted to accept the money. As long as he accepted it, his mission would be completed. Moreover, this money was a huge sum for him, but for top rich people like them, it was not even pocket money. Thinking of this, Chun Fan nodded. In that case, I will take the money, but let's make a deal. From today on, when you come to eat in our restaurant again, you can't give me a penny. Otherwise, it will be an insult to me. Hearing Chun Fan say this, the old man couldn't help laughing. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen someone like Chun Fan. He was simple and honest, but he had his own principles. He was obviously very capable, but very low-key. He looked harmless, but he was ruthless when fighting with others. He was a multifaceted person. Okay, okay, young man. With your cooking skills, you will never be unemployed no matter where you go. If you don't want to open a store here in the future, then come find us. At this time, Chun Fan already knew Lu Mingyu's identity, but what surprised him most was the identity of this old man. He felt that if he really didn't open the shop and went to find them one day, he would definitely be much stronger than before. It would be too easy for people with such great abilities like them to help him. Of course, Chun Fan would not give up this small shop easily. It was opened by him and Lin Yuer with great effort. Although it had only been in business for a few days, they must see real results in order to be worthy of Lin Yuer's efforts. Mr. Liu, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no intention of giving up this store at the moment. The old man nodded. In fact, before Chun Fan answered, he had already guessed that Chun Fan would say this. Okay, we finished our meal and paid our bills. If nothing else, we'll go back first. After the old man finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. Just as he walked out the door, Chun Fan suddenly shouted. That, the old man turned around, thinking he had forgotten something, and asked, What's wrong, young man? Mr. Liu, if you think the osmanthus cake you just ate is okay, could you give it a thumbs up? The old man laughed and gave a thumbs up. In his eyes, Chun Fan was becoming more and more interesting. Grandpa, should we invite this boss Chun to participate in the cooking competition? The old man smiled after hearing this. He turned around and glanced at Chun Fan and said, I was thinking the same thing, but I don't know if this young man is willing to participate in the cooking competition. I think he's a relatively low-key person. Grandpa, if such a good chef like him doesn't participate in the cooking competition, then wouldn't it be meaningless for us to hold this cooking competition? This is not only his loss, but also our loss. You little girl, if you want him to participate, can't you just tell him no? I will definitely not stop you. Hey, didn't I want to discuss this with you first? Then I'll go talk to him now. After getting the old man's consent, Lu Mingyu quickly turned around and walked in front of Chun Fan. Brother Chun, I want to tell you something. When Chun Fan saw Lu Mingyu turn around again, he thought there was something wrong with the food he cooked and asked nervously, What's wrong? Is the osmanthus cake not to your taste? Brother Chun, what you said is ridiculous. That sweet-scented osmanthus cake is really good. My grandfather and I are very satisfied. But I think someone is talented, as you must have a bigger platform to show your abilities. This is not only a recognition of your talents, but also allows more people to taste the delicious food. When Lu Mingyu said this, Chun Fan had already vaguely guessed his intention. He nodded and said to Lu Mingyu, Miss Lu, just tell me what you want to say. It's like this. Next month, we will hold a grand cooking competition here. We will invite chefs from all over the country to participate in this competition. I hope Brother Chun can participate. It will be our honor. If Chun Fan didn't know Lu Mingyu's identity, he would most likely refuse this. But now, as the organizer of the cooking competition and the apple of the eye of the boss of Han Hai Group, she personally invited him, and she said it so humbly, which undoubtedly increased Chun Fan's favor. He nodded without hesitation and said to Lu Mingyu, Don't worry, Miss Lu, I will definitely go to this cooking competition. Haha, young man, you must keep going. I still have great confidence in you. After saying this, Lu Mingyu left here with the old man. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chun Fan's mind again. Chapter 26 Double Card. Bite. Congratulations on completing the task. You will receive the following rewards. Reputation plus 20. Money value plus 10,000. Physical strength plus 10%. You still have 75 reputation points away from becoming an intermediate chef. At the same time, you could choose to draw a lottery. If you choose to draw a lottery, you will use half of your reputation points, half of your physical strength points, and half of your money points. Hearing this, Chun Fan was moved again. He had to say that the One Punch Man card he won in the last lottery was indeed quite tempting. If it weren't for that card, he would have been beaten into a bear today. Therefore, Chun Fan wanted to draw again. You have to smoke. As Chun Fan's voice fell, a huge disc popped up in his mind again, still with all kinds of cards on it. In the middle of the disc, a pointer was spinning rapidly. After a few seconds, the pointer stopped. Congratulations on getting the primary double card. Using this card will double your movement speed and strength. The time limit is 10 minutes. Your physical strength will accumulate by 10%, your money will accumulate by 10,000, and your reputation will accumulate by 15%. You're still 85 reputation points away from becoming an intermediate chef. Although half of the reward was used up, Chun Fan was still very happy in his heart, because this doubling card would definitely be very useful at a critical moment. You know, when his physical strength and speed are doubled at the same time, it is equivalent to increasing his overall ability by 4 times. In other words, he can beat 4 people with similar strength at once. Today, it was a fruitful day. Not only did he solve Huang Mao's problem, but he also earned 5,000 yuan. If there is no more harassment from Huang Mao in the future, his shop will surely prosper. Of course, what Chen Fan cares most about is the cooking competition he will participate in next. As a chef, physical strength is also very important. Hubby, what are you doing here? Just as Chen Fan was wondering what kind of task he would face next, Lin Yue suddenly ran over. He seemed a little worried, because this time Chen Fan apparently beat Huang Mao away, but Su Yuan, the force behind Huang Mao, was not hurt at all. Doing this would only lead to greater revenge from Su Yuan. I'm just imagining the future. Didn't you hear what the grandfather and grandson said? I can participate in the cooking competition next month. Lin Yue curled her lips after hearing this. She didn't expect that Chen Fan still had the mind to think about these things. Their store had been open for a few days, but hadn't made a penny. Of course, in fact, Chen Fan had already quietly earned 10,000 yuan. If it weren't for the lottery, he would have actually made 20,000 yuan. It had only been open for 2 days. At this rate, making 1 million or so a year would be no problem at all. Hubby, although I trust you very much, the cooking competition is definitely not as easy as you think. You have to know that the chefs participating in this competition are all top chefs from all over the world. Any chef they pick out would be a top chef in those big hotels. How can we compete with them? Hey, honey, don't worry. There's a saying that goes, there's always a way when you get to the mountain. I have confidence in myself. Well, then I'll wait for your good news. Lin Yue said emotionally. In the next few days, Chen Fan worked hard to practice his cooking skills, and at the same time, he had to guard against Su Yuan and continue to find people to cause trouble. However, strangely, there was no movement, and Chen Fan did not receive any more tasks from the system. This made Chen Fan feel a little bored. There were only a few customers every day, which ensured the most basic daily expenses. Although there were not many people, after eating the dishes made by Chen Fan, almost every one of them would give a thumbs up. This made Chen Fan more determined in his thoughts. He felt that once his shop became famous, it would definitely attract more people. As for the taste, Chen Fan had absolute confidence and assurance. After Chen Fan opened the door in the morning that day, he welcomed one customer the whole morning. Just as he was about to take a break at noon, the voice sounded in his mind again. Bite. New task. Please sell 30 portions of fried shredded potatoes within 2 hours and get likes from customers. Ingredients: potatoes, onions, ginger, garlic, and basic ingredients. The stone has been prepared for you. Now, let's start a new challenge. Upon hearing this task, Chen Fan was so angry that he wanted to curse. He felt that this system was really getting too much. The tasks assigned were more difficult than the last. Although shredded potatoes are easy to make, the system actually asked him to sell 60 servings within 2 hours. Chen Fan didn't have that much time just to cut the potatoes. What's even more terrible is that the number of customers in Chen Fan's store is no more than 5 per day. How can he sell these 60 portions? Is it possible that each of these people can eat more than a dozen portions, and they will also be willing to give him thumbs up? Chen Fan felt that this was an impossible task, and the system was clearly trying to make things difficult for him. 2 hours and 120 minutes, 60 points for shredded potatoes. That means one portion must be sold every 2 minutes. Damn it. You're not just trying to trick me, are you? Chen Fan couldn't help but curse, and then he heard the system say, Dear user, please remain rational and restrained. The system is only responsible for issuing tasks. As for whether you can complete it, that is your own business. The task will start in an hour. I hope you can succeed. Fuck, you're so cruel. Chen Fan knew that no matter how much he complained, this arrogant system would definitely ignore him. So he simply calmed down. There is definitely no way to accomplish this according to normal thinking, so I have to think of a way. The key question is how to find these dozens of people. Chen Fan thought to himself that his physical strength was better now, and his knife skills had improved. So, if he tried hard, he might be able to cut 60 portions of potato shreds within 2 hours. But where can we find these people? Do we have to do a big event like when we first open the business and provide free services? In short, no matter how you look at it, this task is still very difficult. An even greater difficulty is that Lin Yue had some health problems due to overwork in the past few days, so she went to stay at home to recuperate. This situation undoubtedly made things worse for Chen Fan. He decided to hire another waiter. The reason why he didn't do so at the beginning was because the situation had not yet stabilized. But now it is different. He has the help of the system, and the system will occasionally assign him some very difficult tasks. If no one comes to help, the couple may be exhausted to death. Don't make the boss tired to death before you earn any money. There are less than 2 hours left. Can you find a waiter? Chapter 27, Recruiting People. Hello, boss. Is our store hiring? Just when Chun Fan was feeling distressed about hiring waiters, he suddenly heard a woman's voice at the door. She stretched her head and saw a young girl in her 20s. Although she was dressed very rustically, it still couldn't hide her natural beauty. Seeing this scene, Chun Fan was very surprised. This was too much of a coincidence. He just wanted to hire a waiter, and someone came to his door. Is this an arrangement of the system? How old are you, little girl? Where are you from? Don't you go to school? In order to make sure that there were no problems with the people he recruited, Chun Fan wanted to ask about the basic situation first. When the girl with pigtails heard what Chun Fan said, she stood up and said to him obediently, Boss, I'm 18 years old this year. I came from the countryside. I dropped out of school before I was a teenager and stayed at home. Although I didn't go to school, I can recognize a few words. I often do farm work at home, and I like cooking the most. I just arrived in the city these few days, and I want to find a job to settle down. He's so young, and sounds like he should be quite simple and honest. Chun Fan said secretly in his heart. After asking, he found out that the little girl's name was Xiao Bai. He planned to verify it carefully and let the girl show her skills in front of him. After all, the people Chun Fan wanted to recruit were definitely not here to make a living. If they did not have certain abilities, there would be no point in recruiting them. If they could not help him, they would not be able to play a real role. This was something that every boss cared about very much. When Chun Fan worked for others before, his mentality was from the perspective of an employee, but now that he was a boss himself, he would definitely consider everything from the perspective of a boss. Since you said you like cooking, then show us your ability. There's a pile of potatoes in the kitchen. Let me see how long it takes you to cut one. When Xiaobai heard that Chun Fan wanted to test him, he was not only a little nervous, but also had a hint of panic in his eyes. Chun Fan frowned after seeing this, thinking secretly in his heart that this couldn't be a liar, as he hadn't even started the test, and it turned out like this. Of course, you can't judge a book by its cover. Chun Fan decided to test him first. If he can't do it, let him go and then find the next one. If he can do it, he will stay immediately. After all, there is less than an hour left before the task given by the system. Only if Chun Fan is well prepared before the task begins can he complete it and get the reward. You start first? Don't worry, I can't eat people. Xiaobai nodded. He washed his hands and didn't put on an apron. He picked up the kitchen knife beside him and took out the potatoes with his other hand. Then he heard a series of dong, dong, dong sounds. The potatoes, which were originally the size of a fist, turned into thin threads in just a dozen seconds. This technique was so powerful that Chun Fan was extremely surprised when he saw it. This strength was obviously above his. After cutting the potato in his hand, Xiao Bai continued to pick up another one. In a blink of an eye, there were already 5 potatoes on the table. There were so many potatoes that Chun Fan was a little stunned. When he reacted, he quickly waved his hand and said to Xiao Bai, Girl, don't cut it yet. When Xiao Bai heard Chun Fan stopping him, he thought that he was not doing well enough, so he quickly explained, Boss, maybe I haven't worked for a few days, so my hands are a little rusty. Can you give me another chance? I promise I can cut faster. Chun Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. This girl is really amazing. With her current speed, she has already killed many ordinary people in seconds. Even those so-called chefs may not have her speed. As a result, this girl has not yet fully exerted her true strength. The saying that masters are among the people is really true. Girl, that's not what I meant. You passed the test. From now on, you are an employee of our store. Really? When Xiao Bai saw Chun Fan nod, he immediately jumped up excitedly. At this time, he had not put down the kitchen knife in his hand. He jumped up and down while waving the kitchen knife, which scared Chun Fan so much that his blood ran cold. He quickly waved his hand at him and said, What are you doing? Put the knife down first. Xiao Bai then realized that he had indeed lost his composure. He put the knife back on the table with a chuckle. He turned around and looked at the hundreds of potatoes next to him and said to Chun Fan, Boss, are you going to cut all these potatoes? Chun Fan nodded. These potatoes were prepared by the system. According to the previous tasks, the amount given was basically no more and no less. One serving of shredded potatoes required about 2 potatoes. He needed to sell 60 servings, which meant he had to cut all the more than 100 potatoes into shreds. Then leave it to me. I can complete the task in an hour. Well, it would be better if it could be faster. Chun Fan checked the time. There were less than 50 minutes left before the mission started. After the mission started, he would have no time to worry about cutting the potato shreds. He had to fry them every 2 minutes, make a portion of potato shreds, and find customers to sell them. This was also a huge project. Until now, Chen Fan has not figured out how to gather people to buy the shredded potatoes. Who should he sell 60 servings of shredded potatoes to? When you reach the mountain, there will always be a way out. Just take it one step at a time. Chen Fan sighed and began to prepare for what he was going to do next. To stir-fry shredded potatoes, he had to prepare all the necessary condiments and processes. As the saying goes, everything is ready, only the east wind is lacking. Only when all the auxiliary measures are done well, success will come naturally. While Chen Fan was busy here, Su Yuan was standing on the rooftop of his hotel, watching everything happening across from him. He's been very angry these days. Not only was his lackey Huang Mao arrested, but his plan to ruin Chen Fan's restaurant also failed. Although Chen Fan's business is not very good, the few customers still make Su Yuan very unhappy. He is on the top floor of the hotel and can see Chen Fan open for business, as usual, every day. Isn't this a slap in his face? In fact, what gave Su Yuan the most headache was that Chen Fan actually knew Lu Mingyu, the jewel in the crown of Hanhai Group. Lu Mingyu was a well-known figure among them, and even Su Yuan himself could not afford to offend her. In comparison, Su Yuan's hotel is just a local one, while Lu Mingyu's chain group is a national powerhouse. They're at least 2 levels apart in strength, and there is no comparison at all. Chapter 28. Aiding and Abetting Evil. This brat, I don't know if he is lucky in love or just unlucky. Why is there always such a beautiful woman with him? Su Yuan got angry whenever he thought about this matter. Oh, husband, even if that guy is lucky in love, so what? The key is, how can the daughter of the Han High Group fall in love with a poor boy like him? He is not even worthy of carrying her shoes. He is just a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. The person who spoke was Lin Kuer. He was originally a little unhappy, but he wanted to deceive himself, so he deliberately said this to Su Yuan. What was unexpected was that Su Yuan snorted coldly after hearing it. Do you think that all women in the world are like you? Aren't you here with me for money? Aren't you just a toad, wanting to eat swan meat? Facing Su Yuan's ridicule and insults, although Lin Kuer felt uncomfortable at her heart, she dared not say it out loud, because she had already lost Chen Fan's favor. It was her own choice. Su Yuan could only endure it all silently. He had also made up his mind that no matter how much insult he would suffer in the future, he would hold on. This just proved the saying that you have to finish the road you have chosen, even if you have to kneel. Honey, you are really hurtful to say that. I liked you a lot when I was in college. If it weren't for Chen Fan's persistence, I would have kicked him away long ago. Now, I finally have the opportunity to make my own choice. Honey, you must be nice to me. Haha. If I'm not mistaken, you must have said these words to Chen Fan as well. Lin Kuer didn't know how to answer for a moment. He didn't expect that Su Yuan would be so stubborn. Now his trick didn't work, but he couldn't help but answer. After all, the brand name clothes he was wearing, the necklace he wore, and the bag he carried were all bought for him by Su Yuan. Not to mention that Su Yuan insulted him with words. Even if he beat him up, he would not leave. My dear, what happened today? You can't give up on yourself like this. Even though that guy is really a piece of shit, you can't take your anger out on me. I've always been sincere to you. Hearing Lin Kuer say this, Su Yuan's eyes slowly changed. A week ago, when he didn't get Lin Kuer, he thought that Lin Kuer was the goddess of his dreams. But this week, he used money to get Lin Kuer, and the two of them were together every day. Gradually, he no longer had the same interest in Lin Kuer as before. This woman was no different from the women he had met before. This is exactly what people say. What you can't get is the best. Once you get it, it will become boring and even disgusting. Of course, Su Yuan didn't plan to kick Lin Kuer away. First, he hadn't had enough fun, and second, he wanted to use Lin Kuer to deal with Chen Fan. He didn't have any deep hatred with Chen Fan at first, but this time it was different. Chen Fan sent his lackey to prison, which was a provocation to him and seriously damaged his prestige in this area. If he didn't deal with Chen Fan, he wouldn't be able to survive here in the future. If the news got out, he would definitely be ridiculed by his peers. Since you said you were sincere to me, how do you plan to repay me for my efforts? Do you need to do something for me? Oh, my dear, what are you talking about? I am yours now. I will do whatever you ask me to do. As Lin Kuer spoke, she reached out to undress Su Yuan. Obviously, he didn't fully understand Su Yuan's meaning. Su Yuan directly pushed Lin Kuer away and said coldly, I don't have the intention to do this right now. I didn't ask you to do this. Go to the store opened by Chun Fan and smash his factory for me. Try to make as much noise as possible. It would be best if he could close down today. If you can complete the task, I will give you a bag worth 100,000 yuan to satisfy your craving. A bag worth 100,000 yuan? Lin Kuer was going to refuse, but after hearing about such a generous reward, he could no longer control himself. A few days ago, he had just seen the latest Hermes model and had been reluctant to buy it. In fact, this was normal. He had lost his job and did not have much savings. Before, Chin Fan spent less than 100,000 yuan on her in a year. Now Su Yuan wanted to give him such an expensive bag. He had begun to get used to the life of a rich wife. Now he was more determined about his choice. If he followed Chun Fan, he would probably never be able to experience the feeling of the upper class. Don't worry, husband. I promise to complete the task. But what should I do? Huang Mao has already been sent to the police station. If I go down, he will find someone to arrest me. What should I do? Su Yuan frowned when he heard this. He thought Lin Kuer would agree to it without hesitation, but she even wanted to negotiate conditions with him. It seemed that this woman was really greedy. He said coldly, "You stinky woman, I tell you, as long as I tell everyone my conditions, there will be a lot of women who will work hard for me at any time. Do you think I'm too good to you, so you dare to negotiate conditions with me?" Lin Kuer originally wanted Su Yuan to give her some extra gifts, but Su Yuan suddenly got angry, which made him panic, and he quickly explained, "Hey husband, don't be angry. I didn't say I disagree. I just wanted to act coquettishly with you. We are a family now. How can we be so clear about the distinction?" "Humph, you're smart. Today I saw that guy hire another waiter, which means he might make a big move. No matter what he does next, you must make his plan fail completely. I'm waiting for your good news here." After Su Yuan finished speaking, he stretched out his big hand and patted Lin Kuer hard on the back. Lin Kuer knew that this was Su Yuan's warning to her. Although she didn't want to cause trouble, she couldn't resist such a great temptation. Originally, after breaking up with Chun Fan, he didn't want to hear any news about Chun Fan and his sister Lin Yuer, but Su Yuan's jealousy was too strong. He couldn't stand seeing others living a good life. Even if that person's wealth and status were far inferior to his, he would still feel jealous and uneasy. It was because of this mentality that Lin Kuer also lived in an almost perverted mood. Chapter 29. Each takes what it needs. "Then I, dear, will listen to you." Lin Kuer gritted his teeth after a brief hesitation. He knew that Su Yuan was a jealous and controlling person. If he didn't do things according to his ideas, he would not get what he wanted. The two of them were just getting what they wanted. After saying this, Lin Kuer left the hotel directly. He quickly came to the door of Chun Fan's restaurant. Sure enough, he saw that Chun Fan's store had already started to get busy, but business was still very quiet. Lin Kuer couldn't help but sneered, thinking to himself that it was a good thing he didn't choose Chun Fan. This deserted scene was really a world of difference compared to Su Yuan's hotel. He even doubted whether the money Xiao Gan actually earned every day could pay the rent. Su Yuan is really overthinking. In fact, if the trend continues like this, we don't need to worry about him at all. His store will naturally go bankrupt in a short time. Lin Kuer couldn't help but complain. Although he didn't think highly of Chun Fan's restaurant, Su Yuan had already given him an order to disrupt Chun Fan's business today. If he couldn't meet this requirement, he would not be able to get his Hermes brand name bag worth 100,000 yuan. For the sake of the 100,000 yuan, he decided to teach Chun Fan a lesson as revenge for his humiliation of him. "Anyone there?" Chun Fan and Xiao Fong were busy in the kitchen. Chun Fan had to prepare all kinds of condiments and think about the next steps, while looking forward to the arrival of customers. He was actually very conflicted. If the customers didn't come, he couldn't complete the task, but if all the customers came at once, he might ruin his reputation because of the rush. Therefore, Chun Fan hoped that these customers could continue to come one by one. Just as he was looking forward to it, a woman's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Chun Fan was overjoyed and quickly put down the work in his hands and went out quickly. He looked at the time, and there was still half an hour before the mission started. This time is just right. With this half hour, I could prepare a lot of things and then serve the dishes directly in one go. Chun Fan thought silently in his heart, but when he walked out of the kitchen and came to the hotel lobby, the joyful expression on his face suddenly changed. "Why is it you?" Chun Fan frowned and asked coldly. Lin Kuer was actually very uncomfortable with Chun Fan's questioning, because although the two of them were now at odds with each other and were no longer in the same world, they had been as close as one for nearly 3 years. The relationship of these years was gone just like that. No matter who it was, no matter how snobbish and cold-blooded Lin Kuer was, he would still feel a little regretful. What's going on? Isn't this a restaurant? Can't I come and eat as a customer? Lin Kier asked back. Kur, why are you here? Just when Chen Fan wanted to kick Lin Kuter out, he suddenly heard Lin Yuer's voice coming from outside the door. It turned out that Lin Yuer was worried about recuperating at home, so he wanted to come over to help Chen Fan. As a result, he saw Lin Kuter before he entered the store. Although he was a little disgusted with Lin Kur, she was his biological sister after all. He always felt that his sister was deceived by Su Yuan's sweet words. This Su Yuan didn't really like his sister at all, but just coveted his body. So as a sister, she felt that she had the obligation to pull Lin Kuer out of the fire pit, and even said that as long as Lin Kuer was willing, he could reconcile with his sister at any time, just like before. But Lin Yuer didn't know that the reason Lin Kuer came to their hotel this time was actually Su Yuan's idea. He just came to cause trouble. Lin Yuer thought so, but it was just his own wishful thinking. Can't I come? Am I disturbing your world of two? Lin Kuer was obviously a little cold towards Lin Yuer's enthusiasm, but Lin Yuer felt that she was the elder sister after all, not to mention that she and Chun Fan were now legally married. As his ex-girlfriend with whom he had been in love for 3 years, it was understandable that Lin Kuer had a grudge and even hostility towards her. He wanted to use his love to resolve the awkwardness between the sisters. Kuer, what are you talking about? I just want to show my concern. What do you want to eat? I'll ask Chun Fan to make you one. His cooking is really delicious now. I guess you haven't tasted it before. If Lin Yuer's previous words could still play a role in comforting and reconciling, then Lin Kier's face changed immediately after the last 2 sentences. Chun Fan didn't know how to cook during the 3 years they were in love. It's not that Chun Fan didn't want to cook, but Lin Kier felt that Chun Fan's cooking was not delicious. What's more, he liked the elegant feeling of those restaurants outside. He was a woman who pursued quality. He didn't want to live the kind of secular life of firewood, rice, oil, and salt. It was for this reason that she dumped her boyfriend, who she had been in love with for 3 years. But the problem was that Chun Fan's cooking skills were really not good at that time. So how could Chun Fan improve his cooking skills in just a few days? Could it be that Lin Yuer specially learned cooking skills for Chun Fan's new girlfriend? Or that Xiao Gan could actually cook well all the time, but just didn't do it seriously because he didn't love her enough? Anyway, no matter what the reason was, Lin Yuer's words once again broke Lin Kier's defense. He frowned tightly, decided not to talk nonsense, and went straight to the kitchen. Oh, Boss Chun is still quite generous? He can't even afford the rent for his own house, and he actually hired a waiter. But why does this waiter look so rustic? Where did he find this country bumpkin? Lin Kuter's words were very unpleasant. The country bumpkin he mentioned was obviously Xiao Fang. However, Xiao Fang did not bother to argue with him. At the moment, he was concentrating on cutting potato shreds. He put all his attention on the potato shreds because Xiaogan had already given him an order to finish cutting all the potato shreds within an hour. Lin Kuer, what on earth are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Haha, Boss Chun is really lucky. You said that you don't have a single customer here in a day, and I finally showed mercy and came to take care of your business, but you don't even welcome me. Am I being a little too self-indulgent? I don't know if you're being sentimental or not. I just hope you leave quickly, otherwise I will. Chapter 30, Are You Here to Cause Trouble? What do you want, Chun Fan? You are not going to hit me, are you? When did you become so violent? Did you learn from my sister? But my sister doesn't seem to be that kind of person. Are you going crazy because you didn't do your business well? Lin Kuer's words became more and more outrageous, and Chun Fan knew that this woman would definitely fight with him today. Just when he was about to drive Lin Kuer out, Lin Yuer suddenly grabbed his arm and said to him, Chun Fan, don't be like this no matter what. She is my sister. If you treat her like this, how can I explain it to my parents in the future? Hearing this, Chun Fan hesitated again. Lin Yuer was right. No matter how much he hated Lin Kuer, they were sisters after all. They saw each other every day at home. What's more, now Lin Kuner's parents were Chun Fan's parents-in-law. No matter how much the old couple liked him as a son-in-law, they would never lose love for their daughter because of him. Seeing that Chun Fan stopped talking, Lin Yuer quickly tried to smooth things over and said to Lin Kier, Kier, you probably didn't have lunch, so let Chun Fan cook something for you. I saw him cutting potatoes in the kitchen, so why not let him cook some potatoes for you? Then I'll have to trouble Chef Chun. After saying that, Lin Kuer didn't hesitate and sat down on one of the benches. Chun Fan sighed. He knew that if he couldn't meet Lin Kuer's request today, this woman would definitely stay and not leave, which would delay his own business. Moreover, the time for the mission to start was getting closer and closer. Before the mission started, Chun Fan made a plug thread for Lin Kuer and sent her away quickly. The stone would not affect his mission. Once the mission started, he would have no extra thoughts to think about other things. Thinking of this, Chun Fan no longer hesitated. He quickly went to the back kitchen and began to put the shredded potatoes and some onions, ginger and garlic into the pot with skillful techniques and quickly started stir-frying. Now, cooking this dish was not a problem at all for Chun Fan. It was done in just a few minutes. Chun Fan told Xiao Fang to bring the dish to Lin Kuer. Stop. Xiao Fang put the fried shredded potatoes on the table in front of Lin Kuer. Just as she turned around to leave, she heard Lin Kuer yelling. Xiao Fang was stunned for a moment, then turned around to see Lin Kuer with her eyes wide open. What's the matter, miss? Xiao Fang didn't know what was going on, so she asked immediately. Lin Kuer snorted coldly and said in a very intimate tone, Are you a waiter, a country bumpkin? Don't you know what service is? You threw the dishes here and left without even saying a word. Is this how you serve? Obviously, Lin Kuer was just nitpicking. Even if what he said made some sense, Xiao Fang had just come from the countryside after all, and she didn't have a clear understanding of these so-called services. What's more, Xiao Fang said nothing and did nothing, while Lin Kuer was aggressive. The two of them had shown a very big difference in this regard. To outsiders, it was obvious that Lin Kuer was more uncultured and impolite. However, despite this, Xiao Fang still apologized to Lin Kuer repeatedly because he didn't want to delay Chun Fan's business with his work mistakes. If he offended the customers because of him, he would feel very guilty, and he might even lose his job. I am sorry. This is my first time as a waiter. I didn't know there were things I needed to pay attention to. I'm really sorry. As a girl from the countryside, and working in a big city for the first time, Xiao Fang had never thought that there would be so much evil in this world. She thought that her apology would make the other party forgive her, but the fact was just the opposite. The more she apologized, the more arrogant Lin Kuer became. You wild girl from the countryside, I'm telling you, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. If you continue to be so uneducated, I'll make you pay for it. Lin Kuer said that others were uneducated, but in fact, he didn't know how many dirty words he had said from the beginning to now. At this time, Chun Fan was on the verge of exploding. He felt that he couldn't let Lin Kuer continue to act like this, because he knew Lin Kuer very well. The more you give in to him, the more arrogant he will be. It is impossible for him to stop when he sees the good. But when Chun Fan was about to drive Lin Kuer out, Lin Kuer shook her head at him, and finally Chun Fan softened his heart. It's better not to bother him. Let him complain a few words. He might get bored and leave later. Chun Fan thought that now that Lin Kuer had said this, he didn't want to waste any more time. At the same time, two guests had already walked into the store, and Chun Fan decided to entertain them first. He looked down at the two guests again, and there were still about 10 minutes before their mission began. Chun Fan was very happy to see these two customers. If Lin Kuer was included, he could sell 3 copies. Although there was still a big gap from the 60 points the system said, at least the gap was narrowing, which was the most gratifying thing and gave people a glimmer of hope. Oh my God, what on earth is this? Why is it so disgusting? I feel like it smells worse than the garbage in the trash can. You don't want to sell food like this to customers anymore, do you? Just as Chun Fan was about to entertain customers, he suddenly heard someone say loudly. This person was Lin Kuer. Chun Fan couldn't help but frown when he heard this. If Chun Fan could accept Lin Kuer's behavior at the beginning, then now Lin Kuer's behavior had become more and more serious, which has completely made Chun Fan lose his patience. More importantly, there are only 2 customers coming to eat, and his business has just started to improve, but Lin Kuer is actually thinking of ruining the deal. If Chun Fan continues to endure it at this time, then he has no principles at all. Lin Kuer, what do you mean by this? Why do you have to go against us at every turn? We haven't offended you, and you're talking nonsense in front of so many people. Can you get any benefit from it? The person who said this was Lin Kuer's sister Lin Kuer. In fact, as a sister, Lin Kuer was very tolerant. She had always wanted to use her love to influence Lin Kuer so that she could turn over a new leaf and become a normal woman again. But it turned out that he was too naive. Now Lin Kuer would not listen to him anymore. Instead, she was particularly disgusted with him. She was very jealous and thought that her sister and Chun Fan were in collusion. I also want to know why you ask me this. Is your own food not tasty or clean? Are you looking for trouble with me? Chapter 31, don't miss it. Obviously, Lin Kuer was just making up stories. Before Chun Fan could explain, he continued. Think about it. When was it? This store was first reported to have cockroaches and rats. Their owner actually fried a serving of shredded potatoes in just a few minutes. I suspect these shredded potatoes are leftovers from the past. Lin Kier continued to indulge in his own world. He felt that as long as he could disrupt this situation, his bag worth 100,000 yuan would come to him soon. At this moment, several guests came in from outside and happened to hear Lin Kier making a scene. Especially when they heard the words cockroach and rat. They turned around and left in fear. At this moment, Chun Fan could no longer tolerate him. Without saying a word, he quickly stood in front of Lin Kier and said to him coldly with his fiery eyes, "Get out of here now, as far away as you can. If you continue to be here, making trouble and misleading people, I will throw you out." Chun Fan had never been so angry before. This was the first time he had been so angry at someone since he was a child. In fact, the real reason why Chun Fan was angry was not because of Lin Kier's slander against him, but because of his disappointment in Lin Kier. He could never have imagined that the girl he loved so much back then would even be at the stage of discussing marriage. It was such a person who could actually sell her soul for money and pleasure. Lin Kier was not a fool. He knew that he had angered Chun Fan, who was on the verge of a painful collapse. If he continued talking, Chun Fan might really beat him up, so he stopped in time, waved his hand, and turned to walk towards the door. "Just go. Do you think I like eating here? I'm used to big hotels and high-end restaurants. Only those poor people living at the bottom of society like to eat here." After saying this, Lin Kier completely disappeared from the door. At this moment, Chun Fan clenched his fists tightly. If he hadn't been afraid of the bad influence, he might have rushed up and beat Lin Kier up. At this moment, not to mention Chun Fan, even Lin Kier's biological sister, Lin Yuer, could not accept this reality. He couldn't help but sigh. "My sister has disappeared from this world. She has become a complete stranger. This person is not my sister." However, Chun Fan had no time to care about Lin Kier. The most important thing was to complete the system's tasks. Originally, 5 or 6 customers had come to his store, but now, because of Lin Kier's words, they left again. Only the original 2 were left. In addition, Lin Kier did not give a good review after eating. So even if the original 2 customers could give a good review, Chun Fan would still need at least 58 tasks. This gave Chun Fan a headache. He decided to ask his friends and relatives with whom he had more frequent contact to come over and help, or to find a few acquaintances. However, what was embarrassing was that after these people answered the call from Chun Fan, they all chose to refuse because they all knew that Chun Fan didn't have any special abilities and it was impossible for him to come here just to eat a bowl of fried shredded potatoes. This was really ridiculous. "Xiaogan, if you want to treat us to a meal in the future, go to a slightly better place. This way, we won't lose face and others will be willing to show their support. All you ask for is fried shredded potatoes. Are you kidding us?" "That's right, Chun Fan. Your classmates all know that you're not doing well and have no money, but no one is forcing you to treat everyone to a meal, right? You can first accumulate wealth and then treat everyone to a decent meal. As for the fried shredded potatoes, forget it." These classmates and friends spoke rather bluntly. In their eyes, Chun Fan was not a successful person. Even though some people knew that Chun Fan had opened a restaurant, they all thought that Chun Fan must have rented the storefront with a loan. So now Chun Fan not only had no money, but was in debt. Therefore, no one wanted to contact Chun Fan easily, for fear that Chun Fan would lend them money. "Bite. The mission has begun. This mission will be closed in 2 hours. Come on." Just as Chun Fan continued to think of a solution, he suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind. He shivered with fear and was told that the mission had already begun. Where can I find so many people? Chun Fan began to think about it secretly, and Lin Yuer was a little surprised to see Chun Fan's sad face. Because he didn't know the task Chun Fan was facing, he was also curious why Chun Fan made so many fried potato shreds in the kitchen and called his relatives and friends to come over to eat. Could it be that this was a new dish that Chun Fan had learned and wanted to show it off in front of his relatives and friends? "Hubby, tell me if you have any difficulties. Maybe I can help you think of a solution. I'm going to set myself a challenge to sell 60 portions of fried potato shreds within 2 hours and get their likes and praise. I've sold 2 just now, and now I still need 58 more." Forehead. Although Lin Yuer didn't understand why Chun Fan had to choose stir-fried shredded potatoes when there were so many dishes, and why she had to cook it for 2 hours, she always gave unconditional support to her husband. "Honey, I think it's impossible to sell so many fried potato shreds using normal methods. How about we have a discount promotion? 1 yuan for potato shreds. How about I write a sign at the door to attract customers?" "Good." Chun Fan nodded. In fact, Chun Fan had thought about giving the food away for free, but he was worried that Lin Yuer would have objections. From Lin Yuer's perspective, every order from the opening to now has been a loss-making business. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuer would take the initiative to propose a discount promotion. A woman like this is really rare. A few minutes later, Lin Yuer had finished the sign and placed it at the door. Then he stood at the door and shouted loudly, "Don't miss it if you pass by. Attention everyone. You can eat shredded potatoes for 1 yuan. All you need is a like." The little monkey's shouting was very beautiful. Chin Fan had never seen him like this before. It's no wonder that after Lin Yuer's shouting, there was some effect. Soon, 7 or 8 people gathered at the door. They were all talking about how many customers there were. Some even walked into the store. Chin Fan and Xiao Fang hurriedly got busy. Chapter 32, Big Promotion. In half an hour, more than 20 customers came to the store and ate shredded potatoes for $1. Because the price was cheap and the taste was really good, everyone gave it a thumbs up. Chin Fan worked harder and harder. Now they were still 40 servings away from their goal, and they only had less than an hour and 20 minutes. In other words, they needed to sell 1 serving of shredded potatoes every 2 minutes. Chun Fan did not dare to relax at all, because the situation was still very serious. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Chin Fan was still waiting for customers, a very loud noise suddenly came from the road opposite him. He raised his eyebrows and looked over to find that the restaurant opposite was also holding an event. This big hotel is opened by none other than Su Yuan. They have put up an even more resounding slogan: 1 yuan for chicken and 10 yuan for a dinner. It was obvious that Su Yuan's purpose was to humiliate Chun Fan and make him give in. According to the trend just now, Chun Fan still had a chance to complete the task. Now, after such a mess, I'm afraid things will become more difficult. If it were anyone, who wouldn't want to spend the same money to eat at a big hotel? This Su Yuan is really ruthless. In order to deal with me, he even started a business that loses money. Not to mention that Su Yuan's promotional activity was very effective. After just a few minutes, dozens of people gathered at the entrance of the hotel and started the scheduled activities. The people who were originally watching at the entrance of Chun Fan Hotel also dispersed. If this continues, there won't be anyone left. Chun Fan sighed. It seemed that he could not complete this mission. Seeing Chun Fan's mood getting lower and lower, Xiao Fang came out quickly. At this moment, he had already completed his task of cutting vegetables. "Boss, do you want to find more customers? Maybe I can help you find them." Chun Fan seemed very surprised. He had never thought about it in this regard before. After all, Xiao Fang was a girl from the country who was unfamiliar with the city. How could she possibly help him? Seeing Chun Fan's suspicion, Xiao Fang quickly explained, "Boss, it's like this. There are many people from our village who come to Tiandu to work. My brother and sister-in-law are working on a construction site not far from here. It's almost time for them to get off work. I'll call them and see if they can find some workers to come over." Chun Fan was particularly happy about Xiao Fang's suggestion. "Oh, little girl, if you had told me in advance. Contact him quickly. Hurry up. As long as you can find more than 40 people this time, I will give you a big red envelope of 1,000 yuan today." Xiao Fang, who had already taken out her cell phone, became excited when she heard that Chun Fan was going to give her a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. She quickly called her brother. Sure enough, her brother on the other end of the phone was preparing to eat after get off work. When he heard Xiao Fang say that there was a restaurant serving fried shredded potatoes here and that a serving cost only 1 yuan, he was very happy and quickly came over here with a group of coworkers. Since the price offered by Chun Fan was very cheap, he hired more than 50 workers this time. For a while, Chun Fan's shop was crowded with people and looked very lively. What's that? Su Yuan, standing on the rooftop of the hotel, looked at Chun Fan's restaurant across the street. It suddenly became bustling and lively. His face darkened in an instant. He frowned and glanced at Lin Kuer beside him and said coldly, "Didn't you just say that you had messed up his restaurant? Why are there more and more people now? Did you follow the task I assigned to you?" Lin Kuer was also very embarrassed at this moment. He had indeed tried his best, because if he continued talking in that situation, Chun Fan would beat him up. In order to completely stop Chun Fan, he also proposed that Su Yuan do the same discount promotion, which was something that Su Yuan's hotel had never done since it opened, because they disdained to regard any of the surrounding restaurants as their competitors. However, Su Yuan had already followed Lin Kuer's proposal completely, and Chun Fan's restaurant was still doing a booming business, which made him feel like he was being fooled. He even began to suspect that Lin Kuer had teamed up with Chun Fan to tease him. "My dear, I don't know what's going on, but judging by the way those people are dressed, They seem to be from a nearby construction site. They are not serious customers, but people at the bottom of society who have no purchasing power. I don't care whether they are decent or not, or whether they have the spending power or not. Hurry up and get them to leave that guy's store and come to our hotel for dinner. If you can get half of them, I'll still buy you a bag. If you can't, then you can just wait for me to punish you. Lin Kuer was so embarrassed at the moment. She didn't expect Su Yuan to be so jealous of Chun Fan. You know, Su Yuan never took these construction workers seriously before because they were not the customer group of his hotel. Their consumption level was very low. A casual meal in the hotel would cost hundreds or even thousands of yuan, and the monthly income of those construction workers was only so much. But now, in order to go against Chun Fan, Su Yuan actually regarded these construction workers as his potential customers. Where are my husband and his friends going to eat? How can I interfere? They're all dirty. What if they ruin my clothes? Lin Kuer looked a little aggrieved, but the more he acted like this, the more Su Yuan became disgusted. He glanced at Lin Kuer coldly and said, "Aren't these clothes on you bought by me? Now I'm asking you to do something, and you're talking nonsense. If you do this again, I'll strip you of your clothes and throw them on the street. I don't think you dare to pretend in front of me." After Su Yuan said this, Lin Kuer finally shut up completely. He knew that he had no choice and no way out, so he gritted his teeth and started walking downstairs. Soon he came to the side of the construction workers. Some of the construction workers had not had time to go in at this time, because Chun Fan's store could only accommodate more than 30 people, so there were nearly 20 people standing at the door. "What are you guys doing standing here? Don't you see there's a hotel across the street? They're also having a discount. I suggest you go there and try some. It's definitely better than here." Chapter 33, Go Against. Although Lin Kuer worked very hard, after he finished speaking, the workers all looked at the big hotel next door and looked very upset. With their status and income, how could they possibly eat at a hotel of this level? Normally, after get off work, they would just eat something at a street stall to fill their stomachs. If Xiaofang hadn't called them today, they wouldn't have come to the city to eat. However, Chun Fan's restaurant was discounted to only $1 per meal, so they were very happy. It was cheaper than what they usually ate. "Little sister, we are all poor people. We just need to eat whatever we can on weekdays. We don't earn much, so we can't eat in a hotel like this. No matter how enthusiastic you are, we can't afford it." Lin Kuer knew that these guys couldn't afford it. If Su Yuan hadn't asked him to persuade them, he wouldn't bother with these poor guys. Because of this, although he hated these dirty workers in his heart, he still had to put on a very happy face and explain to them with a smile. "Oh, brothers, you misunderstood. Although our hotel is very high-end, we are holding a special event today. It only costs 10 yuan to give you a full meal. No matter how poor you are, you can definitely afford 10 yuan. Hearing this, the workers hesitated for a moment. The girl was right. They could indeed afford 10 yuan. Just when they wanted to go in, a girl suddenly ran out of Chun Fan's restaurant and stood in front of them. Don't listen to this woman. You believed her when she said 10 yuan. There are many tricks in hotels like this. 10 yuan is just the most basic consumption. Once you're taken in, she will use various means to make you empty your wallet." The person who said this was none other than Xiaofang. After the previous contact, Xiaofang already had a clear understanding of Lin Kuer, and he knew that this woman was not a good person. Lin Kuer didn't expect that he had almost convinced these workers, but suddenly a Chung Yao Jin appeared and pulled them back. This made him furious, but he had no way to do anything. It was obvious that these workers knew the little girl. "Don't leave. Didn't you just agree on this? Why are you going back on your word now? Are you still men?" Lin Kuer's tone began to sound impatient, and her attitude became rude. The workers were still a little hesitant, but now seeing Lin Kuer's attitude suddenly change 180 degrees, some of them began to be glad that they did not go in. If they had gone in, it would definitely be exactly like what Xiaofang said, and they would definitely be regarded as a pig-killing scam. "Little sister, you'd better give up on this idea. We are not the same kind of people. We will never listen to you. Bye, you bastards." Lin Kuer was so angry that her mouth bulged, and she cursed fiercely, but it was meaningless to change the situation. In this situation, Lin Kuer had to give up on him. She couldn't just rush into Chun Fan's store and pull these people back. His rude behavior in the store before had already challenged Chun Fan's limit. If he dared to go in again, I'm afraid Chun Fan might not be able to help but beat him up. With no other choice, Lin Kuer had to go back in disgrace, but before he had taken a few steps, he saw Su Yuan coming to him angrily. "You stinky woman, what do you mean? Didn't I ask you to bring all these people back? Why didn't you bring anyone back? It seems to me that you were still interested in that boy." Do you want to deliberately join him to go against me? Lin Kier also looked very aggrieved when she heard Su Yuan scolding. She quickly said, "Husband, how can you say that to me? I have lost interest in that guy for a long time. Now, the only feeling between him and me is hatred. But these workers don't listen to me at all. I can't do anything about them. Please, don't give me these problems anymore, okay?" Seeing Lin Kuer's pitiful look, Su Yuan not only did not feel sorry for her, but pushed her away and said coldly, "What a useless waste. Forget about the 100,000 yuan bag, and I don't want to give you 10 yuan. Now you don't need to worry about me. Teach others, and I won't say any more nonsense to that kid." After saying this, Su Yuan picked up his phone and made a call. Soon he saw a man in his 30s walking over. This man was wearing a black uniform and sunglasses. He was tall and strong. He was the security captain of Su Yuan's hotel. The captain of the security team was called Zhang Long. He had learned martial arts when he was young and worked out regularly, so he had a very good physique. 4 or 5 ordinary people could not get close to him. In addition to being the captain of the security team, the security guards would sometimes follow Su Yuan and act as his bodyguards. "Master, what do you want?" Zhang Long quickly walked up to Su Yuan and asked with a smile. "There's something I need you to help me with. The owner of this restaurant is a young man about my age. His name is Chun Fan. He recently opened a restaurant here to go against me. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. When he gets off work at night, follow him all the way to a place with few people and beat him up for me." "No problem, master. But how should I deal with him? I'm afraid if I use too much force, I might kill him." Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "As long as you don't kill him, everything will be fine. It doesn't matter if he loses his arms and legs. Don't worry, your relationship with me will definitely keep you safe." Zhang Long smiled and said, "Okay, young master, this is not a difficult task for me. I believe I can easily handle it by myself." "Haha, I know your strength, but that kid is very smart. Don't be careless. As long as you can complete the task successfully, I will definitely not let you suffer any loss." The two of them smiled at each other as they spoke. Lin Kuer heard it clearly from the side. He felt a chill down his spine. To be honest, although he was very dissatisfied with Chun Fan's current behavior, they had been in love for 3 years after all. Now that someone wanted to cause Chun Fan real and fatal harm, he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. Chun Fan, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for not helping you. I don't have any other options." Chapter 34. Worries. As for Chun Fan, when the time was up, he had completed the task ahead of schedule. Although he was very busy during these 2 hours, he had a good helper, which enabled him to grasp the right measure at all times. At least when it came to cutting and serving vegetables, he had no worries at all. As a result, Chun Fan had a great liking for Xiao Fang. He felt that this country girl could definitely become his right-hand man. Therefore, when the guests left one after another and Chun Fan sat on a chair to rest, he said to Xiao Fang, "Girl, today is really thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do." "Boss, what are you talking about? I just did my best. Besides, if it weren't for the boss, how could my brother and those coworkers have such a cheap and delicious fried potato shreds?" In Xiao Fang's eyes, Chun Fan was indeed a good man, because he didn't know that Chun Fan was on a mission. He just saw Chun Fan selling dozens of fried potato shreds, almost for free. At the end of the day, although he was tired like a dog, it was not even enough to pay for the basic water, electricity, and rent. "Boss, you sell the food so cheaply. How do you make money?" Facing Xiao Fang's doubts, Chun Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. I have my own way. By the way, I don't think I have told you about the salary before. Let's talk about it first to avoid disputes in the future. I will set your salary based on your ability. If you have no objection, then I will tell you." "Good." Xiao Fang's eyes were full of anticipation. Although she knew that Chun Fan was a good boss, she also understood that she was just a working girl who had just come to the city from the countryside. Before coming to Chun Fan's restaurant, she also asked about several jobs, including restaurant waiter, but the salary offered by those people was less than 2,000 yuan a month, probably because they thought she looked too unsophisticated. In Xiao Fang's opinion, as long as Chun Fan could offer him a salary of more than 2,000, he would be very satisfied. But in Chun Fan's eyes, things became completely different. He believed that Xiao Fang was not only very capable, but also very simple and innocent. Such people were rare. Moreover, she had helped him so much today. Maybe he would need those workers again in the future. Therefore, Chun Fan planned to use the last system monetary reward as Xiao Fang's salary. 5,000 yuan a month, what do you think? 5. When Xiao Fang heard this number, she opened her mouth wide, and it took her a long time to recover. She never dreamed that she could get a salary of 5,000 yuan for her first job. This salary was almost the same as what her brother earned on the construction site. As a girl, she was definitely a high-income earner in their village. Because of this, Xiaofang was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows when he saw him like this and asked, "Why are you silent? Are you not satisfied with the salary?" "Satisfied, satisfied. Boss, you are so kind. You're simply a living bodhisattva who complains about hardships." Xiaofang couldn't help but jump up as he spoke. If Lin Yuer hadn't been standing next to him, he probably wouldn't have been able to help but hug Chun Fan and kiss him. However, Lin Yuer's eyes were full of surprise and even some incomprehension at this moment. He also saw Xiaofang's performance, and he knew that she was a girl who was diligent, capable, and very kind. However, a salary of 5,000 yuan was still a bit exaggerated. Most of the waiters nearby would not earn more than 3,000 yuan, and being able to get 4,000 yuan was already amazing. But Chen Fan offered him 5,000 yuan right away. What does that mean? Of course, Lin Yuer is most worried about the operation of their restaurant. Their monthly water, electricity, and rent are at least 5,000 yuan, and now add one person's salary, which means they have to make at least 10,000 yuan a month to cover costs. But they now have only a few guests every day, sometimes even only one guest a day. It is impossible to make 10,000 yuan in a month. Will Chun Fan have to pay out of his own pocket to support a waiter? Chun Fan, have you really thought about it? Lin Yuer didn't say it explicitly, but just gave a subtle reminder. Chun Fan naturally understood what Lin Yuer meant. He patted Lin Yuer's shoulder gently and said, "Don't worry, dear. All the decisions I made were carefully considered." "Well, I believe you." In fact, Lin Yuer also likes this girl from the countryside in her heart, because her simplicity and kindness are definitely not what those so-called beauties can show. Inner beauty is more likable than outer beauty. Time soon came to night. Xiaofang didn't rent a house, so she stayed in the hotel temporarily so that she could help Chun Fan and look after the hotel. Chun Fan and Lin Yuer closed the door and went back to the rental house, as usual. When they passed a small intersection, they suddenly felt a figure swaying behind them. Chun Fan turned around and found that there was a dark man walking towards him more than 10 meters away. Chun Fan suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. He felt that he was a little careless. After all, their store's business was so good today, and the black gangs might come to retaliate. This time, it might be someone he found. He didn't care, but if Lin Yuer was implicated, he would be very upset. "Hubby, why did you stop?" Chun Fan pointed, and Lin Yuer looked behind him. Only then did she realize that someone was staring at them, and that person was getting closer and closer to them. Lin Yuer was a little scared and quickly hid behind Chun Fan. They're now in a small alley far away from the city. There are not many people here during the day, and it is even more sparsely populated at night. There are no street lights or cameras here, and only lights in the distance can allow them to see the road a little. When the black shadow came closer, Chun Fan could see his appearance clearly. He knew that this man was the security captain of Su Yuan Hotel. He had seen him once 2 days ago. It seemed that Su Yuan was clearly looking for trouble with him this time. "Dude, you're still following us so late at night. Are you homeless?" Zhang Long heard Chun Fan's words, raised his eyebrows, and said coldly, "Stinky boy, things have come to this point, and you can still joke. It seems that your mentality is not bad." Chapter 35, A Comparison. Chun Fan no longer tried to hide his true feelings in response to Zhang Long's straightforward words. He snorted coldly and said, "I know who you are, and I've heard of your reputation, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. If you really push me too far, I won't rule out a fight to the bitter end. It's not certain who will win by then." "Ha ha, you brat. I don't know who gave you that confidence. Do you really think that I can be dealt with by just anybody? I want to see how you can fight to the death with me." When Zhang Long said this, he suddenly took out a 1-meter-long stick from his waist and swung it directly at Chun Fan's head. His strength was definitely not comparable to that of the yellow-hair guy before, because the yellow-hair guy was just a gangster, while Zhang Long was a real thug who had been struggling in the society for many years. It was impossible for ordinary people to beat him. However, this time he chose the wrong opponent, because Chun Fan was no longer the same Chun Fan as before. Now he had a doubling card in his hand. As long as he encountered danger, this card would automatically take effect, and then his speed and strength would all be doubled. Because of this, at the moment when the stick in Zhang Long's hand was about to touch Chun Fan's head, he found that Chun Fan actually dodged it with a very relaxed posture. Zhang Long was extremely surprised. He was still very confident in his abilities. As far as he knew, Chen Fan had not received any professional training, so how could he dodge his attacks so easily? Of course, there was no time for Zhang Long to think too much, because soon Chen Fan's counterattack came. He immediately clenched his fist, aimed at Zhang Long's back, and punched him directly. With a thud, Zhang Long fell to the ground like a hound. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and got up from the ground immediately. But even so, he could no longer accept this embarrassing situation. Good fellow, no wonder you were so arrogant. It turns out you are really capable. But since you're like this, there's no need for me to be so polite. Today I must compete with you. It's either you die or I live. Before Chen Fan could reply, Zhang Long took the stick in his hand again, and this time he aimed directly at Chen Fan's vital parts. But before he could make contact, Chen Fan heard a heavy scream and then fell to the ground and didn't have time to stand up for a long time. Such a scene was simply shocking. Lin Yue, who was standing aside, was very worried about Chen Fan at first, but when did her man become so powerful that he could kill a security captain who had been in society for so many years in seconds? Husband, you are so awesome. Do you want to call the police? Let the police arrest this guy. Chen Fan shook his head. It seemed a bit inappropriate to call the police now, because he, as a victim, was unharmed, while the other party, as the troublemaker, was seriously injured, which made the police very embarrassed. However, the matter could not be let go. He picked up Zhang Long from the ground and said to him with a gloomy look, "When you go back, tell Su Yuan clearly that if he continues to cause trouble for me like this, it will be him or you who will fall to the ground next time. You will regret this, you little brat. How dare you mess with young Master Su Yuan? Do you know how powerful he is? You're not a small figure like me." I have to say that Zhang Long is really loyal. Even at this point, he is still helping Su Yuan to flatter him. Even at this moment, he didn't even realize why he was so confused and was instantly defeated by Chen Fan. You better take care of yourself. You have such limited ability, yet you still want to be someone's bodyguard. Can you protect yourself? Lin Yue couldn't help but utter a mocking remark. Under such circumstances, Zhang Long wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury himself in it. Okay, dear, let's go. This kind of person is unreasonable. He is willing to work like a dog for others, but in the eyes of others, he is actually worse than a dog. Chen Fan smiled, then left with Lin Yue. In fact, Chen Fan did not dare to stay too long, because the doubling card he used could only last for 10 minutes. If he waited longer, the doubling card would lose its effect, and Zhang Long would definitely stand up and kill him. On their way back, Lin Yue was still a little worried, because he felt that the feud between Chen Fan and Su Yuan was now complete. If it was possible to ease it before, then from today on, Su Yuan would definitely make Chen Fan his main target, and then they would no longer have a good life. Hubby, now we have to be prepared at all times. Su Yuan will definitely not let us go. You have to know that even if he beats us up, he will only humiliate us further. The result will not change. It is better to resist. Lin Yue nodded. Now he and Chen Fan have truly merged into one. No matter what difficulties Chen Fan will encounter next, he will cooperate and always stand behind Chen Fan to support him. He now only hopes that his sister Lin Kier can turn back in time. After all, Su Yuan can do such a dirty and despicable thing, so he must not be a good person in nature. Okay, you've been tired all day. You should take a rest. There may be more challenges to do tomorrow. Bye. After Lin Yue rested, Chen Fan sat alone on the balcony in a daze, and then the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Congratulations on completing the mission. You will receive the following rewards: reputation plus 50, physical strength plus 20, and money plus 20,000. Would you like to participate in the lottery? The lottery will be. It's a must. This time, Chen Fan interrupted the system before it finished speaking. He now felt that this lottery session was crucial to him, because these cards could save his life at the critical moment every time. If he did not draw in order to save his physical strength and money, he would most likely die at the critical moment. Only when he has the ability to protect these riches will his wealth become valuable. After Chen Fan finished speaking, the familiar disc jumped out again. After spinning for a few seconds, it finally stopped on a blue card. Chapter 36, Double Card. Congratulations on getting the attribute doubling card. This card will automatically take effect from the day you obtain it, and all your attributes will be doubled at the same time. Chen Fan was a little confused when he heard this, because the card was a little different this time, but the word double still entered his mind. He was calculating how much he could get this time, and then he heard the system continue to broadcast. Your accumulated reputation points increased by 80, your physical strength points increased by 60, and your money points increased by 40,000. You are still 20 reputation points away from becoming an intermediate chef. Until this moment, Chun Fan finally couldn't help but cheering. This was much faster than he had expected. Now he only needed to complete one more task, and he would be able to reach the level of an intermediate chef. This was a huge leap. Although he didn't know much about intermediate chefs now, Chun Fan believed that once he became an intermediate chef, he would be able to get in touch with higher-level cuisines, complete more complex tasks, and the rewards he would get would obviously be richer. Another thing that made him happy was that he had already received a cumulative reward of 40,000 yuan. It had only been less than a week since he opened his business, and at this rate, he could make at least 1 or 2 million yuan a year. In the eyes of others, he was losing money every day, but Chun Fan knew that he was making a lot of money in secret. It was also because of this money that Chun Fan could openly hire waiters. Because of this food system, Chun Fan can now prepare for the upcoming cooking competition with greater peace of mind. If he can win the first place in this competition, then his restaurant will definitely become famous. At that time, he could openly tell his parents about his restaurant business so that they could clear their grievances and be proud of him. At this moment, there was less than a month left before the competition, and Chun Fan knew that he had a lot to learn, such as the basic knowledge and the details that needed to be paid attention to in cooking. These things seemed unimportant, but in fact they could ruin a person. Lin Ke, since you didn't choose me this time, I will definitely do something in the future that will make you regret it. Don't blame me for being rude then. Chun Fan's face was gloomy when he said this, and his whole temperament changed a lot. He is really completely different now, especially in recent times. His life seems to have changed a track. Chun Fan will never regret every step of his choice, because he knows that there is no use in regretting some things. Instead of secretly investigating there, it is better to look at the long term. Time quickly came to the second day. Since Chun Fan had organized another wave of activities yesterday, the number of customers in their store was better. At most, there would be nearly 10 people a day, and even at least 4 or 5 people. These people could not be compared with those century-old stores, but Chun Fan felt that it was much better than he had expected at the beginning. What's more, he did not make money by relying on the consumption of these customers. In this way, time passed day by day, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the number of customers in Chun Fan's store was basically stable, about 5 to 10 people. He was very satisfied with all this, which also indicated that his store successfully survived Su Yuan suppression. And Su Yuan didn't know what was going on. It seemed that he disappeared after Zhang Long was beaten up by him that day, and no longer bothered him. But Chun Fan knew that this was just the calm before the storm, as there's a saying that goes, a good dog will always eat shit. A person like Su Yuan is so petty, so insidious and vicious. How could he let him go easily? That afternoon, Chun Fan was preparing to pack up, and when he was about to get off work, the system beeped again. Bite. The latest task is to make a lotus leaf, lotus root, and beef soup, and get 10 likes from guests. The ingredients have been prepared for you, including fresh tender lotus leaves, lotus roots, some fat beef, oil, salt, MSG, and basic ingredients. You will receive the following rewards for completing the task: plus 100 reputation, plus 30 stamina, and plus 30,000 money. Damn, so many! Upon hearing these rewards, Chun Fan suddenly became excited. With his current accumulation, if he could successfully complete this task, he would definitely be promoted to an intermediate chef, and then he could participate in the cooking competition as an intermediate chef. Chun Fan felt that this task was not difficult, because he had accepted more complicated tasks before, and it was just to find 10 people. It was really difficult, so he gave those people a taste for free, and he could even give them other compensation, that is, pay them to like it. This thing has long been very common in today's society. Bite. The system detects that you are suspected of cheating. If you cheat, all the rewards you have received will be cleared. If you cheat 3 times in a row, the system will automatically unbind you. Forehead. Chun Fan was speechless. He didn't expect that this system would be so smart. As soon as he had this idea, he stopped it in time. It seems that this approach cannot be realized. Boss, I'm just thinking casually. You don't have to be so serious. How can we still be friends in the future? There was no response to Chun Fan's complaint system. He also deeply realized that he could only face the reality honestly with his own strength. He must not do anything opportunistic, otherwise he would be doomed if he returned to the time before liberation. In order to make himself successful at once, Chun Fan decided to work overtime. When Lin Yue packed up and prepared to go back, she saw Chun Fan busy again. She couldn't help but feel a little strange and asked quickly, "Husband, there are no customers at this time. What are you busy with?" "I want to make a new dish called lotus leaf, lotus root, and beef soup. We could try to reward ourselves and learn how to make it more delicious." "Yes, yes," Lin Yuer quickly replied excitedly. For so many days, they have been busy with the business of the store, serving the same customers every day, so they have not enjoyed life properly. It just so happens that Chun Fan has this idea, and they can take this opportunity to experience the world of two people. Seeing that Lin Yuer agreed, Chun Fan no longer hesitated and quickly walked to the kitchen to start working. Since the ingredients were already prepared, Chun Fan saved a lot of time. He arranged the ingredients according to the steps provided in the system, but the result was not satisfactory. Chapter 37: Negotiating Conditions. Seeing Chun Fan busying around, Lin Yuer wanted to help, but she didn't know how, so she could only sit aside and wait. Half an hour later, when Chun Fan brought the lotus leaf, lotus root, and beef soup to Lin Yuer and asked him to taste it, Lin Yuer drank it tightly and gave him a thumbs up and said to him, "Husband, it's really delicious. It's simply a delicacy in the world." To be honest, if this sentence was said by someone else, Chun Fan would definitely be very happy, but it felt a little different when it came from Lin Yuer's mouth. He felt that Lin Yuer obviously said this just to make him happy. This evaluation was not representative at all, and it could even be said to be insincere. "Honey, can you be a little more careful? I can't even be sure if it's really delicious." Lin Yuer chuckled. He knew that his little trick had been discovered by Chun Fan. The dish made by Zhao Chun Fan was indeed very good. Although he did not drink much soup on weekdays, the soup made by Chun Fan had a different flavor in comparison. It made people feel refreshed, as if they were in nature. "Honey, I'm telling the truth, but I think if you improve a little bit, the effect should be better. I feel like it seems to be missing a little bit of flavor." Hearing this, Chun Fan immediately became interested. It seemed that Lin Yuer really tasted it carefully this time. When he was about to ask how to improve it, he heard footsteps coming from the door. "What's that noise? Are there any guests this late?" Lin Yuer asked in confusion, because according to their usual key time, there was no one here at this time, and judging from the footsteps, there should be more than 3 or 5 people. If so many guests really came at once, Chun Fan might not be able to handle it. Xiaofang had already asked him to go home after get off work on time. "Do you want me to call Xiaofang and ask him to come over to help?" "No, I don't think these people are here to eat." Chun Fan shook his head and hurried out from the kitchen. As expected, he saw that those people were not guests at all. The leader was wearing branded clothes. Although the clothes were expensive, he had an arrogant look on his face. It was obvious that he was not a good person. He was his mortal enemy, Su Yuan. By the way, Su Yuan has been much more low-key in the past half-month than before, because 2 of his generals, one Huang Mao, was arrested by the police, and the other Zhang Long was also severely beaten by Chun Fan, which caught Su Yuan off guard. He couldn't understand why Chun Fan had become so powerful. He decided to change his approach. "What are you doing here?" "Sorry, you're not welcome here. Please leave immediately." Before Chun Fan could say anything, Lin Yuer had already ordered him to leave. Hearing what Lin Yuer said, Su Yuan frowned at first, but soon a smile appeared on his face. "Don't be so fierce, beautiful lady. You don't even know why we're here, but you're sending us away like this. Aren't you afraid of misunderstanding? If you miss out on something good, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Lin Yuer didn't like Su Yuan's playful look at all. "I have no interest in your purpose. You just need to leave here immediately, or I will call the police and have them drive you away." Lin Yuer's attitude was very tough, and she had no intention of discussing it with Su Yuan at all. "Look at what you're so angry about. After all, your sister and I are boyfriend and girlfriend, and nominally I'm your brother-in-law. If you treat me this way now, won't that kill the harmony in our family?" Facing Lin Yuer's rebuke, Su Yuan once again put on a shameless attitude. This made Lin Yuer have no way to deal with him. At this time, Chun Fan stood up and asked, "Su Yuan, you know better than anyone what you have done. There is no friendship between us, let alone family affection. If you have something to say it quickly. We have things to do and don't have time to chat with you here." "That's right. Men are more reliable." Su Yuan smiled and sat down. In fact, although he brought 5 or 6 people with him this time, he did not intend to take action because he already knew Chun Fan's strength. This guy was able to kill his bodyguard in seconds. With this kind of strength, the few people he brought with him would definitely not be Chun Fan's opponent. Of course, A more important reason was that Su Yuan already knew the relationship between Chun Fan and Xiao Lu. It is said that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, but Xiao Lu runs a national chain store, and their sphere of influence spreads across the country. Although his own hotel is not small, it is still far behind in comparison. It can even be said that they are not at the same level at all. Recently, in the food world of Tiandu City, the cooking competition has been a hot topic. Su Yuan naturally would not miss such an opportunity, but his family did not get a place in the cooking competition due to various reasons. Chun Fan, as the owner of an unknown small restaurant, which had just opened, had actually gotten a place before them, which made Su Yuan quite unhappy. Su Yuan decided to find a new method which would not only embarrass Chun Fan in front of everyone, but also allow him to get a place in the cooking competition. Chun Fan, I want to discuss something with you. This time we won't use force. There's a saying that goes, a gentleman uses words, not fists. I am what people call a gentleman, and I absolutely don't like to use fists to solve problems. Chun Fan felt like retching after hearing this. He felt that Su Yuan had reached a level of shamelessness. On the one hand, he said that he didn't like to use force, but on the other hand, he brought several people to the store. Isn't this clearly slapping himself in the face? Haha, do you think anyone will believe what you said? Su Yuan shrugged. It doesn't matter whether others believe me or not. As long as Boss Chen believes me, that's enough. I won't say any more nonsense to you. Today, as long as you can promise me one thing, I can let your store stay open here forever, and I will never send anyone to cause trouble for you again. Although Su Yuan said so, Chun Fan did not believe it, because he was not a naive person who had just entered society. How could he be fooled by a rogue like Su Yuan? As the saying goes, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Su Yuan definitely did not have any good ideas in mind. It's like this. You should know that in less than half a month, we will hold a grand cooking competition here. I heard that you have obtained the qualification to participate in the cooking competition. Chapter 38 Competition. After hearing this, Chun Fan realized the purpose of Su Yuan's visit. However, based on his understanding of Su Yuan, this guy definitely did not just ask a simple question. He must have other intentions. Chun Fan was too lazy to pay attention to him. Whether I qualify or not, what does it have to do with you? Seeing Chun Fan's cold attitude, Su Yuan was not angry. Instead, he continued to smile and said, Chun Fan, don't be so aggressive. I'm just asking. Besides, the people who came with me now are not the thugs you think. They're the owners of some restaurants nearby. Chun Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. When he looked at the bosses again, he found that they all had fierce looks on their faces. It was obvious that they must be very unconvinced, because in their opinion, Chun Fan, a greenhorn boy, was actually able to get the qualification to participate in the cooking competition. This guy has only been in the catering industry for more than a month, while all of them have been working in the industry for several years, and some have even been working for 20 or 30 years, but none of them have obtained the qualification to participate. How could this be possible? Facing everyone's doubts, Chun Fan did not hide his true feelings this time. He said calmly, You are right. I did get the invitation letter because it was given to me personally by Miss Liu. Chun Fan said this deliberately because he wanted to dispel these people's doubts and thoughts in the name of Lu Mingyu. But after he said this, those guys became even more dissatisfied, and Funfin began to protest. What's going on with this Miss Liu? You know, there are only 24 spots for this cooking competition, and each place in Tiandu can only send 2 representatives to participate. If a small shop like yours can qualify, then we have no chance, right? Who says it's not true? Which of us isn't stronger than him? Many people have worked in the catering industry for their entire lives, but are still not as good as him in running a restaurant for a month. This is totally unfair. If he can participate in the competition, then I can participate too. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. I think this guy must have some unspeakable secret with Miss Liu. Could he be Xiao Fang's face? TSK, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is Miss Liu? She is the daughter of the leader of the national catering industry. Even if he is blind, there is no way he would fall in love with a poor boy who runs a restaurant, right? These people became more and more excited as they talked. Chun Fan's anger was aroused all of a sudden. He snorted coldly and said to these guys coldly, If you keep talking nonsense like this, I will be rude to you. At this point, Chun Fan clenched his fists. The restaurant owners all shut up because they had heard how powerful Chun Fan was. This young man was no simple man. He beat up Huang Mao and others by himself and killed Su Yuan's bodyguard in seconds. If they angered this guy, he might beat them back. Su Yuan was not in a hurry about this situation. He seemed to have a plan in mind. He smiled and said to Chun Fan, "Chun Fan, don't be angry. We came here just to confirm. Since Miss Liu has given you the qualification to participate in the competition, you must not let her down. We all want to see how good you are. This will broaden our horizons and make everyone more convinced of you. I think other people should have no objection." As soon as Su Yuan said this, he was immediately agreed by all the bosses present, and some even started to flatter him. Boss Su is right. I agree with him very much. If Boss Chun can win with his cooking skills, then there is nothing wrong with him representing us in the cooking competition. If Boss Chin's performance doesn't satisfy us, shouldn't we give up our precious qualification for the competition? As the saying goes, the capable will rise and the mediocre will fall. There shouldn't be any problem with this, right? That's a must. If he doesn't show it to me, I will report it. And I will never participate in such an unfair competition again. It was obvious that these people had him in their sights. If Chun Fan chose to retreat at this moment, not only would he not be able to find peace, but he would also offend more of his peers in the catering industry, which would be extremely disadvantageous to him. Su Yuan would also take this opportunity to unite with other catering owners to target him, and he would not be able to survive in the entire Tiandu. In this situation, Chun Fan had only one way to go, and that was to choose to fight. Since you all said so, I want to know what I can do to satisfy you. Su Yuan was very happy to hear this. He knew that Chun Fan had fallen into the trap he had designed. He continued to smile and said, "This is very simple. My hotel is the largest among all the bosses, so I can say without exaggeration that the chef we hired is also the most skilled chef among all those present. So I will invite our chef out, and you can compete with him. If you beat him, the other bosses will naturally have nothing to say." Chun Fan had long guessed that Su Yuan would do this. In fact, he also wanted to know what stage his cooking skills had reached. By the way, he could take this opportunity to teach Su Yuan a lesson and let him see how good he was. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. You actually want to compete with me, with your chef. How do we decide the winner? Su Yuan shrugged. I think it's better for you to decide the winner or loser, because if I said all the rules, someone will definitely think I'm bullying you. Chun Fan was not polite at all to Su Yuan's suggestion. He thought for a moment and said, "In this case, let's use the fairest method. Each of us will make a dish that we are good at, and then randomly select guests from the street to taste it. Whoever gets 10 likes first will win the game." Very good. I agree with your point of view. Let's randomly pick some people from the street. Whoever can get 10 likes first will be the winner. Every colleague present can prove that this time we want to have the fairest competition. Su Yuan smiled and said that in fact he had already started to have ideas about these so-called randomly selected passersby. He could completely arrange his own people to come in and play the role of passersby. For him, it would only cost a little money. Once his conspiracy succeeds, Chun Fan will have to obediently hand over the so-called qualification to participate in the cooking competition. By then, he will win the ticket fair and square, and Chun Fan will have nothing to say. Chapter 39 Top Card. Please welcome Chef Zhao in. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he saw a sturdy man in a chef's uniform walk in. This man was the top chef of Su Yuan Hotel. He had a high talent in cooking and had participated in a provincial competition and won the first prize. His specialty is the sweet and sour pork ribs. In order to invite Chef Zhao to his own hotel, Su Yuan offered him an annual salary of 300,000 yuan, plus bonuses, providing him with the best treatment. Many people would even drive hundreds of kilometers just to have a bite of Chef Zhao's sweet and sour spare ribs. There's an endless stream of people placing orders every day, but Chef Zhao only makes 10 signature dishes a day, and other customers have to pay extra if they want to eat more. Because of this, Chef Zhao simply looked down upon Chun Fan. In his eyes, Chun Fan was just a young man who was not even the lowest level chef. Competing with him was simply an insult to his reputation. However, the reason why he was willing to compete this time was because Su Yuan had already informed him in advance that once he won the competition, the ticket to the cooking competition would be his. Chef Zhao still has a strong interest in the cooking competition. After all, the participants of this cooking competition are all top masters from all over the country. Being able to stand out in a competition of this level will definitely make him famous, thereby increasing his worth. What's more, winning the cooking competition can also get a cash reward of 1 million, which is a very exciting number. For Chun Fan, this match was even more important. He couldn't afford to lose. He knew that Chef Zhao was not someone to be trifled with, But he was not afraid because he had already thought of the dish he was going to make, which was a system task he had just received not long ago: lotus leaf, lotus root, and fat beef soup. Under the gaze of many bosses at the scene, they began to compete. At this moment, there was only one person standing up for Chun Fan, and that person was Lin Yuer. However, Chun Fan felt that Lin Yuer alone was much stronger than all the people on the opposite side combined, because this was encouragement from love. Su Yuan was very happy. He had tried every possible way to make Chun Fan go bankrupt and look bad, but none of them worked out. Today, Chun Fan fell into his trap, and he was also able to qualify for the competition, which was very important. Once they could win, their hotel would surely become a very influential place in the whole Tiandu. Boy, don't feel ashamed of losing to me. Do you know how many people want to compete with me, but they don't even have the qualifications? And if I think you have talent, I might even accept you as my apprentice. Then I can teach you a few tricks and let you open a bigger restaurant in another city. I can guarantee that you will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Chef Zhao said this deliberately, obviously mocking Chun Fan. However, Chun Fan was not someone who could be easily laughed at. He snorted and said, "Excuse me, I've been stubborn since I was a child. I don't like to bow to anyone, and I will never call someone my master. Of course, the most important thing is that you may not be qualified to be my master with your ability." Chef Zhao was so angry that his teeth were itching. He knew that Chun Fan was just showing off his eloquence, and he was too lazy to waste words. Since Chun Fan was not convinced, he would use his actions to make Chun Fan truly convinced, and then slap him in the face with facts. Afterwards, Chef Zhao revealed the sweet and sour pork ribs he was going to make, which was also his specialty. When his colleagues heard the words sweet and sour pork ribs, they seemed to have seen the result. You know, Chef Zhao has become famous for this dish. The sweet and sour pork ribs made by others would not cost more than 50 yuan per dish, but Chef Zhao's was completely different. Not only was the taste unique, but the price was more than 10 times higher. At the same time, Chun Fan also announced the name of his dish, which was lotus leaf, lotus root, and fat beef soup. As soon as he finished speaking, his colleagues couldn't help laughing, because it was the first time they heard that fat beef could be mixed with lotus leaf and lotus root to make a dish. It was simply a big hodgepodge. Does this kid know how to cook? Is he here to cause trouble? In my opinion, we should just give up this competition. Not to mention Chef Zhao. Even I can't beat this guy. It can't be avoided. Didn't you hear what Boss Su said? We have to make this kid accept his defeat sincerely. If you decide that he loses now, what if he refuses to accept it in the future? That's right. I have to make this kid lose completely. Besides, I really want to try the sweet and sour pork ribs made by Chef Zhao. I've always heard about it, but I've never tasted it myself. Soon the competition between the two began, and almost everyone turned their eyes to Chef Zhao, because everyone was curious about how he made the sweet and sour spare ribs in Wenming Tiandu, and they could also learn from him. Chef Zhao cooked like a tiger, performing all kinds of skill techniques. His colleagues gave him the thumbs up and admired him. It had to be said that Chef Zhao was really talented, otherwise he would not have won the first prize in the provincial competition. It was ridiculous for someone of his level not to even qualify for a cooking competition. In contrast, Chun Fan's side seemed much quieter, and few people looked at him straight in the eye, because they all thought that Chun Fan was just making a pot of stew and mixed two unrelated things together. It is no exaggeration to say that in their eyes, they might have to pinch their noses to eat the dish made by Chun Fan. Chef Zhao's sweet and sour pork ribs smell so good. I think it's normal to sell them for 1,000 yuan, let alone 500 yuan. That's right, look at the food that boy cooked. I don't even want to spend 10 yuan. These people were talking and laughing from time to time. They couldn't wait to see Chun Fan teach out his qualification for the competition. You know, Chun Fan had always been stubborn before, but now he was finally slapped in the face by reality. Lin Yuer, the only one who cared about Chun Fan at the scene, also seemed very anxious, because Chef Zhao was really amazing. The sweet and sour spare ribs itself was not a dish that was particularly fragrant, but he could smell the fragrance clearly while standing aside. On the contrary, the lotus leaf, lotus root, and fatty beef soup made by Chun Fan was tasteless and almost unappetizing. It could even be said that he had no appetite. Chapter 40, Paying for Tickets. Half an hour later, Chef Zhao's sweet and sour pork ribs came out of the oven first. After all, he had been making this dish for more than 10 years. Even now, he had to make it at least 10 times a day. It was too simple for him, and there was no difficulty at all. Spending half an hour on it today was already very attentive. Su Yuan stood next to Chef Zhao, smelling the aroma of the sweet and sour pork ribs, and seemed intoxicated. He was very proud in his heart, because it would not be long before he could successfully snatch the admission ticket from Chun Fan's hand, which was what he had always dreamed of. When Chef Zhao served the sweet and sour spare ribs, everyone gathered around, smelling the aroma and starting to praise it. Soon they turned their attention to Chun Fan and found that he was still busy. He put the pot on a gas stove and poured some cooking oil into it. He put the lotus leaves and lotus roots in it, added some seasonings, and then threw the fat beef in. These methods were really not good enough, because even if you have never cooked, you know that throwing everything into the pot and then starting to cook is simply not a technical skill. Is this guy here to make fun of me? If I had known he was going to fool around like this, I would have let me compete with him. I think Chef Zhao has already completely defeated him in 1 second. That's not the case. If this kid didn't show us, how could you see such a funny thing? It's not bad if you say so. Our life is already boring, and now this kid is willing to make us happy, which is a good choice. After hearing all kinds of harsh ridicule from these people, Chun Fan was not that angry, because he knew that the angrier he was, the more he would fall into their trap. At the same time, Lin Yuer had been silently guarding Chun Fan, muttering, "Husband, you have to work hard. We will definitely win this game this time." Chun Fan smiled and asked, "Dear, are you speaking from your heart? Why do I see worry on your face? And you haven't even started eating yet. So why do you think I will definitely win?" "I don't know why, but I just feel that my husband is the best in the world because your attitude is the most serious. Just for this reason, you are much better than him." Just now, I saw that Chef Zhao seemed very casual when he was cooking, which means that his dishes are only about skills and no emotion at all. Everyone burst into laughter again when they heard this, especially Chef Zhao, who looked very proud. "Little girl, who told you that cooking requires emotion? Emotion can't be eaten. As for your serious attitude, that's even more nonsense. That guy cooked a pot of stew. Do you think that's serious? What's the point of being serious if he doesn't have the ability? He can only make a hodgepodge that only pigs can eat." Su Yuan hurriedly walked up to Chef Zhao and said to him in a reproachful tone, "Old Zhao, it's not very nice of you to say that. Although Chun Fan is not as good as you in cooking, he is your opponent after all. You should show some respect to your opponent and not always tell the truth like this. Moreover, according to our rules, only passersby who eat and give a thumbs up can determine the winner." At this time, Chun Fan had reached the finishing stage. He looked at the time and found that it was past 8 o'clock in the evening. This should be the time when the street is busiest, because many people have already eaten dinner. After Chun Fan finally finished making his lotus root, and fatty beef soup, Chef Zhao also brought his sweet and sour spare ribs. The two of them each carried their specialties and walked out of the restaurant. They each put the dishes in their hands on a table and asked someone to make 2 signs that said "free tasting." The restaurant owners were all standing nearby. In their opinion, it wouldn't be long before the winner would be decided, and Chun Fan would definitely be the one to make a fool of himself. About 2 minutes later, someone was seen walking towards this side. He first took a sip of Chun Fan's beef soup, and then tasted Chef Zhao's sweet and sour pork ribs. He directly gave the sweet and sour pork ribs a thumbs up. "Wow, this sweet and sour pork ribs is so delicious. It's definitely the best food I've ever eaten in my life." After the man finished speaking, he left. Su Yuan then took out a small notebook and circled Chef Zhao's name. This result was already within his expectations, because the passerby just now was actually hired by Su Yuan. On the surface, he was a passerby, but in fact, he was just an actor. Chef Zhao looked very proud. He was quite confident in his sweet and sour spare ribs. "Hey kid, I think you should admit defeat in advance. This way you will look better than you are now. If you continue to compete, it will only make you more and more embarrassed. By then, you won't even get a single vote. How can you continue your business in the future?" Chun Fan was very disdainful of Chef Zhao's pretentious advice. He snorted coldly and said to Chef Zhao, "I'm sorry, I won't admit defeat at all, because the result hasn't come out yet, and I think I can definitely win this game." Chun Fan's confidence was beyond imagination, which made Chef Zhao a little angry. He said to Chun Fan with disgust, "You really don't know what's good for you. Since you want to make a fool of yourself, don't blame me. It won't be long before I will let you know that it's useless to be tough." Crash! At this moment, it suddenly started to rain. Not far from them, Lin Kuer took out stacks of $100 bills and stopped the passersby. These were the actors they were looking for. Lin Kuer's request to these people was very simple. As long as they cast a crucial vote for Chef Zhao, they would be able to receive a reward of at least 200 yuan. Many passersby are willing to cooperate with this kind of good thing. On the one hand, they can get 200 yuan, and at the same time, they can taste delicious food. Why not? But precisely because of this, many people think that Lin Kier is a big liar. After all, there's a saying that there is no such thing as a free lunch. They are all observing and find that the first person who passed by actually got 200 yuan, which makes more people willing to do this. Then another so-called passerby walked towards Chun Fan and his group. He went over and tasted both dishes like the first person did, and then voted for Chef Zhao again. Chapter 41. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. In this situation, Chef Zhao got 2 votes in a row, but Chun Fan got none and was completely beaten. Lin Kuer's behavior was controlled by Su Yuan. Lin Yuer felt that something was fishy from the beginning. Although he knew that Chef Zhao's cooking skills were definitely better than Chun Fan's, the people who voted were too deliberate. After just one bite, they voted for Chef Zhao without even thinking about it. So he decided to go out and take a look. Soon he realized that someone was playing tricks, especially after he saw Lin Kuer. He became so angry that his face turned red. Kuer, do you know what you were doing? It was originally a very fair match between the two of them, but you actually did such a shameful thing behind their backs. I really despise you. Obviously, Lin Kuer didn't expect Lin Yuer to suddenly appear. So when he saw Lin Kuer, he was stunned. Originally, such a thing would not be known to many people. Now that it was exposed by Lin Yuer, it immediately attracted the attention of many passersby. Those people also began to discuss loudly, but they were just talking on the side and did not dare to step forward to say anything. The reason was very simple. This matter itself had nothing to do with them. They just watched the excitement and did not mind the big deal. Lin Kuer already had a lot of opinions about Lin Yuer. Now seeing Lin Yuer actually speaking coldly in front of him, he was very unhappy after he realized it. He snorted coldly and said to him, Lin Yuer, do you know what your words to me mean? Let me tell you, if you weren't my sister, I would have called the police and had you arrested. Lin Yuer completely ignored Lin Kuer's threat. He noticed that Lin Kuer continued to wave the $100 bills in her hand to stop passersby. In a fit of rage, he snatched the money from Lin Kuer's hand and threw it on the ground. Lin Yuer, what are you doing? Do you know that the money is mine? You stole my money. Aren't you afraid that I will ask the police to put you in jail? Lin Kuer was very angry when she said this, but Lin Yuer simply ignored her. In this situation, Lin Kuer quickly took out her mobile phone from her pocket. She wanted to teach her sister a lesson, but at this moment she heard a click in the sky, and then dark clouds covered most of the sky. Then bean-sized raindrops began to pour down, and some pedestrians ran away when they saw this. As a result, Su Yuan had no way to use these pedestrians to cooperate with his conspiracy. As time was getting later, and the heavy rain meant that there were fewer and fewer people on the road, these people had no mood to eat. They just wanted to go home quickly. Fortunately, the place where Chun Fan and Chef Zhao competed was right in front of Chun Fan's restaurant. When they moved the table back into the restaurant, some pedestrians began to run over to avoid the rain. Seeing this, Lin Yuer hurriedly said loudly to the pedestrians running on the road, if you don't want to go back now, you can come to our store to hide from the rain. I won't chase you away. After these words were spoken, the pedestrians who were originally a little embarrassed finally stopped being polite, and they all rushed into Chun Fan's restaurant. As the rain got heavier, more and more people gathered in Chun Fan's restaurant. After just a few minutes, dozens of people rushed into the restaurant. Su Yuan was very unhappy when he saw those wet pedestrians rushing in. He looked at them with disgust. Just when he wanted to have them driven away, Chun Fan stood up and said to Su Yuan, Su Yuan, were we worried that there wouldn't be enough people just now? Now that so many people are hiding from the rain, why don't we use them as judges and let them taste the food? They came in randomly for Chef Zhao's and my meals, so it's fair to both of us. Chun Fan's words were correct, but Su Yuan was guilty because he knew that those so-called randomly selected guests were actually his. Now, a heavy rain completely extinguished his conspiracy and let the real pedestrians run in. In this way, he had no way to control the follow-up of the matter. However, he was still not too worried. After all, he still believed in Chef Zhao's ability, and Chef Zhao himself was very proud and confident. He has long been famous throughout the Tiandu city. As long as half of these customers have eaten the sweet and sour pork ribs he made, he will be sure to win, not to mention that he has already got 2 votes. But what happened next was far beyond their expectations. A fat pedestrian walked between the dishes made by Chun Fan and Chef Zhao. He didn't even look at Chef Zhao's sweet and sour pork ribs. Instead, he took a sip of Chun Fan's lotus and lotus root soup with a spoon. A satisfied expression appeared on his face, and then he voted for Chun Fan. Seeing this, Su Yuan immediately disagreed. He frowned and said loudly, "Hey, what do you mean? Why did you only eat his food? You must have been bribed by that guy." The fat man obviously disagreed with Su Yuan's statement. He raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not from Tiandu, so I don't know any of you here. Why are you only willing to drink a sip of soup?" "That's because I just had a big meal half an hour ago, and now I feel very thirsty, not hungry at all. Moreover, this bowl of soup is very delicious. I like it very much. If I can choose again, I will definitely choose his." You. The fat man's words left Su Yuan speechless. He wanted to argue further, but the fat man suddenly received a phone call. Then a car stopped at the door. The fat man got into the car and left. This fat guy really doesn't know what's good for him. He didn't even try a bite of the delicious sweet and sour pork ribs. He deserves to be poor for the rest of his life. No matter how Su Yuan scolded, the fat man couldn't hear it. Chef Zhao was not discouraged by this. Although he felt a little unhappy, he knew that Chun Fan got a vote just by coincidence. If it wasn't because the fat man had just eaten a full meal, he would definitely choose his sweet and sour spare ribs. Soon another person came between Chun Fan and Chef Zhao. She was an old lady in her 70s. She first looked at Chef Zhao's sweet and sour pork ribs, hesitated for a while, then turned around, picked up a piece of lotus from Chun Fan's lotus and lotus root soup with chopsticks, and ate it. Chapter 42. Turning defeat into victory. Well, this guy's lotus and lotus root soup is really good. I'm old and my teeth are not good. I can't eat meat, so I like this soup very much. If Su Yuan was able to suppress his anger at the beginning, he was completely furious now. He thought that this random selection mechanism was not fair at all, because if all the participants were elderly people like this old guy, then they would have bad teeth and could not eat meat. So wouldn't it be easy for them to win? This old guy, his judgment is totally unconvincing. Sweet and sour spare ribs are the top product of our hotel. I let this old guy taste it for free, but he actually said it's not delicious. I really can't stand it. The old lady didn't expect that she would be scolded by Su Yuan just by stating her reasons. Especially when she saw Su Yuan's fierce look. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she dared not say anything more. Although Su Yuan used his bad attitude to shut others up, he also attracted more opposition because everyone felt that Su Yuan was interfering with the competition. He relied on his wealth and had no respect for the guests. For someone like him, it would be useless even if he made the best dishes. If he had bad character, it would be meaningless no matter how good the dishes were. Of course, not everyone thinks this way. Among these newcomers, there are still some who try to please Su Yuan in order to avoid being insulted. They deliberately don't taste the lotus and lotus root soup made by Chun Fan, but instead taste the sweet and sour spare ribs made by Chef Zhao. After several rounds, Chef Zhao's sweet and sour pork ribs received 9 votes, and Chun Fan's lotus and lotus root soup also received 9 votes. Su Yuan, do you think it's fun to do this? Why did you keep threatening the guests while they were tasting their food? Even if you win, what does that mean? Su Yuan shrugged and looked very proud. At this moment, he no longer cared about his face. He felt that power was everything, and having power was the hard truth. What qualifications did Chun Fan have to challenge him? Chun Fan, stop slandering me here. I just said a few words. Is it my business whether they listen or not? Besides, their hands are on them. I didn't force them to vote for Chef Zhao. They cast their own votes. Everyone saw it, right? Su Yuan was being completely shameless by doing this. And Chun Fan knew that there was no point in arguing with such a person. He was too lazy to pay attention to Su Yuan because he had already thought of a strategy in his mind. He just needed to push the time back, and slowly, his chances of winning would become higher and higher. The reason is very simple. The sweet and sour pork ribs made by Chef Zhao will lose its aroma when the dish cools down. The hot dish at the beginning will gradually cool down, but Chun Fan's lotus root soup does not require a similar situation at all. Since both of them have the last vote, it is crucial for each of them. In order to ensure victory, Su Yuan wants to contact Lin Kuer again because he gave Lin Kuer 10,000 yuan. The purpose was to get that woman to bring some actors back for him. But after Lin Kuer left, she didn't come back for a long time. Su Yuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He thought silently in his heart that this woman really couldn't do anything so simple. She was so embarrassed. If she could have brought more actors, Chef Zhao would have won long ago, and there would be no way it would be so thrilling. Ding ding. Just when Xiao He was about to take out his cell phone to call Lin Kuer, everyone suddenly saw a car driving quickly towards the entrance of Chun Fan Hotel. The car turned out to be a police car, and the door was opened. The Captain Gua, who had come out from before, couldn't help but feel strange when he saw the scene inside the hotel, because as far as he knew, Su Yuan and Chun Fan were sworn enemies, and had always been trying to suppress Chun Fan. Why did he appear in Chun Fan's hotel today? Was he here to cause trouble again? What's going on with you guys? Why is it so lively today? Hearing what Captain Gua said, Su Yuan said to him with a smile on his face, "Oh, isn't this Captain Gua? You really came at the right time today. We are holding a food competition. The two contestants today are our hotel's top chef, Zhao, and the owner of this restaurant, Chun Fan. Why don't the captain act as a judge to see whose dish is better? The problem is, I'm a little hungry." As Captain Gua spoke, he began to observe the two dishes. Seeing him like this, Su Yuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because he originally wanted to be polite and thought that Captain Gua would definitely refuse. But who could have thought that this guy actually agreed directly? Things had come to this point, and Su Yuan was too embarrassed to say anything. After all, Captain Gua was a man of very high status and position, not to mention that he would need Captain Gua's help with many things in the future. Then we saw Captain Gua picking up Chef Zhao's sweet and sour pork ribs. He picked up some with chopsticks and put them in his mouth. He was quite satisfied and said with a smile, "This sweet and sour pork ribs is really well made. It is worthy of being the signature dish of your hotel. It's a pity that it's been a bit too long, so the fragrance has lost a lot." After saying this, Captain Gua looked at Chun Fan's lotus and lotus root soup again. He took a sip with a spoon, then picked up a piece of lotus and lotus root with chopsticks and closed his eyes slightly. After tasting it for a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes. This lotus and lotus root soup is really unique. This is the first time I have tasted such a special flavor in my life. I didn't expect that lotus and lotus root could be put together with beef to make a delicious soup. I have to say that Boss Chun is really good at cooking. No wonder Mr. Liu personally recommended me to eat here. Su Yuan was secretly happy, thinking that Captain Guo would definitely vote for his sweet and sour spare ribs. But who would have thought that he would give a higher rating to Chun Fan's lotus and lotus root soup? This made him very anxious, and he immediately reminded Captain Guo, intentionally or unintentionally, "Captain Guo, you must not be careless because this competition is related to the cooking competition to be held soon. As long as you can win this small competition, you will be able to get a ticket to the cooking competition." Hearing this, Captain Guo couldn't help but frown. He asked, "What does Boss Su mean by this?" If I remember correctly, Boss Chin's ticket to the competition was given to him by Miss Liu herself. How could you snatch it away? Chapter 43, Riding a Tiger. This, Su Yuan didn't know how to answer for a moment. Now it seemed that in front of Captain Guo, he wanted to use the little tricks he had used before. However, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. So he quickly said to Captain Guo, "Captain Guo, you really misunderstood. I did this for the reputation of our Tiandu city chef community. After all, to participate in such an important competition, we must select the best chef to represent us. If we just pick a random chef, then he will be embarrassed in the cooking competition, which will bring shame to the entire Tiandu city food community, right?" Su Yuan deliberately put on an appearance of great righteousness. But Captain Guo knew all his little thoughts clearly, as he knew Su Yuan too well. Seeing that Captain Guo didn't believe him, Su Yuan pulled the owners of other restaurants together, pointed at them, and said to Su Yuan, "Captain Guo, if you think this is just my opinion, then you can ask the other restaurant owners who have the same opinion as me, because many of them have been in the catering industry for decades. Why are they not eligible to participate?" Instead, the admission ticket was given to a yellow-haired boy with half a dozen breasts. Isn't this unfair? Originally, Su Yuan thought that he would get the approval of those restaurant owners after he finished speaking, but those owners were not fools. They knew that they could not afford to offend Su Yuan, but they also knew that they could not afford to offend Captain Guo either. From the current situation, they could feel that Captain Guo was obviously biased towards Chun Fan. Not to mention that the ticket in Chun Fan's hand was given by Miss Liu herself, which was crucial. This was enough to show that Chun Fan and Miss Liu had a great relationship, and they could offend Su Yuan. But they cannot offend Miss Liu. You have to know that the Hanhai group behind Miss Liu is a giant in the national catering industry, and its annual turnover ranks among the top 3. It would be easy for such a strong company to crush their small restaurant. Even Su Yuan is like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of him. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. Under such circumstances, the owners of these restaurants began to reverse the trend and praise Chun Fan. If you ask me, it's actually a good thing for this young man to participate in the competition because the judges of those competitions are already used to it. The dishes we cook are different from this young man's. His dishes are very unique. Not only are the cooking methods unique, but the taste and understanding of the dishes are also different from us old guys. I am willing to vote for him. And I also think this young man is amazing. His opponent is the first prize winner of our provincial food competition. But as a young man who has just started out, he didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he did it with ease. I think he will achieve great things in the future. It turns out that everyone thinks the same as I do. I am also deeply touched. From the lotus and lotus root soup that this young man just made, I can see how good he is. If I were to make this dish, I would definitely not make it as perfect as he did. It has to be said that the owners of these restaurants are like fence sitters. When Su Yuan heard their speeches, he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. If it weren't for Captain Gua standing next to him, he might really call the security of his own hotel to come and beat up these owners. At the critical moment, he was the only one charging into battle, and those guys were more cowardly than each other. Seeing that his situation was hopeless and he had no chance of winning this match, and that he had no chance of getting a ticket to the cooking competition, Su Yuan had no choice but to give in and said to Captain Gua, "Captain Gua, don't worry. I came here just for fun. I never thought of taking away Brother Chun Fan's qualification to participate. Even if our chef, Zhao, wins this competition, this ticket still belongs to Brother Chun Fan." At this moment, Su Yuan seemed very magnanimous, but everyone could hear that when he said these words, he was gritting his teeth in hatred. "Boss Su, I heard from people that you sent a lot of people to mess up Boss Chen's store some time ago. If this is true, don't blame me for acting in accordance with the law." After hearing what Captain Gua said, Su Yuan couldn't help but get nervous. He was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. "Ha, what are you talking about, Captain Gua? Brother Chun Fan and I were classmates in college. How could I possibly mess with him? It is a very happy thing for me that he can open a restaurant here. I hope he can keep doing it, and it would be best if he can be on par with my restaurant. That way, the two of U.S. brothers can carry forward the food industry in Tiandu City, which is also our ultimate goal." Hearing Su Yuan's assurance, Captain Gua nodded slightly. In fact, he knew very well that Su Yuan was only deliberately giving it out of fear of him. But even so, it was enough because Su Yuan said it in front of many people. If he continued to retaliate against Chun Fan at that time, he would have been at a disadvantage in general. "It's great that you think so. Everyone is here today. I hope you can all remember what Boss Su said. As the head of a hotel, he is also quite influential in our Tiandu city. I believe he didn't say these words casually. You can supervise him when the time comes." At this time, Su Yuan was already in a dilemma, but he had no other choice. He really lost both the wife and the army. He had built such a big business, but in the end it turned out to be a failure, and Chun Fan got the limelight instead. He felt very aggrieved. But even so, he still smiled and said to Chun Fan, "In this case, I would like to congratulate Brother Chun Fan in advance for being able to represent our Tiandu food industry and win the championship of this competition. When the time comes, we will definitely come to celebrate for Brother Chun Fan." Chun Fan was too lazy to care about Su Yuan's so-called congratulations, because this thing was too fake. Just now he wanted to kill him, and now he said such words with a flattering face. Even a ghost would not believe it. Then Chun Fan looked at Captain Gua and asked curiously, "Captain Gua, why did you have time to come to my shop today? Are you really hungry?" Captain Gua shook his head. "To be honest with you, I came here this time because someone called the police, and the people who called the police were a pair of sisters. You should be able to guess who they were, right?" Chapter 44, Conflict. After hearing this, Chun Fan realized that Lin Yuer was no longer in the store. He also guessed that there must be a conflict between Lin Yuer and Lin Ke, so the police were called. However, it was precisely because of this reason that Captain Gua was able to arrive in time and secure the final crucial vote for Chun Fan. More importantly, Su Yuan had promised in front of everyone that he would not snatch Chun Fan's ticket again. The whole thing went smoothly, allowing Chun Fan to calm down temporarily. But there was one thing he didn't quite understand. That is, Lin Yuer was actually taken to the police station. What was the reason? Based on his understanding of Lin Yuer, this girl was not a person who liked to stir up trouble. It must be that Lin Kuter had done something too much. "Captain, what's going on? My wife is not that kind of person. Is there some misunderstanding here?" Captain Gua sighed and said, "Well, the first person called the police was Lin Ke. He said that the girl named Lin Yuer, who is also his sister, robbed him of his money. But when we took them all to the police station, Lin Yuer said that it was because Lin Kerr bribed those newcomers on the road to let them vote, so there was a conflict between the two. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. They stared at Su Yuan with a very strange look. Many people began to look down on Su Yuan. They did not expect that he was so righteous and moral on the surface, but actually did such a dirty thing behind the scenes, and let his woman spend money to bribe passersby to interfere with the game. This kind of thing is really not acceptable, especially those restaurant owners who were called by him. They felt even more disdainful. They trusted Su Yuan very much, and they knew that Su Yuan represented the highest culinary skills among all of them. But now he actually did such a despicable thing, which was enough to show that Su Yuan must have big problems with his character. Therefore, those restaurant owners chose to leave one by one. This Su Yuan is really embarrassing. I never thought he would be such a person. At the beginning, he swore that he was sure enough to beat Boss Chun. But who could have guessed that he had already had evil intentions? Who said it wasn't? Su Yuan has always had a bad reputation. I didn't believe him at first, but now we should have seen through him. His goal is to replace Chun Fan with his own top chef and then participate in the cooking competition. His purpose is completely for himself. He is not on our team at all. He has nothing to do with us. If that's the case, don't join in the fun here. Let's go back as soon as possible. We've all been used as guns, and we're still stupid enough to plead for him. The restaurant owners left angrily as they spoke, feeling insulted. Chef Zhao was also upset, and perhaps only he could understand the reason. Because he didn't know Su Yuan from the beginning to the end, he actually spent money to bribe passersby. He was very confident in his cooking skills, so he treated Chun Fan as a weak person. Now, Su Yuan's actions not only damaged his reputation, but also made it impossible for him to survive in the food industry in the future. Thinking of this, Chef Zhao decided to completely sever his ties with Su Yuan. He took off his chef's hat and white coat and walked towards Chun Fan. At this moment, he no longer looked down on Chun Fan as he did at the beginning. Instead, he showed an expression of great admiration. Brother Chun Fan, you are indeed quite capable. I accept defeat sincerely this time. I hope we can have a chance to continue competing against each other in the future. Then Chef Zhao turned his gaze to Su Yuan and said to him coldly, Boss Su, I know you are rich, but in a competition like this, I only hope to win with my true strength. If you always think of using this kind of trick, even if I win the competition, I will not be happy at all, and I will feel embarrassed. From today on, I will no longer be the chef of your hotel. After saying that, Chef Zhao threw his chef hat and white coat to the ground, turned around, and left Chun Fan's restaurant. When Su Yuan saw this scene, he immediately panicked. After all, he had spent a lot of money to hire Chef Zhao to take the photos. If Chef Zhao fired him because of this incident, it would be embarrassing for him to become famous in the future. Because of this, he hurriedly said, Chef Zhao, what do you mean by this? You can't leave. I've spent so much money, and you're leaving now? Our contract hasn't expired yet. Besides, if you dare to leave like this, I won't pay you your salary. Su Yuan deliberately used salary to delay Chef Zhao, but it was a pity that Chef Zhao was not someone who needed this little money. Moreover, with his influence, he could get a monthly salary of more than 20,000 yuan in any hotel. Now he still has tens of thousands of dollars deposited in Su Yuan's hotel. Compared with his reputation, this money is no longer so important. You can pay me the tens of thousands of yuan salary if you want, and keep me if you want. I don't care. Chef Zhao spoke in a very casual manner because he had unilaterally terminated the contract, so Su Yuan was no longer his boss. He no longer had to save any face for Su Yuan. You bastard. You have no ability, but you still blame me. I helped you so much, but you couldn't beat that guy. You are such a loser. Seeing that Chef Zhao could not change his mind, Su Yuan's voice gradually became harsher. He could not care about anything else. He was only concerned about the future business of his hotel. As for Lin Kerr being held in the police station, he was not in the mood for that. In comparison, Chun Fan cared more about his wife, Lin Yuer's safety. He quickly packed up his things and walked towards the police station with Captain Gua. This time, Lin Yuer was arrested just to help him win the game. Chun Fan couldn't just ignore it in any way. He secretly vowed to cherish Lin Yuer more in the future. Such a wife is really rare. When Chun Fan arrived at the police station, he saw Lin Yuer sitting in the room. He grabbed Lin Yuer's hand and hugged him in his arms, saying with some reproach, You silly girl, don't ever do this again. You have to tell me first if you encounter these things. You can't make such decisions alone. Take this competition, for example. Even if I lose this ticket, It is much better than you being arrested. Chapter 45, Gourmet Card. Lin Yuer chuckled when he heard this, and seeing Chun Fan's nervous look, he was of course very happy. Honey, I know you feel bad for me, but there's nothing I can do this time. I don't have time to inform you. The most important thing is that this cooking competition is too important to you. I heard from others that if you can win the cooking competition, you will be eligible to become the top chef of Han Hai Group, and there will be a prize of up to 1 million. Aren't you tempted? Of course, Chun Fan was moved. This was the honor that many chefs across the country dreamed of. But no matter how important this honor was, how could it be compared with Lin Yuer's safety? Of course, there's one thing that is inevitable. That is, Chun Fan has only obtained the admission ticket to participate in the cooking competition, and he is still a long way from winning the championship. Not to mention the famous chefs across the country. Even in the small city of Tianjin, there must be many hidden talents. There are many talented people who have not yet shown themselves. Once the opportunity comes, they will naturally come out. Of course, Chun Fan certainly couldn't tell Lin Yuer his true thoughts. After all, this was the only hope in Lin Yuer's heart, and Chun Fan couldn't extinguish it with a basin of cold water. He was full of confidence and promised passionately, "Don't worry, dear. I will repay your help with the best results. No matter when or how difficult it is, I will be your pride." After they finished talking, the two hugged each other. This was the most heart-to-heart time they had had since they opened this restaurant. At this moment, Lin Kuter walked towards them. Since Lin Kuter was in the wrong, he was waiting for Su Yuan to come and save him. But no matter how long he waited, no one showed up. What's more, his ex-boyfriend and his sister were standing in front of him, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. In order to get out earlier, Lin Kuer planned to give in and let Chun Fan and Lin Yuer say a few good words for him. "I was wrong about what happened to Chun Fan before. Can you help me get me out this time? Don't you have any feelings for me at all?" Chun Fan couldn't help laughing when he heard these words. He felt that Lin Yuer was really ridiculous. She looked so ferocious to him just a few hours ago. Now he suddenly asks whether he still has feelings for him. I really don't know whether he thinks he is a fool or he doesn't know him well enough. The thing that Chun Fan could not accept the most was that Lin Kuter said these words in front of Lin Yuer. If he really answered him, would Chun Fan be able to live up to Lin Yuer's efforts and his conscience? "I'm so sorry. From that day on, there is no relationship between you and me anymore. I don't like to remember conflicts with others, but I am a very principled person. If I see you messing up my store again, I will really use my fists," Chun Fan said, and really waved his fist in front of Lin Kuer. If Lin Yuer hadn't stopped him last time, he would have already taken action. In Chun Fan's heart, there are no men and women, only good people and bad people. Only at this moment did Lin Kuer realize how pitiful he was. He also understood one thing. In many cases, money is not omnipotent. Because rich people tend to become more cruel and ignorant, the Chun Fan who he once looked down upon has become more and more outstanding. If he really participates in the cooking competition and wins a place, Chun Fan is likely to turn his life around with this momentum. But Su Yuan, whom he relies on, does not regard him as a human being at all. This attitude is completely different from the previous situation where Chun Fan tolerated him in every possible way. Of course, this was Lin Kuter's own choice. No one forced him. Now he was in a dilemma, and there was no way he could turn back. Chun Fan and Lin Yuer stayed in the police station for a while, then said hello to Captain Gua and left. After returning, Lin Yuer cleaned up the store, while Chun Fan began to plan how to make adequate preparations for the cooking competition. Now, he no longer has any obstacles in getting an entry ticket to the cooking competition. The only thing he has to do is to improve his cooking skills as quickly as possible. With his current level, it is definitely unrealistic to win a prize in a cooking competition where there are so many top-notch cooks. Bite. Congratulations on completing the mission. Your rewards have been received. Your reputation value has increased by 100, your money value has increased by 30,000, and your physical strength value has increased by 30. Congratulations, you have been promoted to an intermediate chef. The promotion will consume 100 reputation points, and your remaining reputation points will increase by 80. Your accumulated money points will increase by 70,000, and your accumulated physical strength points will increase by 90. The distance from becoming a senior chef is 920 reputation points. Hearing this, Chun Fan was stunned from his happy expression. He clearly remembered that it only cost him 100 reputation points to upgrade from a junior chef to an intermediate chef, but now it would cost him 1,000 reputation points to upgrade from an intermediate chef to a senior chef. By analogy, will the number of subsequent rounds increase by 10 times? This will increase the difficulty by more than 10 times. It was not until this moment that Chun Fan realized that things were not that simple. At the beginning, he was thinking that he would be able to reach the peak of his life in less than a year. Now it seems that he may have really thought too much. Bite. From now on, every time you complete a task, you'll get a chance to draw a prize for free. Do you want to draw a prize? Chun Fan was a little unhappy at first, but now when he heard the system say that he could draw for free, he was so happy. It turned out that as his level increased, the treatment he received would also become different. He nodded immediately, and then the familiar big disc appeared in his mind again. When the pointer in the middle of the disc stopped, Chun Fan saw that the pointer remained on a blue food card. Congratulations on obtaining the Xin Level Gourmet card. Using this card, the dishes you make will taste 50% better. This card can only be used once. Chun Fan still feels that this card is valuable. At least he can use it at critical moments, especially during competitions. Bite. New task, ginseng black chicken soup. Get likes from at least 6 professional chefs. Once the task is completed, you will receive 120 reputation points, 30,000 cash points, and 10 stamina points. The ingredients have been prepared for you. Please start your task. Chun Fan calculated in his mind that if he could complete the task successfully, he would now have 100,000 yuan in his hands, which made him very satisfied. Chapter 46, Forming Cliques. Chun Fan decided to take out part of the money first. On the one hand, he could show Lin Yuer and let him know that he was not losing money every day. On the other hand, he could also pay Xiaofang's salary. When Lin Yuer saw Chun Fan take out 50,000 yuan, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He was with Chun Fan almost every day, but he had never seen them make so much money. He was even a little worried that Chun Fan had done something illegal. Honey, this money can't be dirty. How did you make 50,000 yuan in just over a month? I've never seen our business so good. Chun Fan smiled after hearing this. Actually, he didn't plan to show the money to Lin Yuer at first. After all, Lin Yuer would definitely feel strange, and he wouldn't be able to give a reasonable explanation at that time. He also didn't want to tell anyone about the system, because the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Once someone leaked it, it would bring him even greater trouble. But the problem is that Chun Fan sees Lin Yuer working hard for him every day. If he doesn't take out the money, he feels sorry for Lin Yuer. He wants to tell this woman that his restaurant is not losing money anymore, but has been making profits, and the money they earn is more exciting than other restaurants. Dear, don't worry. This money is all earned by your husband with his own ability. There will be absolutely no problem. It's very clean. Well, I believe you. In that case, I'll give you the money to keep. Lin Yuer then found a bank and deposited the 50,000 yuan into her card, and Chun Fan took out 5,000 yuan from his remaining 20,000 yuan and handed it to Xiaofang. Xiaofang, you have worked hard these past 2 days. This is an advance on your salary. As long as you work hard with me in the future, I will never let you suffer any grievances in Tiandu. Your salary will only be higher than that of your peers. Xiaofang was very touched after hearing this. Now he completely regarded himself as a member of Chun Fan's restaurant. He also felt that Chun Fan did not regard him as an outsider. Originally, he didn't have much hope of finding a good job, but now he can get such a high salary before he has even started working for a few days, and it is an advance payment. I am afraid that there are not many people in the whole Tiandu who can reach his level. Of course, for Chun Fan, these are not the things he has to worry about, because he may really not be able to complete this mission. The reason is very simple. Although the ginseng and black chicken soup he wants to make is not difficult, and the ingredients are already prepared, it is very difficult to get the praise of those professional chefs. You have to know that competitors are enemies. If Chun Fan takes the food he cooks to those chefs for tasting, they're likely to be picky in various ways. The only chance to complete this task right now is the cooking competition in the near future. Only then will Chun Fan be able to meet so many chef judges at once. Fortunately, there is no release date for this task, and there is only a little over a week left before the cooking competition. Chun Fan decided to practice the basic skills first, and he must do it on the day of the cooking competition. If he doesn't make a name for himself, he must make a big splash and let all the people who look down on him see how good he is. On the other hand, Su Yuan also seemed very distressed. He gradually realized that Chun Fan was like an indestructible cockroach, and there was no way to completely subdue him. With his own strength, he could forcefully defeat him, but that would damage his reputation. Therefore, Su Yuan decided to find more helpers. In fact, he did not hate Chen Fan that much at first. It was just because Chun Fan opened a restaurant opposite his, which would not affect their family business. But after these few attempts, Chun Fan's restaurant gradually became famous, while Su Yuan himself was only ridiculed, which was definitely something he could not accept. At this time, Su Yuan thought of another person in their Tiandu city, named Sun Long. Sun Long's strength should not be underestimated. The company he opened was called Sun Group. Compared with the Hong Hai Group, although it is slightly inferior, it can still be ranked among the top 10 in the country. This is also the second company in Tiandu that can compete face-to-face with the Hong Hai Group. If it weren't for this reason, Su Yuan would never have thought of Sun Long. Of course, the most important thing is that this top billionaire has a personal grudge with the CEO of Hong Hai Group, and they are incompatible. Now that Chun Fan has established a relationship with Lu Mingyu, the jewel in the crown of the Hong Hai Group, Su Yuan will naturally have to curry favor with the Hong Hai Group's archenemy. That night, Su Yuan specially drove a luxury car, filled the car with various expensive gifts worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and drove directly into Sun Long's villa. Because Su Yuan's father had known Sun Long in the business world, Sun Long naturally knew Su Yuan as well. When Sun Long saw Su Yuan having people take the valuable gifts out of the car, he felt a little strange. As the saying goes, if someone is too nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. As a businessman, how could he not understand these principles? Su Yuan must have done this to ask for something from him. When did you learn this from your father? If someone else said this, Su Yuan would definitely be very unhappy. But the person who said this was Sun Long, who has been working in the business world for nearly 30 years. His experience and knowledge far surpassed his own, and his wealth was beyond his reach. Although the gifts Su Yuan sent this time were very high-end, including foreign wines and the best ginseng and cordyceps sinensis, these things were not so rare for the well-informed Sun Long. Su Yuan said to Sun Long, "Uncle Sun, I came to you this time because I want to ask you something. If you have anything to say, please tell me now. I have a lot to do today and may leave at any time." Sun Long pretended to be indifferent, but Su Yuan still didn't dare to say anything too harsh. He just smiled and said, "Uncle Sun, this is what happened. You should have heard that the Han Hai Group will hold a cooking competition in a week. I wonder if our Sun Group has sent anyone to participate." Sun Long raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "What do you mean by asking this? Don't you know what my relationship is with the Han Hai Group? Are you trying to provoke me?" Sun Long seemed very unhappy when he said this, and seemed ready to send him away and close the door at any time. Seeing this, Su Yuan quickly bent down and lit a cigarette for Sun Long. Chapter 47, Hype. Sun Long took the cigarette from Su Yuan and took a puff. Su Yuan saw this and knew there was a chance, so he continued to say to him, "Uncle Sun, you should know without me saying that the Han Hai Group is about to become the national leader in the catering industry, and his experience in Tiandu City is not as strong as our Sun Group. What's more, they and Sun Group are like water and fire. If you don't take action quickly this time, then he will only eat meat in the future, and you won't even get to drink soup." Sun Long snorted coldly and continued, "What exactly do you want to say? Don't argue with me. I just want to hear a result. Uncle Chun, isn't it obvious that they are organizing a cooking competition to deal with you? They want to select the best chef of the day, but this kind of thing can be done secretly, but they have to make it so high profile. It's obviously for hype." Sun Long's Sun Group was originally the most powerful local enterprise in Tiandu, especially in the catering industry, where it was a giant. No one could pose a threat to it except the Foxconn Group, but the Foxconn Group was enough for him to deal with. After all, this is just one chain restaurant with hundreds of stores across the country, so they're coming in with such force that Sun Long also feels a deep sense of crisis. This time, Han Hai Group held a so-called cooking competition, and Sun Long heard about it from the beginning, but he would not participate because his purpose was to tell Han Hai Group that he wanted to draw a clear line with it. "You don't need to sell me anxiety here. My teacher's Sun Group has been in Tiandu for many years. Now, in Tiandu, the #1 food industry still belongs to the Sun Group. So no matter how he tries, he can't get the best chefs from there. And he should know that there are countless top chefs in my hotel, and any one of them is 100 times better than those so-called chefs on the market." The reason why Sun Long dared to say this was, of course, because he had his own confidence, and the fact was indeed like this. He himself had already been famous. The food industry in Weitian City had always been headed by the Sun Group. Even a national chain enterprise like the Han Hai Group could not shake his position, but only posed a certain threat to him. However, Su Yuan couldn't just accept his fate. His real purpose was certainly not to make Sun Long's Sun Group stronger, but to use the Sun Group to deal with Chen Fan. Therefore, he deliberately guided Sun Long and continued to say to him, Uncle Sun, you don't know that among the applicants this time, there is a young man in his early 20s who is an excellent cook. If he wins the first prize in this cooking competition, the results will most likely be very unfavorable to the Sun Group. Sun Long raised his eyebrows and asked, a young man? Tell me his name. If he is really famous, I will definitely know him. Uncle Sun is actually not famous at all. He is just a rookie. His name is Chun Fan. But you can't underestimate him, because Miss Liu personally gave him the admission ticket. Just yesterday, he easily defeated the top chef of my hotel, Chef Zhao. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Long immediately became somewhat worried, because he had heard of Chef Zhao, a chef who had won first prize in a provincial cooking competition. With his strength, he could lose to a greenhorn, which meant that this kid must be quite capable. From what I know, Chef Zhao should be a mid-level chef. He was easily defeated by a young boy. Could it be that the young boy is a senior chef? Su Yuan nodded and said, of course, I could be sure of that. After getting Su Yuan's affirmation, Sun Long finally became interested, because according to his experience, in order to be called a senior chef, one must be at least 40 years old. Even those geniuses with special talents in cooking cannot become senior chefs before the age of 30. But according to Su Yuan, that brat is only in his early 20s. How did he achieve such an achievement? What's more, these chefs usually participate in various competitions during the promotion process. Logically speaking, it is impossible that he has no impression at all. Therefore, there are only two reasons now. Either Su Yuan is lying to him, or that guy is a culinary genius that appears once in a century. Anyway, to be on the safe side, Sun Long decided to consult Su Yuan's opinion and let his two top chefs participate in the competition. But there is one embarrassing thing now. There are only 24 places for the cooking competition, and now all of them have been distributed. If he sends more people to participate, where will he get these places? Seeing that Sun Long was still doubtful, Su Yuan hurriedly continued, Uncle Sun, you must not take it lightly. If Chun Fan wins the culinary competition, his fame will grow and he will become a school of his own. There are only two possible outcomes. Either he will have more and more fans, or he will join forces with Han Hai Group, which will pose a great challenge to Sun Group's position in Tiandu City. I'm not trying to scare you. My considerations are all well-founded. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Sun Long waved his hands, showing a confident expression, and said with a smile, I understand what you mean, but there is no need to be afraid, because I also have a trump card. There are two particularly capable young men among the 24 contestants. They happen to be my subordinates. Although they're not in my hotel now, they will still be willing to serve me as long as I give the order. Only then did Su Yuan calm down. He smiled and said to Sun Long, Uncle Sun is really far-sighted. It seems that I'm still too young. There is still a lot to learn from Uncle Sun in the future. I will work hard slowly. You're actually not bad, but you're a little too lazy. If you run into trouble again, feel free to tell me. If I can help, I'll be more than willing to help. In his heart, Sun Long actually wanted to win over Su Yuan. Although he did not think much of Su Yuan's strength and status, it was still very profitable to have such a lackey serving him and acting as a spy and minion in Tiandu City. Chapter 48, Confrontation. Uncle Sun, I'm honored that you think highly of me. I will definitely do my best for you, Uncle Sunday. But how strong are those two young men? Can they be compared with the boy I mentioned? Don't worry about that. I am very confident in them. Although they are only about 25 years old, they have already won the title of intermediate chef 2 years ago. They are also very particular about cooking skills. Once they can win this competition, they will definitely be promoted to senior chefs. I will recruit them to my hotel and let them deal with Chen Fan. They will definitely follow my intentions. If that's the case, then that's great. The Sun Group has been in the entire Tiandu City for many years and is now a century-old company. I believe that no smart person would give up the olive branch of the Sun Group. Come on, stop flattering me here. Actually, I've heard of Chun Fan you mentioned before. Isn't his restaurant just across from your hotel? I think you just want to bring him down, but your chef didn't live up to his expectations and lost the competition. Now you want to use me to fight him. Am I right? Sun Long's words made Su Yuan feel very embarrassed, but he was a thick-skinned person, so he just scratched his head and said, as expected, nothing can escape Uncle Sun's eyes. I did have this intention, but then Miss Liu suddenly showed up and disrupted my plan. Otherwise, I would have dealt with that guy long ago. Now that guy is not only a threat to me, but even Uncle Sun's Sun Group is in danger. We must prepare for a rainy day to prevent that guy from spreading like wildfire and becoming stronger, and strangle him in his cradle. Sun Long nodded and said thoughtfully, "What you said does make sense, but there is one thing I can't understand. Why would this girl, surnamed Lu, care so much about a young boy? Could it be that the boy really has extraordinary cooking skills? If so, I also want to see who he is." Su Yuan was secretly happy. It seemed that his trip was not in vain. Now he had completely accomplished what he wanted to achieve. With the prestige of the Sun Group in Tiandu City, it was easy for him to deal with Chun Fan. Chun Fan hated him for a long time. When he thought about seeing Chun Fan in a mess soon, he couldn't help but feel happy. In the blink of an eye, another half a month has passed, and there's only one day left before the cooking competition. Chun Fan has not received any tasks assigned by the system during this half month. It can be seen that the system should have guessed that he was preparing for the cooking competition, so it did not give him any extra burden. Chun Fan is now an intermediate chef. In half a month of training, his cooking skills have improved further. Because his physical strength has also increased a lot, his personal strength and endurance have become stronger than before, so he can train for at least 10 hours a day, which makes Lin Yuer look very distressed. She repeatedly persuaded Chun Fan to let him rest, but Chun Fan refused. Xiaofang admires her boss for working so hard. She thinks her boss is a young and promising boss, and having someone like him as a boss will help her adapt to the pace of society as quickly as possible. "Boss, you've been busy all day. You can take a break now. If you keep working like this, it will affect your condition for the next day's competition." Xiaofang couldn't help but tell Chun Fan that Lin Yuer was very tired after accompanying him for the whole day, so she fell asleep in the hotel. Chun Fan saw Lin Yuer's face like a sleeping beauty, and his heart was beating fast. For the sake of his beloved woman and for his dream career, he must try his best to do his best. Since God took pity on him and bound this system for him, Chun Fan felt that he must not disappoint God's expectations and kindness. In fact, there was one thing that Chun Fan also felt very strange. That is, Su Yuan had not come to trouble him again in the past half month. Chun Fan did not believe that this was Su Yuan, and he had turned back. Because a dog will always eat what he likes, although he didn't make any move on the surface, he must be preparing some despicable action secretly, and Chun Fan guessed that this action would most likely take place at the cooking competition. Su Yuan, no matter what you do, you can't stop me. The more ruthless you are, the more miserable your death will be. I will definitely not be polite to you next time. Chun Fan said to himself secretly in his heart. Time passed quickly, and on the morning of the second day, Chun Fan brought Lin Yuer and others to the headquarters of Hanhai Group. When the two of them entered the venue of the cooking competition, they saw that the other 23 chefs were already in place, and all of them looked quite confident, as if they were the best in the world. Just as Chun Fan was looking at the contestants, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He looked over the door and found that it was Lu Mingyu walking toward him quickly. "Why are you here just now? Didn't I tell you it would start at 10 a.m.? The draw is about to begin. Are you ready?" Chun Fan chuckled. He spent too much time studying cooking last night, so he didn't fall asleep until after 2 a.m. When he woke up the next morning, it was already past 9 o'clock. Because Chun Fan was the last one to come, he was naturally ranked last in this draw. According to the rules, Chun Fan was not eligible to draw others and could only wait for others to come and draw him. Of course, Chun Fan doesn't care about this. After all, no matter how the draw is done, it's random. What's more, he doesn't know these opponents at all. If he wants to win the championship, he must rely on his strength. No matter how he cheats, he can't make it to the last place. Xiaofang was a girl from the countryside. She had never seen such a scene before. She felt very nervous and even a little scared. She leaned close to Chun Fan's ear and said to him, "Boss, why are there so many people here? If I had known it would be so crowded, I wouldn't have come. I've never seen so many people here before. Some of them even took pictures of us. I feel like I'm wearing something ugly today." Hearing this, Chun Fan couldn't help laughing. Although this girl came from the countryside, but she is, after all, a girl under 20 years old, and she certainly loves beauty. Facing so many cameras, media, and reporters, the first thing she thinks about is not how intense the competition is, but whether her outfit looks good. Chapter 49, Worried. Girl, in this situation, you must stay focused. You have to know what you are here for. When the competition starts, you may have to help me. Don't be distracted, okay? Although Chun Fan told Xiaofang to stay focused and not be distracted, he himself was actually not much better because this was his first time facing such a big competition and he had never experienced it before. He found that his palms were wet, which must be due to sweating due to being too nervous. As a competition that can attract hundreds of reporters, It will definitely attract a lot of social attention, and the person who wins the championship will definitely become famous. According to the rules of the competition, 12 of the 24 chefs will be eliminated at the end of the first round, and the remaining half will advance. What Chen Fan is thinking about now is not winning the championship, but whether he can survive the first round. If he fails to survive the first round, he will feel ashamed of lose expectations. More importantly, Su Yuan will also try every possible way to humiliate him. That guy must be waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Everything depends on human effort. Don't think too much now because it's useless. As long as you can do your best, it's enough. Chun Fan comforted himself silently in his heart. Soon the draw came out. The person who drew Chun Fan was a middle-aged uncle from another place. He was thin and looked experienced. Judging from his confident expression, he should be quite confident in himself. Chun Fan took a look at the nameplate. The chef was number 3, and his name was Lao Wei. From Lao Wei's profile, it could be seen that his favorite dish was boiled fish, and he was quite famous in their area. Chun Fan was going to make the lotus root, and fat beef soup this time. Who of the two was better would depend on their skills. When Chun Fan was observing Lao Wei was also observing Chun Fan. At first, he thought Chun Fan was the top chef of a big hotel, but when he saw the information, he was stunned. It turned out that Chun Fan was the owner of a small restaurant, and this restaurant had just been open for less than 2 months. This made him unable to help but look at Chun Fan again, his eyes full of contempt. I never thought that such an important competition would have someone who was just a sham. It seems that this guy must be a relative of the organizer. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to participate? Lao Wei thought silently in his heart, but he did not dare to be too careless, because even if this person was a relative of the boss, it was impossible for him to have no skills at all. Otherwise, he would only come up and embarrass himself. So Lao Wei felt that as long as he used more than 60% of his skills, he would be able to completely suppress Chun Fan, and the promotion spot between the two would naturally belong to him. There are 10 people sitting on the side of the arena. These 10 people are the judges of this competition. Each of these judges has extremely rich experience and sophisticated qualifications. No matter which city they are in, they are all leaders in the food industry. So it naturally took a lot of effort and money to invite these 10 judges. Many people drove hundreds of kilometers to come here to see these chefs. Their purpose is not only to watch the competition, but also to learn from chefs. Behind the judges sat the audience from all over the country, and in the front row were 2 people whom Chun Fan knew. One was Lu Mingyu, and the other was Lu Mingyu's grandfather, Lu Chenglong. Lu Chenglong looked at the contestants on the field and asked curiously, "Girl, how can you be sure that Chun Fan can win the championship of this competition? I see that he is not in the same level as the others. If you rashly let him participate in the competition, won't he make a fool of himself?" Lu Mingyu had actually thought about Lu Chenglong's concerns, but some things could not be regretted once a decision was made, not to mention that he still had some confidence in Chun Fan. At least he was particularly satisfied with the 2 dishes made by Chun Fan. With his status, he had tasted all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, but compared with Chun Fan's 2 very simple dishes, they were far inferior. Grandpa, from what I know about him, even if he loses this time, he won't be discouraged. I think he will definitely seize this opportunity. If he really wins the championship, his whole life will be completely changed. TSK, when did you learn these life lessons, girl? But I still trust your judgment because I also think this kid is not simple. How he performs depends on how those people stimulate him. While the two were talking, 2 young people in formal attire appeared in the center of the competition, 1 man and 1 woman, holding microphones in their hands. They were obviously the hosts of the competition. They quickly introduced the judges and the importance of this competition one by one, and finally introduced the contestants. Everyone present had a different focus. Chun Fan had been staring closely at the judges. He was particularly surprised when he learned that 9 out of 10 judges had already obtained the qualifications of senior chefs. Of course, what surprised him the most was the person sitting in the middle position. It was said that he had already reached the title of Junior Chef King. With such status and position, they are the absolute top stars in the hotel wherever they go, and their income is in the millions or even higher. Of course, their real strength is not in providing good food to the guests, but in guiding these new generation of chefs to cultivate more talents in the food industry for the country. Chun Fan took a special look at the judge of the Junior Chef King competition. He was about 60 years old and looked thin, which was very different from the impression of chefs. If this person walked on the street, It would be estimated that few people would be able to guess his identity. As the saying goes, don't judge a book by its cover. Chun Fan had a vague feeling in his heart that this 60-year-old chef king definitely had his extraordinary existence, and Chun Fan remembered his name, Marshall Ma, at first sight. In comparison, this name is very popular. Chun Fan has watched a TV series called Marshall Ma since he was a child. Of course, the chef himself is still very low-key. But no matter how low-key he is, his personal influence in Tiandu City can definitely be ranked in the top 3. This is beyond doubt. Otherwise, he would not be able to sit in the middle position of the judges, which is not only a symbol of status, but also a manifestation of strength. Chapter 50. Are you here to make people laugh? After the host announced the start of the game, everyone became excited. There were at least more than 10 media outlets and more than 100 reporters covering the game. Each of them tried to dig out the most unique news. Because this competition can not only select talented young chefs, but also, more importantly, it could provide a major promotion for Tiandu's catering industry, allowing people all over the country to know the charm of Tiandu cuisine. There were many people watching around the arena. Some of them were watching the contestants in the arena, and some were watching the video playback on the sidelines. As long as you can get the first place in the cooking competition this time, you will definitely get the best treatment. All the contestants seemed very excited this time. Once they got the first place, they would get the best in fame and fortune. However, Chun Fan would definitely give his best. He had only one goal, and that was to win the championship. The competition was going on group by group. Chun Fan didn't care about how the previous people won. He was always thinking about his own thing, that is, how to make the ginseng and black chicken soup. Chun Fan didn't want to miss any objection from the judges. After all, the system had explained the task to him this time, and if someone objected, it would mean the failure of his task. After the host called out Chun Fan's name, he walked confidently to the center of the venue. Chun Fan and his opponent Lao Wei stood on the stage. To show respect, they nodded to each other and shook hands. On the surface, the situation seemed calm, but the situation was already turbulent because everyone knew that if they didn't join their own group, they might be the ones to fail. The game lasted for an hour, and Chun Fan quickly entered the battle state at the announcement of the host. In fact, most people didn't think there was any suspense in the match between the two of them. One was an unknown kid, and the other was a famous chef. This confrontation between newcomers wouldn't be too intense. They even speculated that Lao Wei had drawn a good lot, and he could easily defeat Chun Fan. Chun Fan chose ginseng black chicken soup this time, while Lao Wei chose his specialty, boiled fish. Both choices actually have their own advantages and disadvantages. Chun Fan's side seemed much simpler. He just put the ginseng and marinated black chicken directly into the soup and boiled it over high heat. As for the rest, it seemed as if he did nothing. As a result, the onlookers shook their heads after seeing this. In their eyes, what Chun Fan did now seemed not as good as that of a housewife. If such a simple method could lead to victory, then wasn't this competition a bit too trifling? Not to mention Chun Fan. Even Xiao Fong beside him was wondering if Chun Fan had made a mistake. He frowned slightly and asked repeatedly, "Boss, isn't this too simple? I'm afraid the black chicken soup won't taste very good if you keep doing this." Chun Fan smiled. In fact, he also felt that it was very simple, but there was nothing he could do about it. The method given by the system was just like this. He personally still believed in the system. In the crowd, there was a young man wearing fashionable clothes and sunglasses with a livid face. This man was Su Yuan. Although Su Yuan was not very familiar with cooking, he had seen pigs run even though he had eaten pork. His family had been in the hotel for many years. He had often seen chefs showing off their cooking skills, but none of them was as casual as Chun Fan. He thought that Chun Fan was clearly trying to fool around with his eligibility to participate in the competition. If he had known this, he would have given this precious ticket to Chef Zhao. The performances of the two people in the field were very different. On the one hand, there were all kinds of delicate operations and skilled craftsmanship on the side of Lao Wei, and on the other hand, Chun Fan started his habitual one-pot stew again, giving people the feeling that he had no skills at all, and Lao Wei was very busy. Chun Fan, however, acted as if nothing had happened, and just sat there silently waiting. This also made many judges frown, and the audience even questioned Chun Fan's disrespect for the competition by bringing his homemade methods to the competition. Soon the aroma of boiled fish began to spread throughout the stadium. But Chun Fan's ginseng and black chicken soup had the lid tightly covered, so no smell could be smelled at all, and many people did not have any expectations. They all wanted to taste the boiled fish because it was much more delicious than the boiled fish they usually had in those small restaurants. The aroma alone was better. The game has already started. Why isn't that guy in a hurry? Could it be that he's given up? Chun Fan seemed to be very calm and composed as he was dawdling there. He seemed to be sure of winning, but he also gave people the feeling of being passive. On the contrary, Lao Wei showed all his life skills, and his various operations attracted people's constant admiration and dazzling. Let's talk about another person who felt very sad, and that person was Lu Mingyu. He specially gave a very precious qualification to participate in the competition to Chun Fan, but he didn't expect that Chun Fan didn't know how to cherish it at all and just wasted his hard work. Grandpa, I'm kind of regretting giving this guy a spot now. What he did is really incomparable to those truly famous chefs. Am I being a little too willful? Lu Qinglong couldn't help laughing when he heard his granddaughter's words. Look at how contradictory you are. You're the one who says he is great, and you're the one who says he is not good. You must be patient in everything. If you don't see it to the end, then all your speculations are just assumptions. Since things have come to this point, we might as well give him some time. Lu Mingyu sighed, still feeling a little uncomfortable. But the problem is that even if he really makes ginseng black chicken soup, it is just a very ordinary dish. These judges are all very picky. How could they possibly vote for him? I don't know about that, but you don't have to worry too much. Look how confident that guy is. He never fights a battle he is not sure of. Since he is confident, it means he must have his own way. You just need to watch him honestly. Half an hour later, there was still no movement from Chun Fan's side. He just stared at the pot in front of him. As for Old Wei, he was almost done. Every move he made seemed very delicate, and every step was handled very well. Compared with Chun Fan's rough and careless style, they were completely two different styles. In the eyes of many people, the game was over. Chapter 51, Pennywise. However, the next scene was very embarrassing. After a series of fierce operations, Old Wei was still very busy when the time was almost up. If he continued in this way, he would definitely exceed the time limit. According to the rules of the game, once the time limit is exceeded, it is equivalent to violating the regulations, and the player will be automatically judged as the loser. In this way, Chun Fan was equivalent to picking up a big advantage for nothing. Many people felt that this situation was unfair, especially those onlookers. They thought that Chun Fan was just taking advantage, so they felt ashamed of him. This kid is so lucky. I think there's no need for Chef Wei to make such a big fuss. He only needs to use 30% of his strength to defeat this kid. It's a pity that he is still too serious. Who said it wasn't? In my opinion, we should keep quiet. This kid's ability to participate in this level of competition means there must be someone behind him, so you'd better not provoke him. If he gets retaliated, it will be terrible. I don't care about that. I just like to stand up for the weak. Why can such a talented guy participate in the competition? Anyway, I want to appeal for Chef Wei. He should be given more time to fully display his work. As these people were talking, they turned their eyes to the judges. Obviously, the final result would still be decided by the judges. And among these judges, the one whose words had the most influence was naturally Marshall Ma. Marshall Ma has also been paying attention to Chun Fan. When he realized that Chef Wei might not be able to finish his boiled fish, he felt a little regretful, but the rules cannot be changed easily. Because once the rules are changed, others will raise objections, and these rules are agreed upon in advance, which means there's something that everyone tacitly agrees to. The violation of overtime only shows that Chef Wei did not plan well, and he should bear the responsibility himself. Because of this, Marshall Ma didn't say anything. He had obviously acquiesced to Chef Wei's elimination. Just when many people felt sorry for Chef Wei's early elimination, Chun Fan suddenly stood up and glanced at the judges. Hello, teachers. I just observed that my opponent, Chef Wei, seems to be unable to cook his boiled fish within the specified time. In that case, I think it's obviously a pity. I'm willing to wait a little longer, and if he wins the game in the end, I won't have any regrets, so people won't think I won unfairly. I have to say that Chun Fan's words really helped to increase people's favorability. Those who originally ridiculed Chun Fan are now full of admiration and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Although this guy is not very capable, his generosity is something we can still respect. You know nothing. This is just a strategy. In the end, the judges will definitely be on his side. I think this kid must have his own plan. Maybe he has already prepared the championship certificate in secret. Well, who knows? Anyway, no matter what, at least he gave Chef Wei another chance. Even if he was just pretending, at least it would be much better for his appearance. While these people were talking, Chef Xiao kept looking at Chen Fan because he also felt very sorry at first, but after hearing what Chen Fan said, he was extremely surprised. After all, the two of them are rivals. If Chen Fan buys time for him at this time, isn't he just adding trouble to himself? What's more, any discerning person can see that there is a huge gap between Chen Fan's cooking skills and his. The two of them are not at the same level at all. This is tantamount to leaving this ticket to the next round for nothing. Little brother, why are you doing this? If I were you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do what you did. Chen Fan shrugged his shoulders with a nonchalant smile on his face and said to Chef Wei, I want to win, but I think if I want to win, I have to win properly. I don't want others to poke me in the back and say that I am really opportunistic. Chen Fan's words were obviously meant for the onlookers. After all, some people were too talkative and their words had already reached Chen Fan's ears, making Chen Fan quite unhappy. Chef Wei naturally heard it as well. He waved his hand and said sorry to Chen Fan. Little brother, justice is in the hearts of the people. As long as you have a clear conscience, I don't care what others say. I also believe in you, little brother. You are not the kind of person who cares about trivial matters. It's up to each person to decide. However, my application has not yet been approved by the judges. It will only be over if they agree. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he and Chef Wei turned around to look at the judges. It was the first time for these judges to encounter such a thing, and they had hosted such cooking competitions before. Generally speaking, whoever exceeds the time limit will be automatically deemed the loser. This is a rule. However, this is the first time that an opponent has come to intercede for the other party. After all, in this kind of competition, only two people can choose one, and the competition is very fierce. Even if both of them are very good, it is impossible for both of them to advance at the same time. In this situation, it is truly remarkable that Chen Fan was able to put aside his personal gains and losses and consider his opponent. As for Chen Fan's cooking skills, they also had different opinions. More than half of the judges were as skeptical of Chen Fan as the onlookers, and even felt that he was treating the competition as a joke. Because from beginning to end, he didn't put in any effort, nor did he behave like a real chef. Instead, he was more like an elementary school student, a peasant woman who knew nothing about cooking and was figuring things out. Of course, there are still a few judges who are undecided about Chen Fan because the time is not over yet and they have not seen the final result, so they're not sure whether Chen Fan will have any other performances in the future. Maybe this is just a longer prelude? In comparison, Marshall Ma remained silent the entire time. He paid more attention to Chen Fan because he thought Chen Fan was a very strange person. The cooking methods he used seemed ordinary and even childish on the surface. But if you observe carefully, you will find that the heat and amount are very precise every time. If you don't reach a certain level of cooking skills, you can't see it at all. This is also the difference between Ma Dashuai as a senior chef and ordinary people, because his vision is from a higher dimension. Teachers of the judges, what do you think of Brother Chen Fan's proposal? Chapter 52. The people have sharp eye. The judges looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard what Chef Wei said, and finally turned their gazes to Marshall Ma in the middle. Marshall Ma smiled slightly, nodded, and said, Since Chen Fan has agreed, we have no objection. The game will continue. We will extend the time for you for 1 hour. After getting the judges' consent, Chef Wei continued to work, while Chen Fan, contrary to his usual behavior, seemed to have woken up from a dream and started to prepare his ginseng black chicken soup. In the eyes of many people, after the postponement of this competition, the result is already quite obvious. Chef Wei's boiled fish will obviously be the final winner, and Chen Fan did not seize this opportunity. Another half an hour passed, and most of the contestants had finished the competition. However, because of the postponement, the competition for Chen Fan and Chef Wei was still going on. As Chef Wei turned off the fire, his creation was finally about to be served, waiting for the residual heat to slowly fix the aroma of the fish. Chen Fan seemed to be the same as always, and everyone thought he was just making a final struggle. Many people wanted to persuade him to give in early to avoid the embarrassment later. But at this moment, Chen Fan actually took out a bag of ingredients from his pocket. The bag of ingredients looked black, and no one knew what was inside. Everyone frowned, wondering what this kid was up to. Naturally, Chen Fan didn't care about what others thought. He threw the seasoning packet directly into the pot and then covered it. Old Lu was looking at Chen Fan with a very strange expression. He knew in his heart that Chen Fan was definitely not someone who could fool people. So the key to the final victory actually lay in this black and inconspicuous ingredient package. Seeing how serious old Lu was, Luminyu couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Grandpa, what do you think the ingredient package Chen Fan took is? Could it be those prohibited items?" "What are you talking about, girl? How could he be that kind of person?" "Oh, Grandpa, I was just joking. Of course I know he's not that kind of person, but I'm curious about what's in this black seasoning packet of his. This is his secret, and I can be sure that if he wins, more than 90% of the credit will be reflected in this seasoning packet." Although Lao Lu is not an expert in food, he has extremely rich life experience. So even if he doesn't know much about some things, he can still discover the mysteries behind them. Because most things have quite a lot in common, including many contents in the world. Now Chun Fan's actions, he can easily see the clues. This young man is definitely not simple, because everyone has his own unique skills. Based on his understanding of Chun Fan, if he was not completely sure, he would not have been so lax in the beginning. But Chef Wei didn't think so. He felt that Chun Fan had already exposed his true cooking skills before, so no matter what method he used in the end, he would not be able to defeat him. You have to know that Chef Wei's previous actions are the real strength of a mid-level chef. For most people in the world, or even for most chefs, this is a level that is difficult to reach. Therefore, he won this game easily. A few minutes later, Chef Wei brought the boiled fish he had prepared to the table, but Chun Fan was reluctant to open the lid of the pot, which caused many people to talk about it. They thought that Chun Fan was obviously afraid of losing the game, so he gave in and was scared. This guy is so funny. He was the one who chose the rock for Chef Wei, but now he doesn't dare to compete and doesn't even have the courage to open the pot lid. Why'd he do that before? I think he is just putting on a show to gain the sympathy of the judges. Such a person must be full of schemes and tricks. We must not be fooled. That doesn't matter, because the facts are here. Whether he is willing to show his dishes or not, the result will not change at all. I believe that the public has a sharp eye. Look, that guy opened the pot. Just as everyone was talking, someone suddenly shouted, and then Chun Fan was seen lifting the lid of the pot. Suddenly, a fragrance spread out, and the entire competition hall was surrounded by this fragrance. At this point, those who were originally dissatisfied with Chun Fan finally shut up. They originally thought that Chun Fan was just being mysterious, but now they were slapped in the face by reality. It turns out that this guy is really good. He is not just acting. However, in this situation, some people still question Chun Fan. They believe that the reason why the ginseng and black chicken soup made by Chun Fan exuded such a strong aroma was that he must have used some shameful methods. But obviously this statement cannot explain everything. After all, if Chun Fan knew that this method was shameful, he would not put his final trump card, the seasoning packet, in front of so many people. Isn't this just walking into a trap? The judges ignored the comments of the audience. They took a look and began to taste the two dishes on the table. As professional chefs, they will not subjectively choose a dish based on its aroma. After all, the quality of a dish needs to be judged from all aspects. The first chef to taste the food was the first chef. He used chopsticks to gently take a piece of the boiled fish and tasted it. He closed his eyes slightly, and his brows slowly relaxed. However, he did not draw a conclusion at the first time. He picked up a soup spoon and took a sip of the black chicken ginseng soup made by Chun Fan. Then his face changed instantly, and his eyes widened. After being stunned for a long time, he took another sip and wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. There's a reason for doing this. Their competition allows the judges to make normal but immediate comments in turn. There will also be anonymous voting. If the votes are the same, then the most senior judge among them, Marshal Ma, will make the final judgment. When the first judge finished, the second chef soon began the tasting, as the boiled fish made by Chef Wei took a long time. A lot of effort was put into it, so the judges all had a very good impression of it. In their opinion, it was not surprising at all that Chef Wei's boiled fish won. Chapter 53, Unmoved. In the following time, the chef took a sip of Chun Fan's black chicken and ginseng soup. Originally, he was not interested in this dish of Chun Fan, and he didn't even have any expectations, because Chun Fan's previous actions had already proved everything. The reason why he was willing to take such a small bite was only because of consideration for the rules. But after he swallowed the soup, his expression suddenly changed drastically. He looked very surprised. Then, without anyone's interference, he continued to eat 2 more bites. He also closed his eyes and nodded slightly, then gave Chun Fan a thumbs up. If it was just one judge, Olway might not have any idea about doing this. The key problem was that now 2 judges had shown great interest in Chun Fan's dish, which made Old Wei feel very uncomfortable. However, he still held on to one last glimmer of fantasy. He felt that there were so many judges, but now there were only 2 left. If 6 of the remaining 8 judges were willing to vote for him, he would also win the competition. What's more, he doubted in his heart whether these judges had already been communicated between the organizer and Chen Fan. In fact, no matter how bad the dishes Chen Fan cooked were, they would probably vote for Chen Fan. Lin Yuer also noticed this. He deliberately smiled and winked at Chen Fan and said, "Honey, it seems that the 2 judges are very satisfied with the black chicken and ginseng soup you made. This is really surprising. At first, I thought you were just going through the motions." Chen Fan seemed very calm about Lin Yuer's surprise. His expression did not change much, but he said in a slightly serious tone, "No one can say anything before the result is out, because there are still many judges left, and anything can happen." The reason why Chen Fan said this was not because of false. In fact, this is what he really thought in his heart, because no one can be completely sure about something like a competition, so all they can do is try their best to do their best. Even if you have not reached the ultimate goal, you must keep a calm mind. Even if you are ahead, you must not give up, because embarrassing things can happen at any time. Soon the 3rd judge came out. He was a middle-aged man with a big belly and looked fat, but he should have some skills as well. Because when he tasted the old-flavored boiled fish, he actually shook his head and showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Obviously, even though Lao Wei spent a lot of effort on this dish, it did not receive unanimous approval from the judges. This means that there's probably something wrong with this dish, but we may only know what the problem is after we finish tasting it. The judges behind had similar expressions. They first showed disdain for Chen Fan's bowl of ginseng and black chicken soup, but after tasting it, they felt enlightened. For Chef Wei's boiled fish, it was the opposite. At this moment, Chef Wei had already noticed something was wrong, and he began to reflect on which step he had gone wrong. Was it because he did not control the heat well during the cooking process, or did he not add the seasoning well? But after thinking about it, Chef Wei still couldn't figure it out. After all, even if he made mistakes in the production process, it couldn't be worse than the ginseng black chicken soup made by Chen Fan. There was another person in the crowd who had been watching this incident silently, and that person was Su Yuan. Su Yuan observed the entire process very carefully. In her opinion, there must be something fishy going on here because Chen Fan never took his eyes off the food while it was cooking, so there couldn't be anything that was hard to figure out. Of course, the only thing he couldn't figure out was the bag of black stuff that Chen Fan poured into the pot when the game was about to end. It looked like this thing should be Chen Fan's exclusive secret. Anyway, Chen Fan's expression did not change much. He seemed very calm, as if this game had nothing to do with him. Compared with his calmness, Lu Mingyu seemed much more nervous. Because Lu Mingyu was the one who recommended Chen Fan, he praised Chen Fan a lot in front of his father and grandfather. If Chen Fan was eliminated in the first round, he would be slapping himself in the face. Fortunately, judging from the judges' reactions, Chen Fan should not be someone without any ability. He still had a chance to win the game. Now, there was only one person left, and usually that person was the most senior judge among the judges, Ma Dashuai. Marshal Ma was obviously more knowledgeable than the other judges. As he tasted the dishes made by Chen Fan and Lao Wei, he seemed to have no expression from beginning to end. It was difficult for ordinary people to tell what he thought of the 2 dishes. All the judges were ready, and now it was their turn to vote and give scores. Before the host announced the start, a waitress was seen walking towards Marshal Ma. Then he leaned close to Marshal Ma's ear and said a few words. Marshal Ma's face suddenly turned dark, and his expression became very solemn. No one knew what he had heard. The reason why Marshal Ma reacted so strongly was mainly because the waitress just conveyed Sun Long's words. It turned out that after Su Yuan's instigation, Sun Long decided to let Ma Dashuai take charge and eliminate Chen Fan directly in the first round. At this moment, Ma Dashuai hesitated because although he was a chef of high status, but this Sun Long is even harder to mess with. He is the leader in the catering industry. If he offends him accidentally, he will be in big trouble. Just when Ma Dashuai was hesitating, the host had already announced that it was time for the scoring session, with a full score of 100. The first judge gave 100 points to both Chen Fan and Lao Wei. The reason was that he felt that Lao Wei's boiled fish was very particular in both its cooking method and taste. So it was natural that he got a 10, and Chen Fan's ginseng and black chicken soup also got a high score. It's not because of the way it's cooked, but rather because of its unforgettable taste and the fragrant aroma. Moreover, this soup has the function of nourishing and maintaining health. It will definitely be a big seller in the market. Chen Fan remained calm about this score, but Chef Wei on the other side seemed a little surprised. He could not accept that Chun Fan had the same score as himself. Chapter 54, The Meaning of Fairness. These people naturally didn't know that the black seasoning packet that Chun Fan put when the time was about to run out was actually the delicious double card he had obtained. With this card, any dish he makes will have double the aroma and taste, fully able to attract the taste buds of the judges. The judges at the back gave their scores one by one, and as if they had discussed it beforehand, all of them gave a high score of 100. At the end, it was finally Ma Dashwai's turn to give a score. He thought about it for a long time, but could not come up with an answer. Each of the onlookers had his or her own ideas. Some people think that Chun Fan must have a deep connection, otherwise he would never get the same score as Chef Wei. Others think that Chun Fan should have been the winner. After all, the fragrance of the black chicken and ginseng soup made by Chun Fan has completely filled the entire venue. What is Chef Ma still hesitating about? If you ask me, Chun Fan's black chicken and ginseng soup must be the winner. I can smell the fragrance from such a distance. Besides, it also contains ginseng, which is a very tonic food. You know nothing. If you say that, it's meaningless. Whoever uses the more expensive stone will win, right? As a chef, their most important skill is cooking. Look at how much effort Chef Wei put into making this boiled fish. That's right. Chef Wei worked so hard on the food, but Chun Fan just muddled through a little bit. His level is not even as good as my wife's. All right, stop talking nonsense here. No matter how much you say, it's useless. The final decision still lies with the judges. Now it all depends on how Marshall Ma judges. His strength and ability are unquestionable. As long as he thinks one is good, then the winner is definitely worthy of the title. Marshall Ma was quite conflicted. He was a person who did not participate in these fights. Now Foxconn Group invited him to be a judge. If he sided with one side, then fairness would lose its meaning. What's more, the boss of Han Hai Group was still sitting in the audience. But the problem was that Sun Long had already given his warning. If he didn't listen to Sun Long, what would be the consequences? Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly difficult, the audience below the stage began to discuss. Because if Marshall Ma did not give a score in time, it would lead to more and more speculation. At this time, another staff member came over and whispered a few words to Ma Dashwai. After hearing this, Ma Dashwai felt as if all the pressure on him disappeared. He glanced at Lao Lu, who was sitting in the audience, full of gratitude. This staff member was arranged by Lao Lu. As a veteran who had been in the society for many years, Lao Lu naturally knew what the waitress had said just now. He had guessed that someone was interfering with the game. So he also asked the staff to tell Marshall Ma that as a judge now, he cannot be disturbed by external factors in the first round and must judge everything based on his own conscience. He even asked his staff to guarantee to Ma Dashwai that if he got into trouble because of his judgment, he could come to him at any time. At this moment, Marshall Ma felt like he had found a life-saving straw. He finally didn't have to worry about it anymore. He picked up the sign in his hand and gave Chun Fan a full score of 100 points and gave Lao Wei 98 points. The moment this score came out, it meant that Chun Fan's first game was over, and he was the winner of this game. This result was unexpected by many people, because no one was optimistic about Chun Fan at the beginning. They all thought that Chun Fan was trying to fool people, but this result slapped many people in the face. Old Wei was naturally very annoyed and angry, but he couldn't turn hostile in public at the moment, so he could only accept it silently. As a result, he was quite unwilling to accept his loss to Chun Fan. If this matter were to get out that he lost to an unknown boy, how would he survive in the food industry in the future? Chun Fan couldn't care less about so many things. He only cared about his own results. He was too lazy to care about other things. Besides, when he won the first round of the competition, he also got another good thing, which was the reward given to him by the system. Because 10 judges gave him a full score of 1,000 points, which means he received 10 positive comments and likes. This was the task the system gave him at the time. Now Chun Fan has a clear conscience. Then the host in the center of the stadium asked Marshall Ma a question. Teacher Ma, why did you give Brother Chun Fan 100 points, but gave Chef Wei, who looks more complicated, 98 points? Can you tell me the reason? The host asked this question deliberately not to embarrass Marshall Ma, but to let him resolve the doubts in the audience's minds, so that they can shut up and stop engaging in conspiracy theories. Marshall Ma nodded. He could naturally hear the doubts of the audience, so it was necessary for him to explain. He stared at the two dishes placed in front of Chun Fan and Chef Wei. Well, my criteria for judging may be different from others, because I have been in the industry for so many years and have achieved some small successes. I believe that as a chef, The goal is to present the most delicious food to the guests, and the focus is on the taste rather than the so-called complicated processes. Because no matter how complicated your process is and how superb your skills are, if the final product does not meet the taste of customers, then this work is undoubtedly a failure. On the contrary, even if you use the simplest method to make a delicious dish that is astonishing, customers will definitely not pursue the origin of the dish. They will enjoy the pleasure that the dish brings them. Facts have proved that Marshall Ma is indeed quite capable. As soon as he finished speaking, those viewers who had doubts about Chun Fan and even put forward conspiracy theories all shut their mouths. Because everyone knew that the aroma that just emanated throughout the hall was Chun Fan's black chicken and ginseng soup. Although the boiled fish looked complicated, the result was mediocre, so his failure was inevitable. Although Lao Wei was very unconvinced, he was just a contestant after all. He had no right to challenge the judges and finally left in dejection. But there was one person who seemed very angry. That person was Sun Long. In his eyes, Marshall Ma did not give him face. Sun Long was very angry about this situation. You know, in Tiandu, who would dare not give him face? Chapter 55, Secret Trick. Asshole. Marshall Ma is such a piece of shit that he doesn't even give me face. Don't you want to take advantage of my connections and influence in Tiandu? It's enough to make him completely unemployed as a chef. I want to see what they dare to use to fight me in the future. It really makes me so angry. Although Sun Long's words were quite impressive, facing the current situation, he could not do anything except bragging. After all, he was still in the territory of Han Hai Group. In other words, his Sun Group has not yet reached the point where it can dominate the entire Tiandu city, even though chefs will be blocked and suppressed by the Sun Group. But as long as the Han Hai Group is still there, people can still have good jobs and careers, and this is something Sun Long cannot control. Of course, it is precisely because of this that Sun Long must do everything he can to drive Han Hai Group out of here. He must be the only king of the whole world. When the first round of competition was over, 12 out of the 24 contestants stood out. Chun Fan was one of them. The second round of competition was scheduled for the next day, so Chun Fan and Lin Yu were prepared to leave here first. When they walked to the entrance of the stadium, they suddenly saw two people coming in front of Chun Fan. These two people were the apple of the eye of Han Hai Group, Lu Mingyu and his grandfather Lao Lu. Congratulations, little brother. I didn't expect you to win in the first round. Facing such a strong opponent, you can still be so steady. I am very optimistic about you. Chun Fan scratched his head embarrassedly when he heard Lao Lu's praise. In fact, he guessed in his heart that Lao Lu might have helped him in the middle of his competition because he also noticed the hesitation of Marshall Ma. The more this happens, the harder Chun Fan has to work so as not to disappoint old Lu and his grandson's expectations of him. Thank you very much, old man. Without your help, I'm afraid I would not even be qualified to participate in this competition. This time I was lucky enough to escape danger, but I have thought about it later. I hope I can get a good ranking. Old Lu nodded and looked at his granddaughter Lu Mingyu. He wanted to tell Lu Mingyu that she didn't need to worry about Chun Fan. Since he was able to compete in the first round, his calmness also proved that he was not an ordinary person. At the beginning, what he and Lu Mingyu discussed the most was Chun Fan. Will he be able to come up with any tricks in the future? Although people like to say that it is not a problem to know 1,000 moves, but to know only one move, it is obviously not enough to participate in a competition just knowing one move. It is impossible to use the same strategy every time, as that would make people disgusted. In his heart, Lao Lu was trying to win over Chun Fan and wanted Chun Fan to serve their Red Sea group in the future, but if Chun Fan disagreed, he would not force it. After all, it was best for such things to be consensual. Once forced, the situation would change, and Lao Lu was not that kind of person. As for Lu Mingyu, his heart was different from that of his grandfather. Ever since he saw Chun Fan for the first time, he had developed an inexplicable feeling for Chun Fan. If it weren't for seeing Lin Yu, he might have been closer to Chun Fan now. Because his family conditions were so ridiculous, he had not had much contact with ordinary people for many years, let alone making friends with them. Now he had a good impression of Chun Fan. Let's not talk about whether he could have a fate with Chun Fan. At least with Chun Fan, their layout in Tiandu will be smoother. As a national chain restaurant giant, they have not conquered their hometown Tiandu, mainly because the local catering industry in Tiandu is too strong, especially the Sun Group, which is a century-old store. Unfortunately, Sun Group has been content with its position and has never thought about making itself stronger and bigger. If Sun Group's CEO Sun Long had a higher vision, He might not have done worse than Han Hai Group, and might even have done better. While a few people were chatting, Lao Lu suddenly became interested in Chun Fan's bag of seasoning. He deliberately asked in a joking tone, "Brother Chun Fan, that packet of black seasoning you put in at the last minute, could it be your unique secret recipe?" Hearing this, Chun Fan felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't tell Lao Lu that this thing was drawn by the system, so he nodded and said, "It's not a secret recipe, it's just some cooking recipes passed down from my ancestors. I can't tell anyone what they are." Old Lu expressed his understanding of Chun Fan's statement. After all, this secret recipe is the basis for the survival of a store. These secrets are generally never passed on to outsiders, so there's nothing wrong with Chun Fan saying this. "Mr. Lu and Miss Lu, I still have to participate in the second round of the competition tomorrow, so I will go back and prepare now, because only in this way can I go further." Lu Mingyu nodded and cheered Chun Fan on. "Well, in that case, I won't bother you anymore. Go back and think about it carefully. As long as you can win the championship, I promise to treat you to a good meal and let you taste my cooking skills." After Chun Fan returned, the system's voice resounded in his mind, and he heard the system say to him, "Congratulations on completing the task. Your reward has been issued. Congratulations on becoming an intermediate chef." Chun Fan did not choose to continue to draw rewards, but instead took out a portion of the money he had stored in the system. The reason for doing this was that Chun Fan wanted to rely on his own abilities to win the game, rather than relying on those cards every time. Only when you are strong can you be truly strong. It is impossible for you to have a card to save yourself at every critical moment. Then the system sent a new task to Chun Fan. Bite. New task. Make a dish of stir-fried pork intestines and get likes from 10 expert judges. The raw materials have been prepared. After completing the task, you will gain 400 more reputation points, for 1,000 more money points, and 40% more physical strength points. After Chun Fan received this new task, he was quite happy because this dish was very simple for him. If he wanted to get a new round of positive reviews and likes, it would mean that he could successfully advance to the next round. He felt that he would definitely win this time. Thinking of this, Chun Fan discussed with Lin Yuer and prepared to return to the rental house. If it were as before, he would definitely make a simulation first and let Lin Yuer taste it so that he could improve the taste of the dishes. But now he felt a little tired, so he planned to go back and rest and get straight into the topic of the competition on the second day, skipping the simulation stage. Chapter 56, Cold-Blooded Ex-Boyfriend. Just when Chun Fan was about to close the door of the restaurant, he suddenly saw a girl walking slowly towards him from the street. Chun Fan couldn't help but frown. Could it be that someone wanted to come over for dinner so late at night? But soon Chun Fan recognized that the girl was none other than Lin Kerr. At this moment, Lin Kerr had red eyes from crying, messy hair, and looked very sad. Originally, Chun Fan was planning to ignore him and let him leave, but when he saw how pitiful he looked, he couldn't help but soften his heart. "What's going on with you?" Lin Yuer also stood up. Although he had a fight with Lin Kerr at the police station before, she was his sister after all. When he saw Lin Kerr looking so pitiful, he went straight to Lin Kerr and wiped his tears. If it was before, Lin Kerr would definitely not let Lin Yuer touch her again. But at this moment, he seemed to have lost his previous anger. He said with tears in his eyes, "It's all because of Su Yuan. He was very angry when he saw you pass the first round, and then he took out all his anger on me. He thought I was helping you secretly." Lin Kerr felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and her tears started to flow again. Chun Fan didn't agree with the reason given by Lin Kerr because it was obvious that Su Yuan was the one who beat him. She looked down on him and thought he was a gold digger, so she was so unscrupulous, and her purpose was to humiliate him. As for whether it had anything to do with him, he was not sure. If you encounter something like this, I suggest you go to the police. I believe the police will give you a satisfactory answer. What's the point of you coming to me? There is nothing wrong with what Chun Fan said, but in Lin Kerr's opinion, it was quite cold-blooded because Chun Fan was completely different before. During their relationship, any word from Lin Kerr was like the Queen's decree to Chun Fan, let alone being beaten or scolded, even if he was teased by others. Chun Fan might have gone up and fought with that guy, but now times have changed and everything has changed. Now Lin Kerr is no longer the woman Chun Fan loves the most, but has become the object of his disgust. "Chun Fan, I know I did something wrong. Can you forgive me? Can we still be the same as before?" Still the same as before? Chun Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. In this woman's eyes, the relationship between them was just like playing house, which could be canceled and continued at any time. Could that kind of unforgettable pain be healed just by agreement? You have to know how much courage Chun Fan mustered when he proposed to Lin Kur, but in the end, he got a cold answer. This kind of unspeakable pain is probably something Chun Fan never wants to experience again in his life. More importantly, Chun Fan now has Lin Yuer, a better woman than Lin Kur. She is not only considerate, but also treats him better and is very supportive of his career. Even judging by appearance, he is still better. In summary, Lin Yuer's advantage over Lin Kur is overwhelming. In this case, if emotional factors are not considered, I am afraid anyone will choose Lin Yuer. I'll tell you again, there has been no relationship between us since that day. If there is any relationship, it can only be said that you're my wife's sister. This is the only relationship. There is no other relationship. After saying this, Chun Fan added another sentence. If Su Yuan continues to use the fact that we know each other to embarrass you, just tell him directly that we have already severed our relationship and drawn a clear line between us. And tell him to come to me directly if he has any problems. Lin Kuter thought Chun Fan was too heartless for his determination. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. After being stunned for a moment, he said to Chun Fan in a trembling voice, Chun Fan, are you really not going to reconsider this? If you continue like this, I can guarantee that you will definitely regret it in the future. Chun Fan shrugged and said, whether I regret it or not is my own business. You don't have to worry about it. Our story has completely ended since that day. During the whole process, Lin Yuer was standing by. At first, he wanted to speak, but he didn't know how to say it. On one side was his husband, and on the other side was his sister, and they were both former lovers. Lin Yuer was in the middle, which was very awkward. She actually had conflicting emotions towards her sister. If he didn't do that, Chun Fan would not be her husband. Now that he's been bullied by Su Yuan, he turns around and wants to make peace with Chun Fan. Isn't this a joke? After a moment's silence, Lin Kur turned and left. His back looked lonely and a little pitiful. Chun Fan walked up to Lin Yuer and gently held her in his arms. Husband, are we a little too cruel to Kura? I actually think he is quite pitiful. I also feel sorry for him, but you have to know that his pity is caused by himself, not by us. If he doesn't change his usual behavior, he may suffer even greater torture in the future. Do we have to suffer with him every time? Lin Yuer nodded. He felt that what Chun Fan said made some sense. On the other side, in the reception room of the Sun Group's headquarters building, there were several people sitting. One of them was a young man, Su Yuan, and there was an old man in front of him. It was Ma Dashuai, who was at the cooking competition and the only senior chef. Another person was Sun Long, the boss of Sun Group. The reason why the three of them appeared here at the same time was mainly because Su Yuan had arranged for them to come here. Marshal Ma's purpose was naturally very clear. He wanted Marshal Ma to attack Chun Fan in tomorrow's game and prevent him from advancing to the second round. However, Marshal Ma is actually a very persistent person. He doesn't care much about these so-called market people and even pretends to be confused. Teacher Ma is well known in Artindu City, especially in the food industry, where he is a master. I came to see you today, and I think you should understand my purpose, right? Sun Long came straight to the point, but his tone was not very pleasant, mainly because he had someone send a painting to Marshal Ma during the day, but unfortunately Marshal Ma did not buy it. This made him feel very unhappy. However, at this moment, Marshal Ma still maintained the same feeling as before. He just smiled and said to Sun Long with an embarrassed look, I'm sorry, I'm just a cook. I only know how to cook. I really don't understand anything else. Chapter 57. Inflexible. Su Yuan and Sun Long obviously didn't believe what Marshal Ma said. Especially Su Yuan. He raised his eyebrows and said coldly to Marshal Ma, Teacher Ma, there's a saying that goes, he who knows the times is a hero. Why can't you be a little more flexible? As a judge of this competition, don't you have the final say on who among us will advance? Marshal Ma had already guessed that this was what they meant, but he didn't hesitate to shake his head and said, I'm so sorry. This is a decision made by the 10 judges. I can't make the decision alone. If you think I have the final say, then why do you invite other people to be judges? Sun Long also seemed very unhappy when he heard this, and he snorted coldly. Mr. Ma, it's meaningless if you say that. Our goal is already so clear. As long as you are willing to help, even if we don't achieve the goal in the end, it doesn't matter. You can still get the benefits. I really don't understand what you want to do, old man. You don't want such a good thing. Are you stupid? At this point, Marshal Ma knew that no matter how he explained, these two guys would definitely not believe him. He was silent for a moment, spread his hands, and said, In fact, I know that Boss Sun Sun Group and Boss Lu's Han Hai Group have always been in competition, but this time, Boss Lu has hired me to be a judge for the competition. Then I have the obligation to maintain the fairness of the competition. If I am influenced by other external factors, then I am not worthy of being a judge. Teacher Ma, are you a bit stubborn? After all, you're just a small cook. Compared with Boss Sun, you are nothing. Have you ever thought that if you don't do it according to our requirements this time, you will offend him? Do you still want to work here in the future? Aren't you afraid of losing your job because of this? I'm just doing my job. Boss Lu trusts me, so I must do what is right for him. If everyone does this, then what will I end up being? As a judge, if I can't even maintain basic fairness and justice, then I have no right to stay in Tiandu City, and this job will have no meaning to me. Su Yuan found that Marshal Ma was a stubborn person and could not be persuaded at all. He was a little furious and said with gritted teeth, I find you, old fellow, really don't know what's good for you. There's a saying that goes, a man who knows the times is a hero. You're simply cutting off your own retreat by doing this. I warn you that if Chun Fan continues to advance in the second round, don't blame us for being rude to you. You will have to bear all the consequences yourself. Seeing that the two sides were already on the verge of a fight, Sun Long deliberately pretended to be calm. He smiled and said to the two of them, Xiao Su, how can you speak to Teacher Ma in such a tone? He is a senior after all. You are disrespecting him by doing this. And even if he doesn't let me, it's okay for me to be eliminated in the second round, because I have trained two young people myself, and they're both talented in cooking. As long as they advance, I will be fully confident about what will happen next. In fact, Sun Long was already giving Marshal Ma a way out, and his intention in saying this was very obvious. Even if Marshal Ma allowed Chun Fan to advance, he should also let his two talented teenagers compete at the same time, so that it would be a 2-versus-1 fight in the end. But who knew that Marshal Ma would not bite at all? As for the two geniuses that Basan mentioned, I don't know them yet. But even if I did, it would be useless because in my eyes, strength always comes first. If they have strength, they don't need my help at all. If they don't have strength, even if I help them, the final outcome will be meaningless to them. After hearing this, Sun Long was so angry that he wanted to curse. He gritted his teeth, snorted coldly, and said to Marshal Ma, no wonder that guy surnamed Lu wanted to find you. You are really a judge who doesn't take any soft or hard tactics. It seems that there is no point in me looking for you today. Since you can't help, then leave here quickly. I don't want to see you again. Marshal Ma stood up immediately after hearing this. He thought for a moment, and then said to Sun Long earnestly, Boss Sun Sun Group is a century-old company with a very resounding reputation throughout Tiandu. I believe that it has been able to operate for so many years, not because of some ulterior factors, but because of its strength. No matter what industry we are in, we must have a clear conscience. Those unorthodox methods will not work at all. I hope Boss Sun will know this. After saying this, Marshal Ma turned and left. After Marshal Ma left, Su Yuan hurriedly showed his courtesy. He said to Sun Long in a very unhappy tone, Uncle Sun, this old man surnamed Ma is really shameless. We have already explained it to him so clearly, but he is still stubborn and refuses to accept our toast. Should we find an opportunity to retaliate against him and let him see what happens if he offends us? Sun Long waved his hand. The reason why he was not as anxious as Su Yuan was mainly because he was still very confident in the two talented young men under his command. Don't worry about me. These two men under my command are not just for show. They have both successfully advanced to the second place. I believe that the two of them working together to encircle and suppress Chun Fan will definitely be a nightmare for him. And you have to know that the boy's performance in the first game was not very good at all. In my opinion, his strength is completely different from that of others. His first victory was just a trick. Luck will not always be on his side. Seeing that Sun Long didn't say anything more, Su Yuan had to shut up. The reason why he was more anxious than Sun Long was because he hated Chun Fan to the core. Not long ago, he slapped Lin Kuer because he felt that if Lin Kuer hadn't been obsessed with Xiao Gang before, Chun Fan wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the competition, and things wouldn't be so complicated now. The two young men under Sun Long, one named Zhang San and the other named Li Si, were indeed quite capable. They defeated their opponents in the first round and advanced easily, and their scores were far higher than their opponents. This time, both of them were summoned by Sun Long after the game. In order to continue chatting with Sun Long, we came here specially in the evening. Chapter 58, Victory in Hand. I'm counting on you two now. Don't let me down. If one of you could defeat that guy, or even win the championship, I will definitely reward you greatly in the future. I can even promote you to the chief chef of the Sun Group." Zhang San and Li Si both nodded after hearing this. Although they had been spotted by Sun long before, they had never been entrusted with such an important task as today. Now that they could seize this opportunity, it would be a turning point in their lives, and they could even become famous in one battle, sort of prominence, and reach the pinnacle of their lives from then on. Because of this, the two of them seemed to be working very hard. Zhang San patted his chest and said to Sun Long with great confidence, "Boss Sun, don't worry. With me here, this kid won't be able to cause any big trouble this time. I don't think highly of his cooking skills at all. His previous opponents were rubbish. How can they be compared with us two brothers?" That's right. If that guy had met us in the first round, he would have been eliminated. Now he's lucky enough to make it to the second round, but if he draws either of us, he'll die miserably. I must humiliate him as quickly as possible and let him know that he is nothing but a useless piece of shit when it comes to cooking. Sun Long seemed very satisfied after hearing this and nodded slightly. However, he still did not forget to remind the two young men. "I know that kids' cooking skills are not as good as yours, but in order to ensure victory, none of you can be careless. Once you are careless and give that kid a chance, you should also consider the consequences for yourself." The two young men, Zhang San and Li Si, did not dare to neglect and promise Sun Long that they would give 100% of their efforts. But in fact, they did not think so in their hearts, but just felt that Sun Long was deceived by Chun Fan. Time soon came to the second day, and the second round of the cooking competition started as usual. This time, all the contestants who had advanced to the second round before, a total of 12 people. The 12 people drew lots again, but the rules of this competition were different from the first round. Previously, it was about who could cook better dishes and show off their own specialties, but this time it was about who could cook enough dishes within a limited time. Chun Fan chose his opponent by drawing lots, but his opponent was not either Zhang San or Li Si, but a man named Yu Dazhuang. Yu Dazhuang is probably in his 50s and seems to be a very experienced and skilled chef. Regarding the rules of this competition, Chun Fan has both advantages and disadvantages. His advantage lies in his physical strength, because making a large number of dishes in a short period of time is very exhausting. However, compared to Yu Dazhuang, his disadvantages are also obvious, because Chun Fan certainly cannot catch up with old chefs like Yu Dazhuang who have rich experience in side dishes and handling a cuisine. Years of work have enabled them to develop some unique little tricks, which are usually not passed on to others. This time, the dish Chun Fan is going to make is stir-fried pork intestines. This dish is neither difficult nor easy, because although it tastes good, it takes at least 10 minutes to fry the pig intestines. This time they set the time limit to half an hour, so Chun Fan could only check twice at most, and he could not waste any time in between. This time Chun Fan did not have any help from the system, only a menu, but fortunately there was Xiao Fang who could help him. Because Xiao Fang has an extraordinary talent in cutting vegetables, Chun Fan now only wants to complete this task with Xiao Fang as soon as possible. Yu Dazhuang himself is a person with rich experience in cooking. He did not look down on Chun Fan, and in his eyes Chun Fan was a promising young man. He is extremely strong both in terms of ability and talent, which is why he has already tried his best in the early stages of the game. Yu Dazhuang washed the vegetables and then cut them into several pieces. He was very fast, but what he didn't expect was that Xiao Fang, Chun Fan's subordinate, was even faster than him, which surprised him. Lu Mingyu was sitting in the audience and saw everything clearly. He had never guessed that this plain-looking Xiao Fang could have such a magical ability, and she was almost not unfamiliar with the operation. The most important thing was that his cooperation with Chun Fan was perfect. In this situation, Yu Dazhuang seemed a little nervous. This time he knew he had run into a tough opponent. Whether he could win or not was not only about his face, but more importantly, he could rely on defeating Chun Fan to increase his popularity. Since both sides were cooking very fast, and this was also due to time constraints, the next test for them would depend on the basic skills of the two chefs. Chun Fan was much stronger in terms of physical strength than the middle-aged Yu Dazhuang, so he did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue when cooking. The only difference lies in the processing steps and the use of small techniques. Soon one of them had finished the first dish, and this person was obviously Chun Fan. However, Yu Dazhuang was not much slower. Just a minute later, his dish was ready, and the two began to prepare their second dish, while the judges tasted their first dish. These two dishes have their own characteristics. In fact, there is not much difference in taste. Since both of them are quite strong, in my opinion, this time they have achieved a draw. The person who spoke was the first judge. His opinion was that both sides should not offend Lu Mingyu. When the people in the audience heard about this result, they found it hard to accept, because normally this dish is judged in chronological order, and if the taste is similar, whoever is faster will definitely win the competition. But why did it end up as a draw? Old Lu also noticed Lu Mingyu's confusion, and he began to patiently explain to his granddaughter. Little girl, don't worry yet. Even though the first game ended in tie, there are still other dishes to come. Only in the end can we really see who the winner is. Lu Mingyu nodded. He certainly knew what his grandfather meant, but he really wanted Chun Fan to succeed, so he felt a little anxious. Even with the second dish, Chun Fan was still faster than Yu Dazhuang, and it seemed that Chun Fan had already secured victory. Chapter 59, Despicable Means. However, the next scene was unexpected to many people, because Chun Fan had offended others invisibly, so naturally some people came up with various moves to fight back. When Chun Fan was preparing to make the second dish, a burly man suddenly appeared in the competition with a middle-aged woman. If he hadn't seen the middle-aged woman, Chun Fan would still be quietly carrying out his own pace as before. He was a person with a strong concentration and would not be easily disturbed by the outside world. But the problem is that this middle-aged woman is none other than his mother. Chun Fan is not clear about the identity of this burly man, but he can guess that he is most likely sent by Su Yuan, which means that those despicable guys are going to use his mother to threaten Chun Fan. It must be said that this was too shameless, but Chun Fan was cooking, and he couldn't just rush down to question the burly man. Moreover, if there was a misunderstanding, he would be making a fool of himself. Boss, why are you daydreaming? The dishes are ready. Hurry up and cook them. Yu Dazhuang is already catching up with us. Seeing Chun Fan standing there, motionless, Xiao Fang couldn't help but remind him, but at the moment Chun Fan was in no mood to cook anymore. He was very worried about his mother's safety. What if something happened to his mother? What would it matter, even if he got the first place? In fact, Chun Fan had never told his parents about opening a restaurant. His parents lived about 100 kilometers away from him, and he had not been home for a long time. What Chun Fan couldn't understand the most was how Su Yuan found his mother. What methods did they use? At this moment, the audience also noticed Chun Fan's abnormality, including his opponent Yu Dazhuang, who was originally chasing Chun Fan in a hurry. But Chun Fan stopped and got down while sitting, which made him a little confused. Could it be that this young man wanted to be humble and give himself more chances? Regardless of the reason, Yu Dazhuang thought that he must seize this good opportunity as soon as possible. Because this competition is also very important to him, he must do his best. This process lasted for about 2 or 3 minutes, and finally, both of them finished the second dish almost at the same time. The huge advantage that Chun Fan had gained in the previous game disappeared in an instant. If the situation did not improve, he would most likely be eliminated by Yu Dazhuang. Su Yuan was standing behind Chun Fan's mother at the moment. He didn't say a word, but his intention was quite obvious. He was telling Chun Fan to admit defeat quickly, otherwise his mother's life would be in danger. After observing Chun Fan for a long time, Lu Mingyu finally noticed something unusual. He looked in the direction Chun Fan was looking and instantly knew what was going on. So he quickly told his grandfather, Lao Lu, about his concerns. Grandpa, look at that middle-aged woman. She looked a bit like Chun Fan. Could she be his mother? Old Lu was also confused. After hearing what his granddaughter said, he raised his head and observed. This middle-aged woman has kind eyes and looks like an honest and simple woman. She does look somewhat similar to Chun Fan, and, judging by her age, she is most likely Chun Fan's mother. However, this is not the point. What really caught his attention was that there was a familiar figure standing behind Chun Fan's mother. This person was Su Yuan. Old Lu finally understood that the reason Chun Fan had not taken any action for such a long time was because his mother was in danger. He couldn't help but curse these people in his heart. They were really so low class that they actually used such dirty methods to deal with others. They really did everything they could. Grandpa, what should we do now? We can't just watch Chun Fan lose the game. If he loses like this, what's the point of our selection this time? Seeing Lu Mingyu looking anxious, old Lu couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that his granddaughter would care so much about a young man. It seemed that his granddaughter had fallen in love for the first time. Don't worry about it yet. Nothing has happened yet. I'll help him solve it right away. As Lao Lu spoke, he took out his cell phone from his pocket, and then he dialed a number. After a few simple words, he saw 2 people in police uniforms walking towards the venue. The policeman leading the way was none other than Captain Guo. Su Yuan never thought that Captain Guo would come at this time. He was shocked but still smiled. Isn't this Captain Gua? What brought you here today? You even came to watch the cooking competition first. Captain Gua didn't want to pay any attention to Su Yuan's flattery. He sneered and said, I have no interest in the competition here, but if someone is playing tricks here, I will send someone to catch him without hesitation. Su Yuan looked embarrassed. He knew that the person Captain Gua was talking about was himself. So he scratched his head and said to Captain Gua, Captain, what are you talking about? You are here. I believe no one dares to mess around. Captain Gua didn't bother to pay attention to Su Yuan. He turned his gaze to the middle-aged woman and said to her with a smile, Lady, I found a seat over there. You should come and sit down with me. Good. The middle-aged woman nodded very honestly, and then followed Captain Gua to leave Su Yuan. Although she was very unhappy, she did not dare to stop them. When Chun Fan, who was in the competition field, saw this scene, he finally felt relieved. He knew that as long as Captain Gua was there, Su Yuan would never dare to act rashly. In this way, Chun Fan could get his mind back on the game, but the embarrassing thing was that Yu Dazhuang had already started preparing the fourth dish, while Chun Fan had just finished the third dish, so the two of them were one dish apart in time. There were less than 10 minutes left. If Chun Fan delayed a little longer, losing the game would be inevitable, and even God would not be able to save him. Perhaps because he was too nervous, Chun Fan found beads of sweat on his forehead, but he knew that no matter how nervous he was, it would be of no use. Instead of just sitting there and waiting to die, he might as well give it a try. Anyway, he is far superior to his opponent in terms of physical strength, and giving up is not his style. No one dares to say that he has lost the game until the last step. After finishing the fourth dish, Yu Dazhuang was already exhausted and out of breath. At this moment, he already had the advantage in numbers. Chapter 60 Talents emerge. What makes Yu Dazhuang even more satisfied is the taste of his dishes. Because he has more time, although these dishes are made quickly, each one is carefully designed. At this moment, Chun Fan already has one less dish than himself. If he wants to ensure speed, the dishes he makes will definitely have a huge difference in taste. But if he wants to maintain the taste, he must have one less dish than himself. In short, no matter which method Chun Fan uses, he will never be able to defeat himself. When Su Yuan saw this situation, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. As long as Chun Fan lost the game, his goal would be completely achieved. He didn't know how to describe his hatred for Chun Fan. The audience had already seen it, and some people were still feeling sorry for Chun Fan at the end. If he had not paused in the middle, his speed would most likely have surpassed Yu Dazhuang's. At this moment, Chun Fan was making the third dish. At the same time, he told Xiao Fang to continue preparing the ingredients for the fourth dish. Xiao Fang was very surprised when he heard this. There was not much time left. He thought Chun Fan only made 3 dishes to be safe against Yu Dazhuang. But since Chun Fan had already given the order, he had nothing to say and hurriedly continued to prepare. Yu Dazhuang originally planned to make only 4 dishes, but now that he saw that Chun Fan did not give up and chose to continue to catch up, he could not sit still anymore, and quickly stood up and asked his helper to continue to prepare the 5th dish. The helper was already exhausted, and now he heard that he had to continue. He was very annoyed. Since the dishes they made are exactly the same except for the order, the real difference between these dishes is their taste. For stir-fried pork intestines like this, it is not enough to just be fast. The key is to make it taste both fragrant and smelly. With only 1 minute left on the clock, Yu Dazhuang had finished cooking the 5th dish, while Chun Fan, who was working hard, also reached the finishing stage. The host was worried for him. Finally, Chun Fan covered the pot and turned off the fire at the moment when the time was completely up, so his 5th dish was completed. Next, the two of them took all the prepared dishes out of the pot and placed them on the table in front of the judges. The host couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. In 1 hour, a normal person probably couldn't even make 2 dishes, let alone ensure the taste. It seems that our cooking competition is really full of talented people. In just 1 hour, these 2 contestants made 5 dishes. We will give the remaining time to the judges. I hope they can choose the winner of our second round. Everyone keep quiet. Chun Fan's mother's heart ached when she saw this. Although it was the first time she heard that her son not only opened a restaurant, but also participated in such an important competition, as a mother, she naturally hoped that her son could win. Even in their family rules, no one is allowed to touch the catering industry anymore. He decided to explain this matter to Chun Fan's father after he returned. Moreover, if his son can win this cooking competition, it will be a good start for the Chun family and a source of pride. In fact, it was a coincidence that he came here because his son Chun Fan had not been home for several months. Thinking that he had nothing else to do during this period, he came to the city of Tiandu to find his son's residence. But just as he arrived at the door of Chun Fan's rental house, he saw a young man who wanted to take him to watch the game, saying that his son was also here. Chun Fan's mother didn't believe it at first, because Chun Fan never told her that he opened a restaurant in the city. But later, the man described Chun Fan's appearance and his previous work experience accurately, which made her believe that the man knew her son Chun Fan. But after arriving, he found something was wrong. The young man was very rude to him and threatened him not to talk nonsense. Although Chun Fan's mother was a rural woman, she could also sense that there was something fishy going on. Having watched so much TV, this kind of situation is very common. Therefore, after arriving at the scene, Chun Fan's mother originally did not intend to come forward to affect her son, but this young man tried every means to make Chun Fan see himself. This also had a great impact on her son's game. But even so, he was still able to catch up with his opponent. Chun Fan's performance surprised his mother. In his impression, Chun Fan didn't like cooking, and because of the incident that happened to Chun Fan's father, his whole family became quite sensitive about cooking. So it had always been Chun Fan's mother who cooked at home. Son, you must win, so that I can be proud and tell your dad, and he will definitely be happy for you. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were on Marshall Ma, because Marshall Ma was the chairman of the judges, so his words were very important. He first observed the stir-fried pork intestines made by Chun Fan and Yu Dazhuang. Normally, the criteria for judging a dish are color, aroma, and taste. Judging from the first criterion, there seems to be no big difference between the stir-fried pork intestines made by the two of them. The aromas of the two are quite similar, and even the tastes don't seem to be very different. In this case, if it were another judge, they would definitely give them a tie. But the key point is that if they give them a tie again, it would be like leaving the problem to others. Both of our contestants are very good. It can be said that from the perspective of cooking, they are on par with each other, but there was a small incident just now. Brother Chun Fan paused for about 5 minutes in the middle. We know that as a contestant in the competition. These 5 minutes are crucial for everyone, but after the 5-minute delay, he was still able to complete the task successfully. I think he is more in line with my ideal chef, so I'm willing to vote for Chun Fan. When Marshall Ma finished saying this, the other judges nodded one after another. They naturally had the right to speak, but they had indeed seen Chun Fan's performance just now, and this was also something they all admired. This time, Chun Fan defeated his opponent again, but he was not happy because he had used up all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 61, Determined to Win. Seeing Chun Fan fall, Xiaohong, who was originally in the audience, rushed over. He quickly hugged Chun Fan in his arms and cried to him in a particularly excited tone. "Dear, we have passed the second round and are now one step closer to the final championship." Lu Mingyu also walked towards them and expressed her congratulations to Chun Fan, who nodded in thanks. Then he quickly walked from the middle to the audience. This time Chun Fan came in front of his mother. "Mom, how come these people didn't bully you when you came? Are you okay now?" What Chun Fan was most worried about was, of course, his mother's safety. Chun Fan's mother smiled and said to him, "I'm fine, don't worry. I didn't expect you to secretly become a chef and achieve such good results. I know my son is the best." Finally, Chun Fan expressed his gratitude to Captain Gua for helping him several times. "Haha, Brother Chun Fan, please don't thank me. In fact, it was mainly Miss Lu who told my old leader to inform me. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what happened here. So that's how it is. Thank you so much. I don't even know how to express my excitement. I feel like if it weren't for your enthusiastic help, I would never have succeeded this time." Chun Fan's gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. He believed that these people were thinking about him almost all the time, so he had to persevere without hesitation. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must do your best. Only in this way can you be worthy of their help. All right, stop being so polite. Although this match is over, there is still another round. You need to recover your strength. We are still waiting for you to treat us to a meal if you win the championship." Chun Fan felt that what Lu Mingyu said made sense, and he nodded. Since the second round of the competition was over, only the last 6 people entered the third round. Similarly, these 6 people will compete in pairs to finally select the top 3. Zhang San and Li Si were both observing secretly. They went from being disdainful of Chun Fan in the beginning to gradually feeling the threat that Chun Fan was conveying. You know what? This guy is really powerful. If we meet him in the next round, we must be more careful, otherwise we may fail. After hearing what Zhang San said, Li Si still maintained a very high attitude. Why are you scared so quickly? This guy is just very lucky, and Marshall Ma is definitely biased towards him. I think Marshall Ma is probably trying to save Miss Liu's face. Didn't you see that guy is very close to Miss Liu? Although it is true that the boy is close to Miss Liu, we must not take it lightly, because there can only be one champion. And this championship must come from between the two of us. Only with such a result will President Sun pay more attention to us. This is the best opportunity for us to rise to prominence. If we miss this opportunity, we will never have it again. Li Si smiled and said, "Of course I understand. I just want to remind you not to think too highly of him. How can you cheer for your opponent at such a critical moment? Confidence is very important." Su Yuan heard the two people talking and walked over directly. He seemed a little worried and continued to remind them. "You two have to work harder. Chun Fan never plays by the rules, and his abilities are obvious to all. I don't think you two will win, even if you meet him." Li Si raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean by that? Do you think that guy is stronger than both of us?" "I didn't say that. Haven't you seen how much the judges favor this kid? No matter how strong you are, it will be difficult to win if you don't use some special means. We're just chefs after all. We don't know the tricks." Su Yuan laughed. "You don't understand, but I do. As long as you can say a few good words for me in front of Uncle Sun in the future, I will definitely not forget about this matter you have ignored. I will definitely help you to the end. You just need to display your normal strength." Zhang San and Li Si both nodded. They actually had a common goal, which was to defeat Chun Fan, and they both knew that Chun Fan and Su Yuan had a deep grudge. On the other side, after returning to the hotel, Chun Fan took his mother on a tour. Chun Fan's mother was so excited. She had been worried that her son was not living well in the city. Now she finds out that her son is able to start his own business and become the owner of a restaurant. This is the happiest thing for her as a mother. "Your father would be very happy if he knew." "Mom, can you please not tell Dad yet? Wait until I achieve greater success before you tell him. Otherwise, he will most likely stop me." "Oh well." Chun Fan's mother nodded. Although she really wanted to tell Chun Fan's father the good news as soon as possible, she hesitated when she thought that the old man had a temper more stubborn than a cow. In fact, it's no wonder, because they were hurt too badly before. As an honest and decent person, they opened a restaurant but were framed by their rivals. In fact, their business was good during that period. If it weren't for what happened later, their family's living standard would definitely be much better than it is now. Chun Fan originally planned to go back to the rental house to rest, but he was worried that the competition on the second day would put too much pressure on him, so he wanted to practice more and think about the response strategy. At this time, the system voice rang. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You will receive the following rewards: 400 more reputation points, 40% more stamina points, and 4,000 more money points." Chun Fan felt relieved after hearing this. If he continued like this, he would not be far from becoming a senior chef. Once he was promoted to a senior chef, his strength and memory in all aspects would increase exponentially. Chun Fan, come quickly. Just when Chun Fan was about to pack up and go home, he suddenly heard someone calling his name, and the voice sounded particularly anxious, and it was obvious that something had happened. In this situation, Chun Fan had no time to think, and the others rushed out the door. When Chun Fan arrived at the door of the hotel, he saw his mother standing there, looking very panicked. Chapter 62, Kidnapping. "What happened, Mom? Did someone bully you?" Chun Fan's mother shook her head. She had not yet recovered from the shock. She pointed at the entrance of the hotel and said to Chun Fan, "Not long ago, Xiaofeng said she wanted to go back. He had just packed his things when a car rushed over. Then a few men in black rushed out of the car and took him away. Those guys were not good people at first glance. Chun Fan, you have to think of a way. Xiaofeng helped you a lot today." Chun Fan nodded. Regardless of whether Xiaofeng helped or not, he was an employee in his store. It was impossible for Chun Fan to just ignore it. He guessed that Su Yuan was most likely the one who did it, but he had no evidence. The best way now was to call the police and let them help him. However, as soon as Chun Fan took out his mobile phone, he saw that an unfamiliar number was calling him. He quickly answered the call and heard a man's voice on the other end of the line. "Chun Fan, I have her man in my hands now. If you want him to live, I advise you not to call the police. Otherwise, you will have to think about the consequences." It was the first time that Chun Fan received such a call. He was completely stunned and immediately shouted loudly to the person on the other end of the phone. "Who are you? Hurry up and release Xiaofeng. If you have a grudge against me, just target me. What's the point of bullying a woman?" Hearing Chun Fan's rebuke, the other party was not angry, but laughed and said, "Chun Fan, don't be so anxious. Things have just begun. You don't need to know who we are. You just need to rescue your people. Of course, you could choose to ignore it. This is your personal freedom. What on earth are you going to do? Chun Fan shouted at the top of his lungs. Actually, what we're going to do is very simple. You have a game tomorrow. If you give up, we will send Xiaofang back to you safely and will not touch a hair on his body. But if you insist on participating, I'm sorry, but I will cut off one of his arms right now. Until this moment, Chun Fan had already confirmed that the instigator of this incident was definitely Su Yuan. That guy really did everything he could to defeat him. Even though Chun Fan had thought him bad enough, he still managed to refresh his mind every time. Chun Fan's bottom line in his perception of bad guys had to be that people like him were bad to the core. Su Yuan must have told you to do this. Why did you listen to him? Don't you know that this is illegal? Aren't you afraid of legal sanctions? Stinky boy, why bother talking so much nonsense? You just need to make your own choice now. Nothing else matters. Bye. After the other party finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone. Chun Fan was a little confused at the moment. He had no idea where Xiaofang was now. It was not even clear whether he was dead or alive, but there was no way Chun Fan would give up something as important as the cooking competition. Such a good opportunity could make him famous and also revive his family business. If he missed it, it would be a lifelong regret for him. The most important thing is that if Chun Fan wants to win tomorrow's cooking competition, he will need a capable helper, and Xiaofang is just that person. Chun Fan must rescue Xiaofang no matter what, and tonight. But how could he rescue Xiaofang with his own strength? This was obviously beyond his ability. Ding! You have a chance to win a free lottery. Just when Chun Fan felt helpless, he suddenly heard the system ring. Chun Fan immediately came to his senses. He realized that every time he completed a task, he would get a free chance to draw a lottery. This is the best opportunity for him to counterattack. It would be perfect if he could draw a card like before that could make him instantly powerful. Then Chun Fan chose to draw a lottery, and then the familiar disc appeared again. Chun Fan kept staring at the disc and prayed silently in his heart. When the pointer stopped, Chun Fan found that the pointer stopped on a card that looked very ordinary. Congratulations on getting the location card. With this card, you can get the location of the person you want to know for 1 hour. Seeing this, Chun Fan was a little confused. It turned out that this system was so powerful. He knew exactly what he needed, and giving him such a card at this time was obviously to help himself. Thank you. Chun Fan expressed his gratitude. It seemed that the system would not cheat him every time. It also did good things sometimes. Chun Fan packed up his things and decided to locate Xiaofang, and then use this location to find Xiaofang. This time, Chun Fan did not call the police because he believed in his ability. As long as he could find Xiaofang, he would be absolutely sure to save him. However, although Chun Fan did not call the police, Chun Fan's mother was still worried. She secretly called Captain Gua, and Captain Gua also started to send people out. When Captain Gua and several police officers arrived, they did not see Chun Fan. Chun Fan's mother told them that her son had set out to look for Xiaofang. This guy is really brave. He actually goes alone. Isn't he afraid of being ambushed? Captain Gua sighed, then quickly took out his phone, intending to ask Chun Fan to wait for them to come over together. However, after Chun Fan answered the call, he directly told Captain Gua, Captain Gua, I should call you brother. I hope you don't bother with this matter for now, because those guys are probably crazy and they will hurt Xiaofang when they see you and your men. How can you be so naive? We understand your desire to save people, but based on our years of experience, we can tell you clearly that whether they will hurt Xiaofang has absolutely nothing to do with whether you call the police or not, because their hearts are cold and cannot be treated like normal people. After hearing what Captain Gua said, Chun Fan also felt that there was some truth in it. He then sent Xiaofang's location to Captain Gua and told them not to act rashly. After arriving at the place, they should hide themselves first and wait for the opportunity to act. Captain Gua couldn't help but give Chun Fan a blank look. He thought that this guy was really nagging. He had been working on the front line for so many years and had encountered all kinds of police situations. How could he still need Chun Fan to teach them something like this? Okay. Stop talking nonsense and send it over quickly. Chapter 63, Sharing Wheel and Woe. Then Chun Fan sent Xiaofang's location. About 10 minutes later, Chun Fan finally arrived at the place where Xiaofang was being controlled. This is a very dilapidated factory. There are very few pedestrians in this area, especially at night like this. There is no one around, and it is very dark around. Chun Fan saw from afar the car that had kidnapped Xiaofang. It was now parked in an open space. There were 4 people in the car, all wearing masks and black clothes, looking very professional. When they found out that Chun Fan came alone, they were all surprised. Firstly, Chun Fan actually dared to rescue Xiao Fang alone. Secondly, Chun Fan actually found them in such a short time. This was what puzzled them the most. Could it be that this guy had a built-in positioning system? TSK, Brat, I really underestimated you. You are very good at finding people, but you came here alone today. Aren't you afraid that we will kill you? The person who spoke was a burly man. He was very strong. Although he was wearing a black tights, the outlines of his muscles were clearly visible, and he was at least 10 centimeters taller than Chun Fan. The size of the two people is not even on the same level as their striking ability. If Chun Fan had seen this kind of person in the past, he would have definitely avoided him. Even if there were 3 of them together, he would not be able to defeat this big man. But now Chun Fan is no longer afraid of such people, because his strength has also improved greatly. He just walked forward a few steps and was now less than 10 meters away from the car. The big man frowned when he saw Chun Fan coming. What you did is really despicable. To be honest, I look down on you from the bottom of my heart. If you have the guts to target me, just come after me instead of targeting a woman. This matter has nothing to do with him in the first place. Hearing Chun Fan's words, the burly man laughed again. You little brat, do you think I'm a fool? This woman is not simple to you. During the competition, she seemed to have helped you a lot, and her speed is quite fast. If it weren't for him, you would never have advanced from the second round. So, do I have to kill him first? Then you won't be able to win the final championship. Chun Fan didn't pay much attention to what the burly man said, because his eyes were always attracted by the person behind the burly man. He found that the person looked very much like Su Yuan, so he snorted coldly and pointed at the person behind the burly man and said, Su Yuan, you've been hiding behind others like a coward. Do you dare to be a man and stand up to me head on? Su Yuan had been hiding behind someone, but was suddenly recognized by Chun Fan, who called him a coward. He immediately became furious, tore off his mask, and said to Chun Fan viciously, You little brat, do you think you could be so arrogant in front of me just because someone is helping you? I'm telling you, I've always been giving you face. If you don't do as I ask, now neither of you can escape. I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Su Yuan, don't be so arrogant. Do you know what it means to do this? Even if you kill both of us, can you run away? Don't you know that we are in a society ruled by law now? Chun Fan was sincerely reminding Su Yuan this time, not wanting him to continue on the wrong path. But Su Yuan didn't take it seriously, as he always had high expectations. Since he grew up in a very wealthy family and had never suffered any hardship, he would escape punishment because of his family connections when he did bad things. This made him develop a habit of fearlessness, and he did not take the law seriously at all. You little brat, do you know my background? If those idiots could have caught me, I would have been in jail 100 times by now. What's more, this place is so remote, no one would know about it. By the time they get here, I would have already driven away. You have no evidence at all. What can you do to me? And now you can't even protect yourself. So you should think about how to be as miserable as this little girl. When Su Yuan said this, several other big men got out of the car and pulled Xiao Fang out at the same time. Chun Fan saw that Xiao Fang was fine and just seemed a little nervous, so he relaxed a little. He felt that the most important thing at this moment was to let these guys release Xiao Fang first, so that he could finally have a good fight with these people without any psychological burden. How about this? You let Xiao Fang go, and I can be your hostage. You can do whatever you want with her. It's all our lives anyway. Su Yuan nodded when he heard this, because he was originally trying to deal with Chun Fan, and Xiao Fang was just a small trick of his. Now that Chun Fan was willing to be controlled by them, that would naturally be the best. You little brat, I think you're quite loyal. I can let him go, but not now. If I let him go now, won't he bring someone else here? I'm not leaving. I'm going to deal with you bad guys together with my boss. When Chun Fan heard Xiao Fang say this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This girl was actually causing trouble here, and he had never thought about it. Only when she left could he be free. Xiao Fang certainly didn't understand Chun Fan's intention. She still wanted to share the joys and sorrows with Chun Fan, but their current situation made Su Yuan feel more and more disgusted. Are you two done yet? If that's the case, then neither of you should leave. I can let you both die together. Anyway, nothing matters to me. Your lives are just like those of ants. One more or one less doesn't matter. Su Yuan, how can you not keep your word? You just said you would let it go. Why don't you let go now? I really despise you. Chun Fan questioned loudly, but Su Yuan shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression. I'm so sorry. I gave him a chance just now, but he didn't want to. He wanted to share the good and bad times with you. What else can I do? Now I'm also helping him. You should be grateful to me. Seeing Su Yuan's rogue look, Chen Fan finally couldn't help it. He rushed towards Su Yuan with anger and waved his fists. You bastard, I'm going to fight you. Chapter 64, A Stunning Explosion. When Su Yuan saw Chen Fan rushing towards him, he quickly dodged backwards because he knew that Chen Fan was a good fighter, so this time he brought tools with him. Suddenly, the big man took out an iron rod from behind and hit Chen Fan hard. Chen Fan was too anxious and didn't expect these people to attack him with iron rods at the same time, so he was caught off guard and soon fell into a passive situation. Xiaofang stood aside and yelled at the top of her lungs, hoping that these people would let Chen Fan go. But the more he shouted, the more excited those burly men became. They had finally caught an opportunity, and this time they would not let Chen Fan go easily. Although we won't kill him, we will definitely cripple him. Only in this way can we change the outcome of the game on the second day. Seeing that Chen Fan was falling into a dangerous situation, a group of policemen suddenly rushed over and surrounded these burly men. Everyone stop! Put down your weapons. We are the police. Hurry up. No one move. The person who spoke was Captain Gua. He was very fast and came directly in front of Su Yuan, then kicked Su Yuan hard to the ground. Speaking of Su Yuan, he was enjoying the torture of Chen Fan just a few seconds ago, but he didn't expect that the situation would suddenly change and he was actually besieged. The person leading the beating now was Captain Gua from the police station. Su Yuan naturally did not dare to resist anymore. When his subordinates saw this, they all dropped the iron rods in their hands. After Su Yuan and the others were taken into the car by the police, Captain Guo looked at Chen Fan and sighed heavily. You were said to be smart, but you actually did something stupid. You are not smart, but you have shown talent in many aspects. How can I describe you? Next time you encounter a similar situation, if you don't call the police, don't tell me again. I know you, and I won't help you anymore. Of course, Chen Fan knew that Captain Guo was just speaking in anger, and his purpose was to make him trust the police in the future. Thank you again, Captain Gua. Actually, I don't want to bother you police officers anymore. You have done so much for me. I feel a little embarrassed. What are you talking about? How can this be considered trouble for us? Our duty is to protect the safety of the people and fight against those evil forces. We're just doing our job now. Captain Gua has a clear mind. He knows that this is what he does, so there's nothing to be proud of. Of course, this is just his personal opinion. In fact, many people admire their industry very much because they have to fight against all kinds of bad guys every day. After chatting with Captain Gua for a few words, Chen Fan and Xiaofeng were sent back to the hotel. Chen Fan's mother was very excited to see them back. She had been waiting at the door of the hotel, fearing that her son would encounter some danger. After the police left, Xiaofeng apologized to Chen Fan alone. In fact, he himself had not expected that Chen Fan would accept Su Yuan's challenge alone for him. Thinking about it now, this approach is extremely dangerous. Once those guys do something crazy, it will definitely involve human lives. You girl, please don't be polite to me. You are my employee, and this happened in front of my hotel. And you're also indispensable to my game tomorrow. So I have to save you no matter what angle I stand in. This is just a very ordinary thing. Don't take it to heart. Chen Fan said to Xiaofeng with a smile. Sun Long found out about this that night, and he was very surprised because he could not imagine that Su Yuan would be so impulsive and do such a thing. This kid is really good at making trouble instead of helping others. He made such a big deal out of it and even got himself in jail. Fortunately, I didn't get too close to him, otherwise I would definitely be implicated by him in the future. Sun Long said secretly in his heart, and then he called Zhang San and Li Si back, asking them if they knew about this matter. Zhang San was a little hesitant, and at this time Li Si told Sun Long the truth directly. Su Yuan did mention this to us, saying that he would use some special means, but he didn't tell us what these means were. No one could have imagined that he would do this. Oh, who said it wasn't true? Is this guy mentally ill? Doesn't he know the consequences of doing this? I don't think it will be easy to let him go after he is caught this time. Sun Long nodded. In fact, from his point of view, Su Yuan being arrested might be a good thing, because he was a person who rushed recklessly no matter what he did and would never calm down and think about these issues. Once the two of them got close, he would inevitably be affected. What really worries Sun Long is Chen Fan, because he is very smart and has great talent. Most importantly, Miss Liu is silently supporting him behind the scenes. If he continues to develop at this rate, I'm afraid that within a year at most, this guy will become the top chef of Han Hai Group. No matter what, I can't let that guy win tomorrow's match. If he wins, I won't have a good life. Doesn't that old guy, surnamed Liu, want to rely on a well-known chef to rebuild the industry they have laid out in Tiandu? With me here, They can't make any big waves in Tiandu. Zhang San and Li Si had the same attitude after hearing this. In fact, they both felt a sense of crisis. Before, they just tried their best to defeat Qin Fan, but now they must defeat Qin Fan. Only in this way can they reach the stage they have always dreamed of. Time quickly came to the second day. There were now a total of 6 people, and the top 3 had to be selected from these 6 people. This was a more cruel competition because the strength of these people became stronger as time went on, and it would be a pity to eliminate any of them. Qin Fan had already received a new task before coming to the competition. Make a lobster and sea cucumber soup and get 10 likes. When the task is completed, you will receive the following rewards: 500 more reputation points, 50% more stamina points, and 5,000 more money points. After hearing the new task assigned by the system, Chun Fan began to think about how to make this dish. In fact, this task was not easy because Chun Fan had never made seafood before. Moreover, there was no recipe this time. Only a dish name was provided. How to make it specifically depends on his personal experience and preferences. Chun Fan planned to make a splash. Chapter 65, Relying on Relationships. Chun Fan thought about it all night, and in the morning his stomach started to growl with hunger, but he still hadn't figured out a solution. At this time, Chun Fan's mother said at the door of the bedroom, "Son, get up and eat. Breakfast is already prepared for you. I'm going to go to the market first. There seem to be fresh sea cucumbers today. I'll get some back. When you in the third round, I'll make you something delicious and replenish your energy." Originally, Chun Fan didn't want to get up so early, but when he suddenly heard his mother mention sea cucumbers, he immediately became very excited. Sea cucumber? Mom, I finally know what to do. Chun Fan's mother felt very strange. She didn't know what was wrong with Chun Fan. She just curled her lips and smiled. "You guy, why do you seem to be suddenly ill? Are sea cucumbers so good? If you had told me earlier, I would have bought them for you. Now that you can make money, you should stop living a hard life like before. You should learn to enjoy yourself when you should." In fact, Chun Fan's mother didn't know why Chun Fan was so fond of sea cucumbers because the task provided to him by the system this time was related to sea cucumbers. If Chun Fan can make this dish during the competition and get likes from 10 chefs, he will complete the task provided by the system and will also enter the top 3. Thinking of this, Chun Fan no longer asked his mother to go to the vegetable market, but chose to go there himself. He had seldom been to the vegetable market since he was a child, so this time was a good opportunity for him to broaden his horizons. After all, his restaurant will grow bigger in the future, and the industry he's going to work in will require him to deal with the vegetable market. So Chun Fan is just treating this as advanced preparation. After arriving at the vegetable market, Chun Fan first went to the seafood market to buy the seafood he needed, and then bought some ingredients. With these ingredients, the sea cucumber soup he made would become more delicious. After Chun Fan prepared all these things, he handed them to Xiao Feng, who then brought all the ingredients and condiments into the venue. This competition is very different from the previous ones, because everyone who comes in is a top master, and each of them is ready to advance to the top 3. In the eyes of those audiences, Chun Fan seemed more like someone who got in by relying on connections, because except for himself, who was a junior chef, all the others were intermediate chefs, and there was a huge gap between them. Because of this, the tone in which they discussed Chun Fan seemed a little funny, thinking that this kid must have spent a lot of money to get to this point. But the problem was that from the way Chun Fan was dressed, he didn't look like a rich man. So, some people speculated that he might be Lu Mingyu's kept gigolo. As the level of the competition has been intensified, in addition to the judges, there is another person involved, and that person is Liu Desheng, the president of Hanhai Group. Liu Desheng is not only a nationally renowned entrepreneur, but he is also a senior chef. He had already obtained the qualification of a senior chef when he was 30 years old. Although he did not make any progress in cooking skills after running his own business, no one dared to look down on him. After all, he had knowledge that many other people did not possess. "Dad, guess who will make it to the top 3 this time, or even win the championship?" Lu Mingyu said to her father with a smile. Liu Desheng looked at the people on the stage and then looked at their previous performances. He did not directly express his thoughts, but just asked out of curiosity. "From what I understand, you seem to have selected a very talented young man before. I wonder if this young man made the cut. I heard your grandfather mention it twice. Look, that's the tall, thin young man. He's really amazing. The first time I saw him was in a small restaurant. He had just started a business and opened a restaurant. It was right across from Su Yuan's restaurant. Oh, it seems that Su Yuan is always very ruthless to his competitors. He always suppresses them and cannot bear to see others succeed. It is really amazing that this little brother can open a restaurant across from his restaurant. Who said it wasn't true? Dad, you don't know the real point. Su Yuan actually kidnapped his helper last night. If the police hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid the tragedy would have happened. I really look down on such a shameless person. I think it would be a shame for our catering industry if his hotel continued to operate. Is there such a thing? Lu Deshang couldn't help but frown after hearing this. He had never expected this situation. After all, what they were competing in was cooking skills, not the relationships behind them. Now he has an even higher regard for Chun Fan. He has been able to display his full strength under such circumstances and advance to the top 6. This is enough to prove that he is definitely not an ordinary person. This Sun Long is not a good guy either. He thinks he has connections up there, so he doesn't know how to behave no matter what he does. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get a chance, so he knows he can never behave recklessly in front of me. Lu Deshang nodded to Lu Ning's words and said, Dad, don't worry about it for now. I will definitely not let Sun Long go. Just watch from the side. Otherwise, he might say that we bullied him. Lu Ning smiled and said, I know you two are in competition, but this is not a fair competition. There are many shameful things going on here. I will not sit idly by if he dares to be so arrogant. Besides, I can no longer tolerate him. In fact, 2 of the 6 contestants were trained by Sun Long. They are still very capable, so we can't take it lightly. If we let Sun Long's people win the championship, he will definitely become more arrogant later. Lu Deshang just smiled slightly at Lu Mingyu's words. Although he also hoped that his people could win, he must base this competition on fairness. If he just wanted to make his people stand out, he would not have organized such a competition. Then I would say the one who has the best chance of becoming the champion is actually Chun Fan. Don't underestimate him. On the surface, he always seems to act as if he doesn't care. But in fact, although his level is very low, his real strength is far greater than others. I am very optimistic about him. While they were talking, the drawing of lots began. This time, the person Chun Fan drew was a guy named Zhang San. Chapter 66, Top Card. Zhang San has long wanted to find an opportunity to teach Chun Fan a lesson, and today he finally got the chance. As long as he eliminates Chun Fan, Sun Long will definitely give him a huge reward. Then he will have a chance to compete for the top spot in Sun Long's hotel. You little brat, you're unlucky to have run into me today. You have no chance of competing for the top 3 this time. Zhang San said secretly in his heart. At the same time, Marshal Ma announced the rules of the competition to everyone. This match is a 6-3 match. All the top 6 players need to choose a seafood product as the ingredient for this match. You are free to choose what kind of product it is, but the dish must be delicious and tasty. The time limit is 1 hour at the latest. The shorter the better. After Marshal Ma finished speaking, all the contestants started to get busy. Xiaofang picked up a piece of fat and quickly cut it into minced meat. She then added some seasonings and stirred it, eventually making it into stuffing. Then Xiaofang wrapped the modified exercises into dumplings and handed them to Chun Fan for future use. Xiaofang's movements were quite skillful, and he undoubtedly saved Chun Fan a lot of time. The onlookers in the audience couldn't help but give him thumbs up, which made Xiaofang look very shy and embarrassed. After all, the protagonist of this game was Chun Fan, and he was just a small helper. At this moment, Zhang San was also making his panlong fan. The raw materials he used were not as complicated as those used by Chun Fan. It must be said that his ability was still very good. These eels were put into the pot after some operations in his hands, and the ingredients he used were also very particular. Zhang San's assistant was also very good and was said to be a young man with a high talent for cooking. Every move he made showed his professionalism, and after a few operations, he cleaned up all the eels. When the audience saw this scene, they couldn't help but exclaimed. This was truly a very exciting duel. The 2 chefs hadn't really put in any effort yet, but their followers had already performed so well. Oh my god, these 2 are really amazing, especially their knife skills. I even think that if they work a little harder, they can both participate in the preliminary round of this competition. Who do you think will make it to the top 3 of these 2 groups? I think it will definitely be Zhang San who wins, because even though the dish he made looks simple, the cooking skills he used are very advanced, and I believe he cooked it much faster than Chun Fan. I completely agree with you. Zhang San is a genuine mid-level chef, while his opponent Chun Fan is just a junior chef. So he is lucky to be able to enter the top 6. If he wants to continue, I'm afraid there is no hope this time. While the audiences were expressing their opinions, Lu Deshang was also observing everything carefully but his views were completely different from those of the audience's. My girl, you are amazing. You can find such a talented person so easily. I think his assistant is also very capable. In the future, we will recruit people of this level in our chain stores. Our business will definitely grow bigger and bigger. Lu Mingyu chuckled. To be honest, his father Lu Dishang seldom praised him like this. Being able to say these words today proved that his choice was correct. Dad, you finally complimented me. But I disagree with one thing. I didn't just find Chun Fan casually. I carefully selected him. That being said, you should not be careless, because Zhang San is also very capable. You should know that he is less than 25 years old and has already reached the level of an intermediate chef. People like him are definitely rare geniuses. If Chun Fan was as careless as you are, he would definitely not have reached this point now. From the current perspective, Chun Fan does have a better chance of winning, but their strengths are similar, so no matter who advances, it won't be a surprise. All we have to do is slowly appreciate their wonderful performances. Zhang San was also surprised to see Xiao Fang's wonderful performance. He had seen Xiao Fang's strength before, but after the first 2 games, he found that Xiao Fang's ability became stronger and stronger. It seems that he has made progress in just 2 days. Once someone with such a strong learning ability is given a higher stage, the strength he demonstrates will become stronger and stronger. It is obvious that Xiao Fang and Chun Fan will definitely be his opponents in the future. Once they join the Han Hai group, they will definitely pose a huge threat to Sun Long Sun group. Therefore, he has only one choice in this blocking battle, and that is to win the game without any retreat. However, as the chief judge of this competition, Marshal Ma remained silent throughout the entire process, and there was no expression on his face, making it impossible for others to tell which one he wanted to advance. At the same time, Xiao Fang began to help Chun Fan wash and cut the vegetables that had not been put in yet. His task was still heavy. Since he helped his family with a lot of farm work when he was young, basically all the knife skills were done by him, so he had the conditions to learn it by himself. When the 2 assistants finished their work, Chun Fan and Zhang San started a head-on confrontation. Almost all the audience at the scene focused their eyes on them. After all, both of them have the potential to win the championship. Even those who were optimistic about Chun Fan in the beginning now have a very wonderful feeling about him. They felt that this young man had a great chance of becoming a dark horse in this competition. Of course, whether he could win the championship depended on overcoming the hurdle of Zhang San first. You must not have a bad impression of Chun Fan just because he is a junior chef. I tell you, his ability is far more than what he seems to have. Once he really shows his abilities, even the judges will not be able to do anything to him. I only agree with half of what you said. Although he made it to the top 6, which is enough to show that he is definitely capable, he can't even think about challenging the judges. You've hyped this guy up too much, and the sea cucumber soup he made is a bit too complicated. He will most likely lose the game in terms of speed. I don't think he has any chance of success. The person who was speaking was an audience member, and it was obvious that he knew something about cooking. Chapter 67. Disrupting the Rhythm. At this moment, sitting on the judges' panel, Marshal Ma was also full of doubts. He didn't quite understand why Chun Fan wanted to make such a complicated sea cucumber soup instead of choosing a simpler dish. After all, this is not just a competition of taste, but more importantly a competition of speed. If he is too slow, he may get a very low score and lose the game. The reason why these judges didn't understand was because in Chun Fan's heart, this dish is not only related to the competition, but more importantly, it is closely related to the system task he received. Once he finishes this dish within the specified time, he will have completed the task while completing the competition. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? But the embarrassing thing is that Chun Fan seemed to have miscalculated this time, because his opponent Zhang San was very strong. When Chun Fan was only halfway done, Zhang San was about to complete his work. On the other side, Li Si had already completed it and advanced successfully into the top 3. At this moment, he was looking at Zhang San and nodding continuously, because he was very confident in his fellow brother. According to their current performance, it was a foregone conclusion that the 2 brothers would advance at the same time. Even the audience began to laugh. Gang was anxiously thinking to himself, why did this boy do this? I thought it was going to be an exciting game, but I didn't expect to see the result so soon. It was really a pity. However, the parties involved in this game acted as if nothing had happened and were still leisurely looking at the food in the pot. Its speed was very slow, and it was hard to tell that it had any desire to survive. Seeing this, Xiao Fang couldn't help himself. and he became a little impatient and kept stamping his feet. But he didn't dare to tell Chun Fan his thoughts. What if Chun Fan did this in advance? Wouldn't his words disrupt Chun Fan's rhythm? Fortunately, Chun Fan quickly picked up the speed. He used one of the hot woks to boil the oil and then poured it into another wok. The sea cucumbers made a squeaking sound, as if they were still alive. Then Chun Fan added the broth, and within just 2 or 3 minutes, the broth and the oil in the pot were boiled together, and the ginseng soup was ready. As for Zhang San, he had already served his dish in front of the judges. Chun Fan was about 5 minutes slower than him. If the taste of their works was similar, Chun Fan would definitely be the one to be eliminated. Lu Mingyu suddenly became nervous when he saw this. He found that sweat was oozing out of his palms because he couldn't understand why Chun Fan didn't choose a simpler dish. At the back of the audience, there was a woman dressed very seductively, with a graceful figure and a seductive look. But at this moment, the audience was attracted by the wonderful duel on the stage, and no one paid any attention to her. This charming woman was none other than Lin Kuer. 2 days ago, Lin Kuer went to see Chun Fan and wanted to get back together with him, but Chun Fan refused and beat him up. All these things combined made Lin Kuer's heart begin to become very complicated. Now that Su Yuan was arrested, Lin Kuer had no one to rely on. If he wants to continue competing with his sister, then he has to find someone who can make him stronger, and Lin Kuer has already chosen his target, and that person is Sun Long's son Sun Chong. At this time, Lin Kuer discovered that Chun Fan was on the verge of elimination and seemed very happy. Sun Chong noticed that Lin Kuer couldn't help laughing there. He frowned and took a look at the situation on the field. Only then did he realize that Lin Kuer had become interested in Chun Fan. I say, you're really weird. Why do you always focus on that guy? Even if he really gets first place, he still can't be worthy of you. Lin Kuer was lying in Sun Chong's arms at this time. He said to Sun Chong in a coquettish tone, "Of course I know that guy is not worthy of me, and I only like people like you who are well-rounded and excellent. If you're telling the truth, then why are you focusing on that kid? Isn't that contradictory?" After Lin Kuer heard this, he said in a tone, "Of course there's a reason for this. Once that guy wins first place, he will definitely become famous, and the Han Hai group will take this opportunity to take him in and become the chief chef of the Han Hai group. Wouldn't that make him a rival of your Sun Group? Sun Group's business is my business." After listening to Lin Kuer's explanation, Sun Chong couldn't help but smile slightly. He found that this woman was not only beautiful, but also had a very pleasant mouth. No wonder Su Yuan and Chun Fan were both fascinated by him before. It turned out that he was really good. Of course, although Lin Kuer always had a smile on his face, his heart was filled with hatred towards Chun Fan, and he wished someone would kill Chun Fan. The dishes of Chun Fan and Zhang Sen had been brought to the judges' table. In comparison, Zhang Sen must have thought that he could win easily because it took him 5 minutes less than Chun Fan, and judging from their works, they were not inferior to Chun Fan either. The 10 judges were tasting 2 dishes one by one, and the first teacher expressed his opinion first. The sea cucumber soup made by classmate Chun Fan is quite good because he showed his own characteristics, and he was able to make the dish to such a high standard in such a short time. This shows that his skills are quite solid. I believe that most people would not choose to use this dish to compete. After all, the risk is very high. At this point, I am willing to give my vote to Chun Fan and hope that he can continue to work hard. Zhang San's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He was very angry, and the onlookers at the scene also showed surprised expressions. The most surprised people were Sun Chong and Lin Kuer. Sun Chong was very optimistic about the panlong eel made by Zhang San, but the first judge actually slapped his face. It seems that Chun Fan's sea cucumber soup is most likely tasted better. However, he had obviously lost in terms of time. So why did this result happen? Lin Kuer was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He felt it was very unfair and thought that the first judge might have been paid. After all, Zhang San is a real intermediate chef, while Chun Fan is just a junior chef. He is not qualified to beat Zhang San. There must be some unspeakable secret hidden in this. I'm so pissed off. Chapter 68. This taste should only be found in heaven. Lin Kuer couldn't help but curse, but Sun Chong remained calm after hearing it. Don't be so anxious. The final result has not yet come out. It's just one of the judges. There are still 9 people left. I think as long as all of them can stand from a fair and just perspective, then Zhang San will definitely win the competition. Lin Kuer was very unhappy with Sun Chong's remarks because Zhang San was trained by Sun Chong's hotel, and now he was treated unfairly by these judges, but he was not angry at all. Of course, even if he was unhappy, there was nothing to say. After all, Sun Chong had a wealthy family and was a top second-generation rich man. He would have to rely on him to deal with Chun Fan in the future. Since Chun Fan got the vote first, Zhang Sin placed his hopes on the judges behind him. Then the second teacher began to taste their two works. After 10 seconds of hesitation, he finally voted for Chun Fan. In fact, both dishes are very good. They are obviously the works of masters. The Panlong Fan takes less time to prepare, so it should win. But when you taste the sea cucumber soup, you will know what it means to have a taste that only exists in heaven. The fact that two judges gave their votes to Chun Fan immediately aroused a lot of doubts, especially from the audience. They were not optimistic about Chun Fan at first, thinking that he was just relying on luck, but now Chun Fan had won 2 votes in a row. This would be a slap in their faces. What's more important is that some people were betting secretly, and the stakes were real money. If Chun Fan won, not only would they be embarrassed in front of everyone, but they would also lose money. Who wouldn't be angry? Are these judges crazy? Why are they so biased towards Chun Fan? I think they must have received bribes. Who said it wasn't? There's no point in us continuing to watch because Chun Fan obviously took longer, but he still got 2 votes in a row. I think the judges should stop sitting here. They are not worthy of their positions. What do you know? The reason for this result is that Chun Fan has a special relationship with Lu Mengyu. You should know Lu Mengyu's identity, right? He is the darling of Lu Desheng, the president of Han Hai Group, the organizer of this competition. Doesn't he want this kid to win the final 500,000 yuan reward? So that's how it is. No wonder this kid was able to advance to the top 6. It seems that there is no absolute fairness in this world. You may think that some things are normal, but there are so many unknown means in secret. Let's just watch it for fun and don't take it to heart. Xiaofeng didn't listen to these rumors at all. After all, he was overwhelmed by the happy scene in front of him. He was so excited that he had completely lost his confidence at the beginning, especially after seeing such a brilliant performance by Zhang San and his assistant. They thought they had reached the end of the road this time. But who could have imagined that when there seemed to be no way out, there was always a way out? They once again took the initiative. Compared with Xiaofeng, Chun Fan was obviously very calm, but Zhang San was different. His whole body was shaking constantly, because he felt that this competition was totally unfair and there were too many hidden dangers involved. He wanted to have a good discussion with the judges, asking them why he was not treated fairly even though he was obviously better than Chun Fan. Actually, both your dishes are almost perfect, but I can't tell the difference. In that case, I'll give you the same score. Another judge continued, and the next few judges basically had the same attitude. Finally, they came to Marshal Ma, and everyone turned their eyes to him. Because he's the most authoritative judge in this competition, his words are more important than those of the other 9 people combined. So the pressure on him is naturally the greatest. After all, there's not much difference in the levels of these players. Those who have made it to the top 6 must not be unqualified. Marshal Ma tried to stay calm. He knew that his words were important, and he could not say anything carelessly. If he said something wrong, it would likely cause dissatisfaction among the crowd. After tasting both dishes, Marshal Ma fell into a brief silence again. How should I put it? I know that most people would think that this Zhang Sin brother did a better job because he was faster, and in terms of color, fragrance, and taste, he was no worse than that Chun Fan brother. But the problem is that you only see the surface and don't see the secret. Brother Chun Fan was able to choose a dish that is not pleasing to cook in such a fierce competition, which shows that he is a very challenging person. People like him are the ones we will eventually select. There is no doubt that this time, Marshal Ma voted for Chun Fan again. A fierce discussion immediately broke out at the scene, and many people had strong doubts about the scene before their eyes. Of course, there are also many people who support Chun Fan. They agree with what Marshal Ma said, because if Chun Fan also chose a dish with simple steps, his speed would most likely be faster than Zhang San. But he did not do that. Xiaofeng and Chun Fan both jumped up excitedly when they heard the result. Xiaofeng even couldn't help hugging Chun Fan. She had never been so happy with herself in her life. She's just a girl from the countryside, but now she could defeat those master chefs one by one on such a big stage. If this matter gets out, he will definitely be very proud. Okay, don't get too excited. Don't forget that we are only in the top 3. It's not that easy to win a championship. Seeing Xiaofeng so excited, Chun Fan couldn't help but remind him. Zhang San felt very unwilling. He thought that being defeated by Chun Fan this time was the biggest shame in his life. He quickly rushed to Chun Fan and pushed Xiaofeng aside. Then he reached out and grabbed Chun Fan's clothes. "You bastard, What on earth did you do in secret? How did you win the competition? It was obviously me who did better. Are the judges blind? Why did they help you again and again? Chun Fan simply disdained Zhang San's behavior because he knew that the other party's nerves were in disorder at the moment, and it was obviously unnecessary to confront a madman like him at this time. Isn't it just a game? Losing is losing, winning is winning. The way you're now will only make others think you are a clown. Chapter 69, The Clown. Hearing Chun Fan call him a clown, Zhang San exploded again. He grabbed Xiao Gai's clothes and raised his fist to hit Chun Fan, but the security guard had already rushed up and pinned Zhang San to the ground. Zhang San, who was lying on the ground, still felt that he was framed. He opened his mouth wide and shouted at the security guards. "You bastards, let me go right now. I know you just want to help this guy win the championship. You are really shameless. You could do anything for victory. I'll look down on you." There were many spectators in the competition venue, and even media and reporters from many radio stations. When these people saw the wonderful scene in front of them, they couldn't help but take pictures of it. After all, this was rare news, and it might even attract more attention than a cooking competition. At this moment, Lu Desheng's expression seemed very complicated. On the one hand, he was naturally very happy that Chun Fan could win. After all, he was a capable man personally selected by his precious daughter. But what he didn't expect was that Chun Fan's victory would cause such a stir. Even Zhang San spoke conspiracy theories in front of so many people. This was simply a slap in his face in front of everyone and was bound to have a great impact on him. Faced with this situation, Lu Desheng knew that he had to say something to appease these people and, at the same time, control the situation. Good afternoon, dear audience and friends. I am Lu Desheng, the organizer of this cooking competition and the boss of Hanhai Group. I want to share my thoughts on this matter today. No matter what, we don't want to see this situation happen again. As for what this little brother said, I actually don't want to hear that I carefully arranged this competition. If I want to do something, it's very simple. If I want to do something, why do I still hold the competition? Isn't this destroying my own place? When the onlookers heard what Lu Desheng said, they were silent at first, but then some people who were curious started to make a fuss. Mr. Lu, how can you prove that what you said is true? How do I know that the judges were not bribed by you? There is no evidence at all. Whatever you say is true. In my opinion, these people shouldn't be allowed to be judges at all. The 10 judges have the final say. It will be better for each of us to be judges and vote for them. That's right. Although we can't compare to them in cooking skills, we are not stupid. We still know what tastes good and what doesn't. When Lu Desheng heard this, he suddenly had an idea. He felt that if he wanted to dispel other people's doubts, he must cooperate with them so that they would shut up forever. He might have to change the rules of this competition. Otherwise, even if he chooses the final champion, he still won't get good reviews from the society, which means he spent money to get a good job but got a bad reputation, which is obviously a loss. For someone who has been working in the business world for many years, this is a sure loss. I just listened to everyone's opinions. What you said actually makes a lot of sense. In that case, we will let the audience be the judges for the next round of competition and let you vote for them. When Lu Desheng said this, the onlookers were stunned. To be honest, they were just arguing and had never thought that Lu Desheng would agree with their opinions. Because if there was something fishy going on, it would be like they were confessing themselves. Zhang San himself shut his mouth obediently. He had no evidence and only said those words in anger after his failure. Now he has offended Lu Desheng directly. He is afraid that he will not be able to survive in Tiandu in the future. Li Si, who was standing by, saw this scene and hurriedly took Zhang San away. He understood that at this critical juncture, only if they disappeared quickly could the situation be gradually alleviated. In fact, I understand everyone's doubts. As parties involved in the competition, I know you have opinions about my ability, but you should believe us. If you say that these judges were bribed by me, that's not an insult to me, it's an insult to them. I can assure you that I have never met them before, and there has been no monetary transaction between us. Chun Fan said this and turned his head to look at the judges on the field. He felt very embarrassed because he had implicated them. There is one thing everyone must understand. This competition is organized by General Manager Lu. If he doesn't want those with stronger abilities to win, and instead wants to nominate an outsider who got to the top through connections, then isn't he destroying his own reputation? When everyone heard Chun Fan's explanation, they suddenly understood. After all, as the organizer, if they want to promote newcomers, they have many ways to do it. There is no need to slap yourself in front of so many people. And just now, Mr. Lu also promised to let the audience be the judges for the next round of competition. This was already very sincere, and if someone raised doubts in this situation, it would be a bit of an active provocation. After this incident, the conflict between Liu Deshang and Sun Long resurfaced. They had always been enemies to each other. After all, it was an indisputable fact that people in the same industry were enemies. But in most cases, they chose to avoid each other. But now they're facing each other head-on in this competition. Liu Deshang knew very well that Zhang San and Li Si were both Sun Long's men. They came not only to participate in the competition, but more importantly, they wanted to ruin it. It is said that after Zhang San left the competition venue, he was directly called to the office by Sun Long. Sun Long was so angry that his teeth were itching. He did not expect that the genius he had cultivated with great effort was not only not as good as Chun Fan in cooking skills, but also had problems with his brain. You are such an idiot. Under such circumstances, you said it in front of so many people. Do you know what the consequences would be? Although I'm incompatible with that, Liu, I have never slapped him in the face in public. But you did something that I dare not do. Zhang San was very regretful at this moment. He felt that he was too impulsive. This made it difficult for both parties to back down. Instead, Liu Deshang once again won the trust of the audience. He wanted to apologize to Sun Long, but Sun Long waved his hand. All right, don't apologize to me. It's already happened. There's no point in you apologizing. Many people have already seen your inability to accept defeat. I think you can't survive in Tiandu City. My suggestion is that you find a good job in another city. With your ability, I believe it will be easy. Chapter 70. The bow is put away after the birds are gone. Upon hearing this, Zhang San seemed very unhappy. After all, he was trying to help Sun Long this time. But now Sun Long had abandoned him, and the bow was put away after all the birds were gone. In order not to offend Liu Deshang, he did such a thing. He thought he was just an abandoned lackey. He originally thought that he would be highly valued, but now he thinks that all this may have been just wishful thinking. Seeing that Zhang San was unhappy, Li Si hurried forward. He and Zhang San were as close as brothers. They were both rivals and friends. They depended on each other here at Sun Long. Fortunately, they both had talent in cooking. Don't worry, third brother. I won't let that brat succeed. I will make him take away all the things he left for you today. Actually, I have disliked him for a long time. This is also an opportunity, and I won't be careless this time. I will use all my strength to make that guy lose completely. Since Chun Fan defeated Zhang San this time, he had a complete feud with the two brothers and Sun Long. Now, no matter whether Chun Fan can become the champion of the competition or not, he will become his lifelong enemy. Of course, Chun Fan himself didn't have the energy to think about these things. His idea was to do his best to make every dish perfect. And there is another thing he is very concerned about, which is whether he can get the reward as soon as possible, or whether he can become a senior chef as soon as possible, or even become a great chef in the culinary world. After Zhang Xiaowang returned to his hotel, he heard the system sound. Congratulations on completing the mission. You will receive the following rewards. Reputation value increased by 50, money value increased by 5,000, and physical strength increased by 50%. You are now 140 reputation points away from being a senior chef. It was not until this moment that Chun Fan realized that he was almost reaching the level of a senior chef. He found incredible. His previous opponents had regarded him as a junior chef. In fact, it is no wonder. During the process of participating in these competitions, Chun Fan has transformed from an active and unknown brat into a strong man who can compete for the championship. His level increase is of course expected. Soon the system issued a new task for Chun Fan. Make a dish of pearl eggplant and sell it for no less than 1,000 yuan. The ingredients and toppings have been prepared for you, and there is also a bag of pepper for the intermediate chef. Complete the task, and you'll get the following rewards. Reputation value increased by 60, money value increased by 600, and physical strength increased by 60%. Upon hearing this task, Chun Fan couldn't help but swear again, because the system was clearly trying to trick him again. Pearl eggplant is, after all, a cold dish made from the best red beans and eggplants. No matter which restaurant it is served in, the value of this dish will not exceed 15 yuan. However, the task system asked him to sell this dish for 1,000 yuan. Isn't this clearly telling him to rob money? Big brother, can you please have some bottom line? If you do this now, I won't be able to survive in Tiandu in the future. Not to mention Tiandu, even the food industry won't tolerate an outlier like me. If you don't have money, tell me. I can share some of the money I get with you. Now you're asking for an exorbitant price? You are simply a bandit. Chun Fan said a lot, but the system seemed to be asleep and didn't say a word. This made Chun Fan very embarrassed. If he didn't do as the system required, he wouldn't be able to complete the task and wouldn't get the reward he wanted. I'm about to enter the ranks of senior chefs. If I don't seize the opportunity quickly, I don't know when I will be able to upgrade. But if Chun Fan did exactly what the system said, he would have to charge 1,000 yuan for the dish in front of everyone. What would the other viewers think? Chun Fan could rely on this wave of games to make his presence felt and let others remember him. But after he offers a price, I'm afraid those people won't remember his good points, but will instead remember that he is Chun Baopi. What's more important is that there are still 2 games left, and the next game will have the audience as judges. If Chun Fan sells at such a high price, who knows how the audience will scold him? Just when Chun Fan was worried, Xiao Fang came over. Seeing Chun Fan's worried face, he smiled and asked, "Boss, why do you look unhappy? We have already passed the 3rd round. The next semi-final is very important to us. Of course I know it's important, but whether or not we can make it to the finals is not up to us. Boss, this is not like your usual style. You are usually very confident. Is there any difficult problem? Why don't you tell me about it? Maybe I can help you." Seeing Xiao Fang so confident, Chun Fan suddenly felt that this was a good idea. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge. Xiao Fang might be able to think of a good idea. "You, a girl, actually want to help me. Then I'll ask you a question. You must have heard of pearl eggplant. If this dish is sold for 1,000 yuan, would you eat it?" As soon as Chun Fan finished speaking, Xiao Fang couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was obvious that he also thought that Chun Fan was talking nonsense. "Boss, are you kidding me? Pearl eggplant is just eggplant with a few red and green beans. Selling it for 1,000 yuan is either crazy or mentally ill." It was just that Chun Fan was very embarrassed because the person with a mental illness was none other than himself. But the problem was that he had no choice but to do so, because the system would not consider the actual impact at all and would only let him complete the task as required. Don't worry about whether you're mentally ill or not. What should I do next? After Chun Fan finished speaking, Xiao Fang curled her lips. She felt a little unbelievable and asked back, "Boss, are you the one who offered this price? Why'd you do this? Are you short of money recently? How about I lend you some?" Xiao Fang's innocence and cuteness made Chun Fan want to laugh at her. He shook his head and thought that he would never borrow money from Xiao Fang, even if he was short of money. Besides, he didn't want to earn this money. Seeing that Chun Fan was unwilling to talk, Xiao Fang suddenly had an idea and thought of a good idea. I know what to do. Why don't you just hire someone to do it and give him the money in the end? If you are embarrassed to ask someone else, then ask me. I will cooperate with you very well." Chun Fan waved his hands repeatedly. "Your idea is too low, no. Chapter 71, Super Treatment. Seeing Chun Fan's disappointed face, Xiao Fang could only curl her lips and said to him, "If that's the case, then I really don't know. This is all I can think of." Chun Fan sighed. He had actually guessed long ago that Xiao Fang would definitely not come up with any good ideas for him. In fact, if he really wanted to win and complete the task assigned by the system, he had to proceed in a steady and cautious manner. As for those opportunistic things, it is completely impossible and will only make the system more dissatisfied with his attitude. But the question is, how can this dish be priced at 1,000 yuan? If he makes it really delicious, will anyone be willing to pay for his cold dish? A new round of competition started at the venue of the cooking competition. Since there were only 3 people competing now, if they wanted it to be fair, one more person had to join. By unanimous decision of the judges, the best performing contestant among the eliminated top 6 will be directly promoted to the list of top 4. In the previous match between Chun Fan and Zhang San, the atmosphere of the entire competition had already changed, especially Zhang San, who actually said in front of so many people that there was something fishy about this competition. So Lu Desheng came up with his own idea to include the audience in the ranks of judges, which means that everyone present is eligible to vote for these contestants. Of course, the real judges are also qualified. To be fair, the audience votes account for half of the total score, and the opinions of the 10 judges also account for half. These audiences are randomly selected on site through the big screen. Of course, this is also done to prevent certain contestants from having some shameful relationships with the audience in private. After all, who can guess whether there are any friends of the contestants among the audience? Although this rule cannot be said to be absolutely fair, it has obviously convinced many people compared to the previous ones. After so many previous competitions, these 4 people can now be said to represent the 4 strongest chefs among the young people in Tiandu. They will also draw lots to decide their opponents. In order to avenge his brother and prove himself, Li Si really hopes to draw Chun Fan. Because of this, Chun Fanlian lost the chance of entering the final, but things are often different from what he thinks. The person he drew was someone who had been eliminated before. Chun Fan was also lucky. He was assigned to the same side as a female chef named Xiaoya. She was about the same age as Chun Fan, tall and thin, and also quite pretty. If he hadn't been wearing the chef's uniform, not many people would have believed that he could have such good cooking skills. Facing a female contestant, Chun Fan seemed a little embarrassed. After all, it seemed like he was bullying her. But when he met the female chef, he found that the woman's expression was full of contempt, and she looked down on him. Chef Shen, Idol, I have seen your performance. Although it is not bad, I think that your competition journey has ended now that you have seen me. I will also treat you with my best strength, which is also a respect for you. Chun Fan shrugged helplessly. After all, his number had already been called, and he certainly wouldn't want to be outdone. Then I thank you in advance. However, rather than having a tense relationship, I hope that we can become friends and have more opportunities to exchange cooking skills. Haha, of course there's no problem being friends, but I have a characteristic. I don't like people who are weaker than me. If you beat me, then everything is possible. But if you can't even beat me, then I can only say that we are not destined to be together. The female chef was not polite at all, but Chun Fan was not angry at all. Instead, I found it very interesting and said to the female chef with a smile, "Don't worry, I am not that weak. To have come this far, do I need to prove anything?" Chef Chen has a lot to say, but you'd better use your full strength. I don't like bickering with others. After the contestants chose their opponents, Ma Dashuai, who was sitting on the judges' panel, stood up and announced to everyone that he had briefly explained the rules of the competition. First of all, I want to congratulate these 4 young chefs. Each of you is excellent and is a strong candidate selected in this competition. However, from the last round of competition, we can see that some people think that our competition is not fair and say that there's something fishy going on. In this case, let's modify the rules. After the modification, the rules will not only be fairer than before, but also stricter. We will still use the voting system, and the voting here will be on-site. These are randomly selected from the audience and decided by our 10 judges, so I hope you can maintain your usual level. When Marshal Ma said these words, the audience and contestants were listening carefully. They knew that Liu Deshang was completely angry this time, and his purpose was to prove that he had absolutely not cheated. He wanted to convince everyone in this way. In this competition, each contestant has to prepare 2 dishes, and both of them have to be cold dishes. After all the previous contestants prepared hot dishes. In order for us, the audience, to see their comprehensive cooking skills. So we chose cold dishes for the competition, but don't underestimate this point because simple cold dishes can have different flavors and can be made into different dishes, which can also show the importance of cooking skills. Chun Fan was so happy when he heard this. He didn't expect the system to have a predictive function. Every task assigned was exactly in line with the progress of the game. Their game time this time was 40 minutes. It is not difficult to prepare 2 cold dishes within 40 minutes. But this is a competition after all. The real competition is not only to complete the task, but also to make the dishes the best in the shortest time to satisfy those picky experts and audiences. The audiences in the audience were all very happy. Originally, they were just spectators, but now they could finally participate in it personally. They felt respected. What's more important is that they can taste the works of these talented chefs, which is what makes them most satisfied. You know, ordinary people have no chance to come into contact with these chefs under normal circumstances. Only the rich can enjoy this treatment. Chapter 72. It's hard to please everyone. Liu Deshang seemed very satisfied with the performance of the audience. After all, he was the one who changed the rule, and his purpose was to shut these people up. The proof was that it did work, but Liu Deshang felt a little embarrassed because his daughter Lu Mingyu was not consulted about this decision. "Girl, how do you feel about the current rules? Do you have anything to say?" Lu Mingyu smiled and said, "I think it's okay. After all, this is for fairness. And there is a saying that it is difficult to satisfy everyone. Even if the rules are fair, those with dark minds will still think there is something fishy going on. Of course, this will definitely give those with strength a greater advantage." Liu Deshang nodded and said, "In fact, everyone understands the principle, but it is difficult to do it. However, I think the young man named Chun Fan should be willing to let us do this. He has relied on his strength to win from beginning to end." "Of course, Dad. Even if you don't believe him, you have to believe my judgment. Why do I always feel like you're kidding me? How about we make a bet?" "No problem. I'd be happy to," Liu Deshang also said with a smile. "Actually, The bet I want to make with you is very simple. Once Chun Fan wins the first place in the competition, I will be involved in the catering business of our Han Hai group, and I will be the supervisor. Others will never say anything in front of me. Do you dare to do this? After hearing what Lu Mingyu said, Lu Dishang raised his eyebrows. Why not? But then again, it seems like you have a lot of confidence in Chun Fan. At this moment, Lao Lu on the side couldn't stand it anymore. You two seem to be having a lot of fun. In this case, I will be the judge for you two. No matter who wins or loses, you must abide by your promise. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. While they were talking, the game was already in full swing. The first cold dish Chun Fan made was the pearl eggplant that gave him a headache, and the first cold dish Xiaoya made was vinegar cucumber. Then the same old routine was followed. The two chef's assistants started working first. Xiaofeng quickly cleaned the eggplants. Then I cut them into slices and then started to wash them among beans and red beans. Of course, these two beans were steamed in advance, otherwise they would definitely not be ready in this time. All of Xiaofeng's operations seemed very skillful. He was quite capable, and there was no sign of dragging his feet at all. Many viewers here had a very deep impression of both Chun Fan and Xiaofeng. Xiaoya's helper is his sister, LV Tian. Although the two are only 1 year apart in age, LV Tian does not hold him back. No matter from which aspect, his strength is not inferior to his sister. As for why he is willing to be his sister's assistant instead of choosing to play in the game himself, it is unknown. In the last step, Chun Fan put in the pepper powder given to him by the system. On the surface, this pepper powder looked no different from ordinary pepper, but it smelled like a faint fragrance. Although Chun Fan didn't know what changes would happen if this call was added, he was very clear that what the system gave him was usually good, and if he didn't add it in, his mission would not be considered completed. In the end, the two groups of contestants chose to finish a dish almost at the same time, which made the onlookers in the audience feel incredible. It usually takes an ordinary person at least half an hour to make a good cold dish, but they made 2 dishes in just about 40 minutes. The two of them divided all the dishes they prepared into small portions. There were 20 portions in total, and 10 teachers randomly gave 10 of them to the audience to taste. When Lu Mingyu saw this scene, he couldn't help but turn his head to his father. He really wanted to know who would win the game now. Actually, I can't tell who will win, because their performances are so outstanding, but I think based on your thinking, you definitely want Chun Fan to win the game, right? Of course. Don't forget me. I made a bet with you. You can't break it when the time comes. You must do what you promised. There were 2 familiar people in the audience. They were Lin Kier and Sun Chong. And what was a special coincidence was that these 2 were chosen to be audience judges. You're not going to give the ticket in your hand to Chun Fan, are you? Lin Kier saw that Sun Chong also got the ticket and couldn't help asking. The reason why he had this idea was that from this period of contact, he found that Sun Chong seemed to appreciate Chun Fan. This was completely different from his father's son Long Dandruff was worried, because every ticket was crucial. Sun Chong smiled slightly. You don't have to worry about this, because as you know, my father and this guy have already had a feud. If I vote for him, wouldn't that be disrespectful to my father? In fact, these 2 cold dishes are not difficult to prepare, so it is relatively easy to make them under normal circumstances. What's more, the methods and techniques used by the 2 of them are not much different. Because there is not much difference between eggplant and cucumber. If you want to tell which one is better, you need professional judges, and the audience is not of much reference value. I personally like this pearl eggplant very much, because it is the first time in my life that I have eaten such a delicious cold dish. I can say that I'm not capable of making this dish well, but I am more capable of making the pickled cucumber. Although it tastes good, many restaurants sell it and the taste is almost the same, so I would like to vote for the pearl eggplant. You know nothing. This pickled cucumber tastes much better than the ones in restaurants. And she's a girl. It's not easy for her to get to where she is now. Why don't you support her? We are competing in cooking ability, not gender. Now that I have this vote, I must be responsible for him. I must not be conscienceless. The audience was discussing very intensely, and now they all cared about the vote in their hands. Before Sun Chong voted, for people had already given their votes to Chun Fan, and some gave their votes to Xiaoyu. Sun Chong gave his vote to Xiaoya without any hesitation. In this case, Xiaoya had more votes than Chun Fan. Although I gave a ticket to Xiaoya, I think from the perspective of taste alone, the pearl eggplant made by Chun Fan tastes better. I would like to have another bite if I have the chance. Chapter 73, Rivals. Then the results of the judges' votes came out, and when added with the votes from the audience, the 2 of them were tied. Now if Chun Fan and Xiaoyu want to determine the winner, They must look at the quality of the second dish. Dear audience, does anyone like this pearl eggplant dish? Hearing Chun Fan's words, those who originally supported Chun Fan responded loudly to him. Sun Long was confused when he saw this scene. He didn't know what Chun Fan was going to do. Lin Kuter beside him was also confused. As the judge of this competition, Marshall Ma decided to ask Chun Fan what his intentions were. I'm going to sell this pearl eggplant for 1,000 yuan. I wonder how many people are willing to pay for this dish of mine. At this moment, a very strange atmosphere appeared at the scene. No one expected that Chun Fan would ask for such a high price, selling a cold dish for 1,000 yuan. What's the difference between this and robbery? You have to know that the same dish in the restaurant basically doesn't cost more than 20 yuan. Even those high-end hotels would never charge more than 50 yuan. But Chun Fan actually offered a price 20 times higher. Wasn't he treating them as fools? Not to mention the audience. Even Sun Chong frowned. He curled his lips and said to Lin Kuo, "Is this guy called Chun Fan mentally ill? He can even see the price at this level. I've run the hotel for more than 10 years, and the most expensive cold dish has never sold for 100 yuan, not to mention that this is a vegetarian dish." Lin Kuo also felt strange. Based on his understanding of Chun Fan, under normal circumstances, this low-key man would never do something like this. Could it be that this guy was controlled by someone? Who knows? Maybe this kid has always had a problem with his brain, and I didn't see it before. Anyway, this thing has nothing to do with them. We just need to watch the show. Whose words fell, the judges in the audience were all stunned, especially Ma Da Shui, who was full of anger. He asked, "Brother Chun Fan, although I admire your cooking skills, you should not be too proud, because this is the competition site, not your restaurant. If you really want to sell your dishes, you can wait until the competition is over instead of wasting everyone's time." Chun Fan didn't care about what Marshall Ma said. He kept his eyes on the audience. When he found that they all put their hands down and seemed unwilling to pay the price he offered, he felt a little disappointed. But it is understandable, because if someone spends 1,000 yuan just to eat a cold dish, he either has a mental problem or has too much money to spend. Just when Chun Fan was about to give up, he suddenly heard a girl's voice. 1,000 yuan? I'm willing to buy it. The person who spoke was Xiaoya. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Xiaoya to suddenly say this. And his sister Lu Tian also felt a little unbelievable. Because they are top chefs themselves, they can also make delicious cold dishes themselves. And there's another very important point. Chun Fan is his competitor. At this moment, he is offering such a high price to buy Chun Fan's works. Isn't this clearly to build momentum for Chun Fan? Sister, what are you doing? Are you advertising for him? Aren't you afraid that he will take this opportunity to brag about himself? Grateful. Chun Fan only said 2 words, and then he was worried that Xiaoya might regret it. So he quickly put the pearl eggplant in front of Xiaoya. Since Miss Xiaoya has already bought the vegetables, can you consider paying for them? Faced with Chun Fan's urging, Xiaoyu had no choice but to take out 1,000 yuan from her pocket. When Chun Fan received the money, he seemed very happy. He smiled and said to everyone in the audience, "I'm so sorry for wasting everyone's time just now. But now we can continue with the game we were playing before." Marshall Ma still had no expression. He believed that Chun Fan must have his own reasons for doing this, and it was impossible that he did it just to make 1,000 yuan. Everyone take a break. We will start the second game right away. If the ingredients you prepared are not enough, I hope you can prepare them quickly during this break. At this moment, the audience were discussing and talking in low voices. They did not understand why Xiaoya bought the cold dish from Chun Fan just now. Do you know what Xiaoya was thinking? Why was he willing to spend 1,000 yuan to buy a salad? I seriously doubt that these two guys had discussed this off the court. Even if they're colluding, it doesn't matter, because they can't affect others and they didn't spend our money. We just need to watch and have fun. You're right, but what's the point of doing this? And they did it so blatantly. I suspect they may have other intentions. Chun Fan had no intention of listening to these people's discussion. What he had to do now was to find a place to collect the mission reward. The reason why Chun Fan was so anxious to receive the reward was that once he got the reward, he would be promoted to a senior chef, which was a huge deal. Many people still thought that he was just a junior chef, but in just 3 days he had gone from a junior to a senior chef. When Chun Fan reopened the system, he indeed heard the prompt sound. Congratulations, you have completed the task. You will receive the following rewards: 600 additional reputation points, 60% additional physical strength points, and 6,000 additional money points. Congratulations on your promotion to senior chef. I hope you will continue to work hard. You will also have a chance to draw a lottery for free. Do you choose to draw a lottery? Suddenly, he realized that the chance of drawing the lottery now was the same as before. At the beginning, when he was a junior chef, half of the reward would be consumed every time he drew the lottery. Now it has become a free lottery, which sounds better, but the chance has become random, which means that he will not get such an opportunity every time he completes a task. Of course, a lottery. As soon as Chun Fan finished speaking, he saw the pointer on the disc automatically turning continuously. When everything was over, a blue card appeared in his mind with a few words written on it. Congratulations on obtaining the Xin Level Gourmet card. With this card, you can improve the taste of your dishes by 50%. Chapter 74, Unfair Victory. Obtaining this card undoubtedly increased Chun Fan's confidence, because he will face the second game with Xiaoya next. If he uses this food card that enhances the taste, the meals he makes will be further enhanced. Although doing so is a bit unfair, Chun Fan knows that no one would give up such an opportunity. He is not a fool, and it is impossible for him to give up his bright future for the so-called principal issues. Since the system has chosen him, there must be a reason. What are you doing here? Have you given up? At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly appeared. Chun Fan turned around and saw Xiaoyu walking towards him. You must be joking. How could I admit defeat? Compared to you, I'm not that much worse at the moment. There really isn't much of a difference in level. But have you ever thought that I'm willing to pay 1,000 yuan to buy your pearl eggplant? Aren't you curious? It's impossible for you to say that you're not curious at all, but since you paid for it, you must have your reasons. I don't think you have too much money to spend, so why don't you help a poor person like me? Xiaoya smiled and said, I'm not a rich person, but I have a characteristic, that is, I like to compete. I really want to find out whether this taste is really delicious, and whether it is equal to the cold dish I made. So, have you had a bite now? Xiaoya continued to nod. I've eaten it, and it's beyond my expectation. I have to say, your level is beyond my imagination. If I were a judge, I would have declared you the winner in the first round. Chun Fan didn't expect that Xiaoya would give him such a high evaluation. You know, he is his opponent. Could it be that he wanted to flatter him and deliberately lower his vigilance? Miss Xiaoya, you're too kind. I'm not as good as you say. It may just be luck. Besides, we still have the second round. I don't think I will be so lucky in the next round. It would have been better if Chun Fan hadn't said this. Xiaoya seemed very unhappy after he said this, and he snorted coldly. You don't have to treat me like a fool. I was able to be eliminated from the first round and enter the top 3 with so many masters. If you say you don't have the ability, no one will believe you. But since you've met me, I'm not a pushover either, so let's have a good fight and have a wonderful showdown. I hope you won't show mercy, or you might be the one eliminated. After saying this, Xiaoya left. Seeing Xiaoya's back, Chun Fan shrugged his shoulders. Women's tempers are changeable. She was praising himself just now, but now she is yelling at him. It's really hard to understand. Bite. At the same time, the system's voice rang. I made a vegetarian dish of 3 fresh vegetables and sold it for no less than 2,000 yuan, and it received positive reviews. The raw materials have been prepared. You will receive the following rewards for completing the task. Reputation value increased by 1,000, physical strength increased by 100%, and money value increased by 10,000. I don't know why, but every time a task appears, Chun Fan has an urge to curse. Maybe it's because this system is so deceptive. The incident with the pearl eggplant is still fresh in people's minds. It was sold at a high price of 1,000 yuan, which has already set a record for cold dishes in Tiandu. However, Chun Fan may break the record of cold dishes he created with his own hands in a moment. The cost of a vegetarian dish would not exceed 10 yuan at most. Even if it was the best quality, the raw materials should be less than 30 yuan. But now the system asked him to mark a price of 2,000 yuan. Chun Fan could only say that the buyers were fools, and the sellers were even more crazy. There was no normal person on either side. Is it fun for you to do this? Do you think I'm easy to bully and make fun of me every day? I'm telling you, I don't want to take this mission. If you know what's good for you, change to a better mission. The system seemed to have not heard Chun Fan's question and ignored him completely. Chun Fan had no choice but to vent his anger and then prepared to continue fighting. In fact, the reward given by the system this time was still very attractive. You have to know that his reputation and physical strength will increase dramatically, and he can also get 10,000 yuan. He can accomplish all this in just half an hour. It's exciting to think about it. If Chun Fan could have made money at this rate before, he would not have been abandoned by Lin Ke. But think about it, this is also his luck. There is really no need to continue with someone like Lin Ke. Chun Fan feels that this may be the opportunity God deliberately gave him. In the other competition, Li Si has successfully advanced. His strength is stronger than his senior brother Zhang San. More importantly, although he is young, he is very stable and good at winning people's hearts. He is not a simple person. After advancing to the finals, Li Si found that Chun Fan was still competing. He really wanted Chun Fan to be eliminated directly, but now he suddenly changed his mind and was willing to let Chun Fan advance. Because only in this way can he face Chun Fan and beat Chun Fan to a pulp in the finals, crushing him in terms of strength. This way he can avenge his senior brother Zhang San, and at the same time make himself famous and be valued by Sun Long. You little brat, now I've given you a chance. It's up to you whether you can seize it. If you can't even pass this level, then I may have overestimated you. After everyone returned to the field, Marshal Ma announced to everyone that the game would continue. Unless there was something else, no further stops would be allowed during the game. According to the system's task, Chun Fan made a vegetarian dish this time. This dish is actually very famous, and the method is very simple because his focus is on the seasoning. The dish Xiaoya wants to make is similar to Chun Fan's. The ingredients are similar, but his cooking process is slightly more complicated. Xiaofang couldn't help but frown when she saw Xiaoya using the same method. She leaned close to Chun Fan's ear and said to him, "Boss, have you noticed that Xiaoya might be imitating you? What if they do the same as us? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? In my opinion, should we change someone else?" "Girl, why are you so stupid? The more similar they are, the more our characteristics can be reflected. I'm not bragging, but the method I use, he can't learn it even if I teach him." Chapter 75, Inexplicable Confidence. Chun Fan was indeed not bragging. After all, what really made him win the competition was not the so-called production method, but the delicious card in his hand. As long as he uses this card, even if the dishes he makes are not perfect, the aroma can be at least doubled, which is enough to defeat many people. "Boss, why are you so confident?" Chun Fan rolled his eyes at Xiao Fong and said, "All right, stop talking nonsense and get to work. This time we not only have to compete with them in taste, but also in speed. Don't forget that we lost in speed last time." Under Chun Fan's command, Xiaofang quickly joined the battle. At this moment, the judges and audience sitting below the stage all felt that this match would be very exciting. Because the ingredients they used this time are similar, and the cooking methods are very similar. One is vegetarian 3 fresh dishes, and the other is local 3 fresh dishes. There doesn't seem to be much difference. Do you think they did it on purpose? There were so many dishes to choose from, and they ended up bumping into each other. It's incredible, but it's also good this way. It's easier to expose their own shortcomings and strengths, and it's also clear to us judges. I hope they don't let down their guard too much, otherwise the loser will be embarrassed. Lu Mingyu was also sitting with his father Lu Neng at this moment. This time he really hoped that he could be selected as a judge because he wanted to judge Chun Fan's true cooking skills through comparison. Lao Lu also had this idea. When he was young, he also had a hard life and often ate vegetarian dishes. So this cold dish competition gave him a chance to reminisce about the past. However, the cold dishes they ate at that time were indeed very different from the taste of today. In the corner of the audience, a woman was staring at the center of the arena with vicious eyes. This person was Lin Ke, and Sun Chong was sitting next to her. Lin Ke was very annoyed because Chun Fan had not shown any sign of losing the game until now, and his momentum was very strong, and it seemed that he could even enter the finals. If this guy got into the role, then even if he lost, he would still be the runner-up, which he could brag about for many years. Lin Ke couldn't understand why this guy, who had never shown his cooking skills when he was with her before, had become someone who could compete with top chefs in top competitions in just 1 month. Why hasn't this guy lost yet? I really feel it's unfair. This guy has clearly relied on luck to get here. Since you know that he relied on luck to get here, what are you worried about? Even if he makes it to the final, he will still be defeated by Li Si. Because my dad said that Li Si is more capable than Zhang San, and he has a talent for cooking skills. If Chun Fan thinks he can beat him, he is just dreaming. Lin Ke seemed a little unconvinced by Sun Chong's explanation. After all, so many things had happened before, which had already had a great impact on him. He had always said that he could easily defeat Zhang Chun Fan. Xiao Guang was about to enter the finals, so wasn't he still fine? We can't just have one line of defense. The best way is to make him lose the game right away, so that we don't have to take the risk of staying until the end. After hearing this, Sun Chong raised his eyebrows, feeling that it was a little unreasonable. Why do I find this so strange? Weren't you and him lovers before? How did you become enemies in the blink of an eye? And even if it was out of love turning into hate, you wouldn't want to kill him, right? You don't need to ask this. It's useless for me to tell you. If you think it's a bit difficult to deal with him, then you don't need to help me. I could find someone else when the time comes. Lin Kuger said this and stood up to leave. Seeing this, Sun Chong pulled her into his arms. Although this woman had a bit of a strange temper, her beauty was real to Sun Chong. He hadn't played with her enough, so he didn't want to let her go. Look, why are you so anxious again? I never said I was unwilling to help you, but I think everything has a reason, so I really want to hear why you hate Chin Fan so much. Since you don't want to say it, forget it. Didn't you see that I gave my ticket to someone else last time? And if he can draw me this time, I won't choose him either. Although on the surface 10 people were randomly selected from the audience, there was still room for manipulation because the task of selecting the audience was left to the host on the stage. Sun Chong did not convince the judge Ma Dashuai, but he still gave the host some money, so he was drawn in the last round. Soon the next round of the competition was about to begin, and Xiao Fang continued to use his extraordinary memory to cut the cucumber, radish, and green onion into strips. Then he took out a large basin and put the cut vegetables into it for pickling. The whole process was quite fast. The people on Xiaoya's side were equally capable. After some hard work, they had prepared all the preliminary work. Next, it was up to Chun Fan and Xiaoya to perform. Because Chun Fan has the good stuff given by the system, and Xiaoya has their own secret ancestral jam, so it is hard to say who can do better. 10 minutes later, Chun Fan and the Little Moon Man finished the race almost at the same time, but Chun Fan actually had another task. That is to sell his cold dish at a price of 2,000 yuan. He feels that this is undoubtedly a huge challenge, and he estimates that no fool in the field would be willing to do this. Just like last time, both of them divided their dishes into 20 equal portions and gave 10 of them to the judges and the rest to 10 lucky audience members. Among these people, there were familiar faces. One was Lao Lu, and the other was Lin Kier. Lao Lu actually informed the host in advance. He really wanted to try the works of these two chefs, especially Chun Fan's vegetarian dish, which he was very interested in. Old Lu once doubted whether Chun Fan was too lucky to make it to the semifinals, but when he gently picked up the vegetables made by Chun Fan and put them into his mouth, he felt that it was not luck at all, but strength. Half of the other onlookers voted for Chun Fan, and the other half voted for Xiaoya. So now the results of the audience's vote are out. Currently in the audience segment, Chun Fan has an advantage over Xiaoya. It will depend on how the judges give their opinions. Chapter 76, Expensive Dishes. Originally, one thought the judges' voting would be very tense, but what was unexpected was that the judges gave their answers very quickly, and in the end, Chun Fan won. Xiaoya was very surprised when he saw this scene. His expression was so ugly. He frowned tightly and looked very unhappy. Why is it like this? Why is it the result like this? Seeing his sister's reaction so big, Yue Yang felt a little guilty. He thought it was because he did not really help his sister. As a female chef, she faces greater pressure and social criticism than male chefs. At the same time, I also suffer a lot in terms of physical strength because as a top chef, I must have good physical strength. Cooking is not only a technical job, but also a physical job. Through her own efforts, Xiaoya has finally gained a firm foothold in the chef industry. Especially among female chefs, Xiaoya can almost be said to have no rivals. But today he actually lost to such an unknown young man. Xiaoya had participated in countless cooking competitions before. Although the scale and influence of this competition could not be compared with this one, at least he was not an inexperienced person. In previous competitions, Xiaoya had met many talented culinary artists and seen those top chefs from Yangming, but she had never heard of Chun Fan. It was as if this guy suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I really don't understand why I lost to you. I feel like the food I cook is better than yours. Maybe they really have no taste and don't know how to appreciate it. If Chun Fan had heard this sentence before, he would most likely have retorted, but at this moment he felt a little embarrassed because Xiaoya was indeed as capable as himself. If Chun Fan had not secretly used the treasures given by the system, he would definitely not have been able to win. It's no wonder, because he met himself. There is only one champion, and no matter how merciful Chun Fan is, he will never give up the only championship. What's more, he will face an even stronger opponent next. Chun Fan knows very well that even if Xiaoya advances in this semifinal, he will still lose to Li Si. I'm so sorry. Actually, you're also very good. I just have better luck. If there's a chance in the future, I hope we can learn from each other more, and we can be friends if you want. Hearing this, Xiaoya looked up at Chun Fan. There is something strange in his expression, because in his opinion, Chun Fan seemed to be pitying him. But in fact, he didn't need to be pitied by others. Although I lost the game, I don't want you to look at me like that, because I am not a fragile person. Besides, I came here for the championship this time. You'd better win the championship, otherwise you don't deserve to beat me. Chun Fan smiled. He knew that this was Xiao Ye's last stubbornness. However, Chun Fan's confidence was real. The fact that he could reach the finals this time had given him great confidence. If winning the championship was just a dream before, now that dream has become reality. Whether he can achieve this depends on his performance in the last game. Lin Kuer was almost going to collapse because of Chun Fan's victory this time. In fact, he was also selected as an audience judge. After tasting the cold dishes made by Chun Fan and Xiao Ye, he couldn't help but admire them secretly. Chun Fan has indeed become a completely different person in terms of cooking skills, and the dishes he makes are quite delicious. This situation caused Lin Kuer to be very confused. He had clearly eaten dishes cooked by Chun Fan before, and at that time Chun Fan was almost an idiot when it came to cooking, only slightly better than him. But now the progress is too great, which can only mean two things. One is that Chun Fan has always been able to cook, but he just disguised it better and was too lazy to cook for himself. Another thing is that Chun Fan is an extremely talented legend in cooking. He was able to learn a lot just by relying on his own traditional methods and achieve the superb skills he always dreamed of. I just don't believe this guy. He can't be lucky every time. Li Si is really strong. I think Chun Fan can get the runner-up in the end. God has been very kind to him. Sun Chong was very dissatisfied with Lin Kuer's reaction, because he felt that although Lin Kuer said that she hated Chun Fan very much, she always focused her attention on Chun Fan. If he really hates someone, he will never do this, which means that he is most likely still considering the old relationship. Therefore, in this case, Sun Chong said to Lin Kuer coldly, "If you really hate him, I can just find a few people to do it and make him disappear from this world forever. I know you have the ability, but don't forget that behind Chun Fan is the Lu group. Their business is even more powerful than your Sun group. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble that you shouldn't?" Seeing that Lin Kuer didn't quite trust him, Sun Chong was a little unhappy. He thought that Lin Kuer didn't dare to let him deal with Chun Fan. More importantly, although the Lu group is very powerful, their Sun group is not a pushover either, because his uncle is a leader above, and he also has a godfather who is the head of another international hotel in Tiandu. That hotel is stronger and has only opened one branch in Tiandu. But even so, its influence cannot be underestimated. Its headquarters is located abroad, and its overall strength is quite impressive. The two of them failed to come up with a good way to deal with Chun Fan until the end, and things ended in a bad mood. However, Chun Fan was still troubled by one thing, which was that he had to complete the system's task. Now this cold dish needs to be sold for 2,000 yuan, and I'm afraid that no one will want to buy it. After all, it's just a 3-line dish. When Chun Fan was hesitating, Xiao Fang suddenly spoke. "The boss never thought we could win. I'm so happy right now. If we continue on this trend, we still have a chance to win the championship." Chun Fan ignored Xiao Fang. He suddenly picked up his vegetarian dish from the table, displayed it in front of everyone, and said to them with a smile, "Last time, the pearl eggplant was sold at a high price of 1,000 yuan. This time, the dish will also be sold at a high price. I will temporarily set the price at 2,000 yuan. Is there anyone willing to buy it?" Chapters 77 Black and Red are also read. After Chun Fan finished speaking, the loudest voice suddenly rang out in the crowd. They really couldn't imagine that Chun Fan would make money in this way. Many people looked down on him, and Chun Fan thought that this guy was just a poor guy. And in their opinion, being poor didn't matter, but people had to have a bottom line and couldn't make money just by doing anything. Even the best sea cucumbers, abalone, birds' nests, and shark's fins cannot be sold at such a high price. But Chun Fan dared to price a vegetarian dish, even the most ordinary cucumbers and radishes, at 2,000. He was either crazy because of poverty or too arrogant. This kid is really boring. I think he has a problem with his brain. Why don't we send him to the hospital first? Who knows what he might do if we continue to compete? Who says it's not true? He dares to sell it at such a price. Even the first place in the national competition is not as good as him. He is so arrogant. Isn't he ruining his reputation by doing this? The goodwill he has accumulated with great difficulty is ruined by him like this. It's a pity. What do you know? He is actually just hyping it up. If he can sell it, he can announce to others how much his dish is worth. Then when he enters the hotel in the future, other guests who want to order his dishes will have to raise the price. But what if no one buys his dish? Wouldn't that mean he's screwed? You're wrong. Even if no one buys from him, his behavior of selling vegetables at high prices will be reported by the news media and become a topic of conversation. He will still receive a lot of attention. Red and black are also red. Many people have no bottom line in order to attract attention and traffic. This is exactly what he is talking about. After hearing what these people said, Xiaofeng was also very helpless. He wanted to complain about what Chun Fan did last time, but he didn't expect that Chun Fan would do the same this time and even offered an even more exaggerated price. Did he take the wrong medicine? Boss, don't be ridiculous. You're destroying the reputation we've just built up. Aren't all our previous efforts in vain? Of course, Chun Fan didn't take the medicine. He knew it very well in his mind, but there were some things he had to do. If he didn't complete the task assigned by the system, then there would be no way to update the next task, and he would not be able to advance and explore further. Little girl, stop messing with me. I'm very sober, and there's nothing wrong with me. You have to help me build momentum. No matter what happens, you must give me your greatest support. Xiaofeng nodded. On the one hand, he felt that Chun Fan was indeed talking nonsense, but based on his understanding of Chun Fan, he also felt that this guy could always judge the situation very accurately. So when he doesn't see things clearly enough, he can only choose to believe everything in front of him. Dear fellow villagers, please don't be surprised. 2,000 yuan is indeed not a low amount for an ordinary person. But you also need to know that if you buy this dish at a high price, the benefits you get will far outweigh the value of the 2,000 yuan. Not only can you eat the delicacy made by a top chef, but you can also keep it as a treasure, which will become the focus in the future. Xiaofeng herself didn't even believe what she said, let alone the onlookers, who all thought that Xiaofeng was just trying to cheat them out of their money. Chen Fan was speechless after hearing this. He wanted Xiaofeng to help him, but this favor couldn't be done in this way. This would only make things more complicated. Xiaofeng was a little embarrassed. He smiled and wanted to explain something, but Chen Fan waved his hand, signaling him not to speak anymore. Then someone in the audience began to get anxious. That person was Luming Yu, because he had originally planned to come up to celebrate for Chun Fan. Now, Chun Fan suddenly did this, which really caught him off guard. After all, many people knew about his relationship with Chun Fan. 2,000 yuan was just a piece of cake for him. He could take it out and buy the dish at any time. But what would the onlookers think after he bought it? Doesn't this further prove that Chun Fan was sent by his Red Sea group? Lu Neng, who was sitting in the audience, also revealed a playful smile because he knew that his daughter had good taste and that the young man she had chosen must be a real talent. This can be felt from the previous competitions, but it is a little unclear why he would sell his works at a high price in such an occasion. Sister, we can't buy it again this time. If we buy it again, we will be cheated. Yueliang reminds her sister at any time. Xiaoye is afraid that she will act on impulse and spend 1,000 yuan to buy that cold dish like before. After hearing this, Xiaoye glanced at her sister. He thought his sister was treating him like a fool. Although he did buy the pearl eggplant earlier, that was entirely for the sake of the next game. Now that the game was over, why should he continue to spend money? Don't worry, I won't buy it. I think he must have his own reasons for doing this. He doesn't intend to sell this dish to me. At this moment, Sun Chong in the audience was eager to try because he was personally interested in Chun Fan's dish. He felt that Chun Fan might be waiting for something. If he bought the dish, it would disrupt Chun Fan's plans. No one is buying such a good dish. Why not give it to me? At this moment, a voice was suddenly heard from the audience. Everyone looked over and found that it was Li Si who was speaking. When everyone heard this voice, they all felt a little strange because this Li Si was obviously Chun Fan's opponent, and they were about to have a competition. He could even be said to hate Chun Fan to the core, so why would he cooperate with him so well? In fact, Li Si did this in order to study Chun Fan. He was the same as Xiaoyu before. After all he had to do was to win the championship. Compared with the champion's 500,000 prize money, the 2,000 yuan was really insignificant. However, after taking a bite, he showed a very surprised expression because the taste of this dish was really unexpected, very sweet and delicious, which made him a little unable to stop. Now, I finally understand why my senior brother failed. It seems that this guy is indeed not simple. At present, my strength is at most a tie with him. If I play better, I may win. But who can guess what will happen next? As Li Si thought about this, his attitude had changed from the initial arrogance to the current worry. Chapter 78, Control Card. After completing the deal, Chun Fan decided to go back and prepare for the next day's competition. However, before he left the venue, he saw Lu Mingyu walking towards him quickly with an unhappy look on her face. Chun Fan, come tell me what you mean? You spent 1,000 yuan to sell that pearl eggplant, and I didn't say anything. But now you're selling this vegetarian dish for 2,000 yuan. Do you think this is a shopping mall? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I will definitely not let it go. The reason why Lu Mingyu was so angry was mainly because he had very high psychological expectations of Chun Fan. So this situation caused a big gap. Faced with this situation, Chun Fan could not tell the truth. After all, the system's matters could not be told to others casually. Once others knew about this, it would bring him endless troubles. Thinking of this, Chun Fan could only shrug awkwardly and said with a smile, "Actually, I just want to see if other people approve of my dishes. If they do, that will boost my confidence. After all, once I win the championship, will my status change?" Obviously, Chun Fan's explanation is completely different from his real thoughts, but this is the only reasonable explanation. Lu Mingyu was a little disappointed. He felt that he had misjudged Chun Fan. In order to prevent Lu Mingyu from getting entangled in this matter, his father Lu Nung hurried over and said, "Ahem, the dishes have already been sold. Let's not discuss this issue for now. Chun Fan worked hard to make this dish. Let him go back and have a rest. There will be one last exciting round of competition tomorrow. I hope you can play steadily and win a championship. I will personally give you the trophy then." Chun Fan smiled and nodded. He knew that this time he was in a difficult situation. I heard that Li Si is also very capable. His overall level is no less than those so-called senior chefs because he is gifted. "Boss Lu, I don't care how strong my opponent is now. I just need to do my best. Because at this point, I have no way out. I will play to my best no matter what." After saying goodbye to Lu Mingyu and the others, Chun Fan took Xiao Feng and Lin Yuer back to the rental house, and then a voice rang from the system. "Congratulations on completing the task. You will receive the following rewards. Reputation value increased by 1,000, physical strength increased by 100%, and money value increased by 10,000. You have been promoted to senior chef. You have a chance to draw a lottery for free. Do you want to choose the lottery?" Chun Fan felt helpless every time he heard this. Could this system be a fool? He would definitely choose to draw a lottery every time if there was a chance for free. Moreover, this kind of opportunity was not common, and sometimes it would not pop up. After Chun Fan selected the lottery button, he saw a disc appear in his mind, and then the pointer moved back and forth on the disc. When it stops, 3 words called control card will be displayed on the card below the pointer. Chun Fan had no idea what these 3 words meant. He had never even heard of them. With this card, you can adjust the oil-water ratio in your dishes at will. Ding! Task released. You have the following task: make fresh pig's trotter jelly and sell it to get customers' praise. The ingredients have been prepared for you. After completing the task, you will gain reputation, value added by 1,500, money value added by 15,000, and physical strength value added by 150%. Chun Fan felt particularly confused about this mission, because although the dishes were very cheap before and it was a bit difficult to sell them at a high price, at least as long as someone was willing to cooperate, there would be no problem. But this time it was different. The reason is very simple. There is simply not enough time to make pig's trotter jelly on the spot. Even if you spend a higher price, it is impossible to do it because pig's trotter jelly needs to be frozen in advance. But how can there be so much time in a live competition? What's more, they have to make the pig's trotter jelly and sell it, and get customers to give them thumbs up. Obviously, each link takes a lot of time. Boss, can you please stop joking? Each mission is difficult, and each one is more difficult than the last. If you continue like this, I won't be able to cooperate with you later. The system completely ignored Chun Fan's complaints, as if everything was taken for granted. It was obvious that this was just a deal between them. Chun Fan was responsible for completing the task, and the system was responsible for distributing rewards. Seeing such a generous reward, Chun Fan finally endured it. After all, he is now a senior chef and has stronger strength than before. "Oh, there's really nothing I can do. I can't beat you guys. I'll try it myself." Chun Fan sighed, and then he began to think about how to complete the task. He also had to study his opponent Li Si. This Li Si should be about the same in strength as Zhang San, but in terms of inner strength, he is even stronger than Zhang San, which is why he was able to advance to the finals. On the other hand, Sun Long was also worried about the next game. One of his 2 generals had already been eliminated. If Chun Fan hadn't shown up unexpectedly, his team would definitely have won the first place in this competition and might even have taken the first 2 places. Now Chun Fan's sudden appearance has disrupted the rhythm and made him even more anxious. After all, Chun Fan is a member of the Lu group. If he can't defeat Chun Fan, it will not be as simple as Uncle Li giving Chun Fan. Instead, It was Sun Long who lost to Lu Nung of the Lu Group, which clearly put him at a disadvantage in the subsequent competition between the two group companies. You must win tomorrow's game no matter what, understand? You must not be like your senior brother again. That guy was too careless and was also very impulsive and irritable. After hearing what Sun Long said, Li Si hesitated for a while. Finally, he nodded and said, I will try my best, but I can't say whether I can succeed in the end. Sun Long raised his eyebrows at Li Si's remarks. He felt that Li Si's answer was obviously different from before. Boy, what's wrong? Didn't you swear to avenge your brother before? Why are you so weak all of a sudden? This is not in line with your usual style. Mr. Sun, I have to tell you the truth about something. I specially tasted the dishes made by that guy at the venue today, and they really tasted very nice. Chapter 79, Equal. Sun Long seemed very unhappy when he heard Li Si say this. Isn't this clearly a way of boosting others' morale and destroying his own prestige? Chun Fan has always said that he got in by luck, and that was also the positioning given to him. How come he suddenly became a real master now? What exactly happened here? Although Sun Long didn't understand, he didn't blame Li Si. He just said some words of encouragement to him. Then he decided to continue to carry out the secret operation as Su Yuan had done before. In other words, since there was no way to defeat Chun Fan on the field, he could be made to know the cruelty of society off the field. Then Sun Long called his beloved son, Sun Chong. He also noticed that Sun Chong usually watched a few games, so he asked, What do you think of this game? Do you have any thoughts? Sun Chong thought for a moment and said, Their abilities are actually similar. I have tasted their dishes and they are equally good. But if I really had to choose, I think the winner would be Chin Fan. Because the dishes he made had a very strange feeling and were completely unconventional, which easily won the favor of the judges. Sun Chong's words surprised Sun Long. He could not trust anyone, but he could not distrust his own son. Moreover, Sun Chong has an extraordinary talent in cooking. If he were not a top second-generation rich man, Sun Long would probably have made him a top chef. Back to this matter, even someone as powerful as his son thinks that Chun Fan is a threat, which is enough to show that Chun Fan does have an extraordinary ability. In this case, he cannot be allowed to win. If he wins his Sun group, he will probably have to pay a huge price for it in the future. Now is the best time to kill him in the cradle. Once this opportunity is missed, it will be completely too late. In that case, this Chun Fan is really a character. If it weren't for the fact that he is very close to old Lu's family, I would really like to poach him. But at the moment, the probability is not high. After all, there's already a feud between us, and he hates that bastard Su Yuan so much. Sun Long muttered quietly, and then his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said, Son, you must think of a way, otherwise our huge family business may really face a huge threat for the first time. Sun Chong nodded. He naturally knew what his father meant. Then he told her about what happened between him and Lin Kuer during this period. Lin Kuer hates Chun Fan even more than Su Yuan does, so using him to deal with Chun Fan is undoubtedly the best option. He is also very smart and knows Chun Fan very well. Well, the most important thing now is to eliminate that guy no matter what. I can't care about so much anymore. I have been a gentleman for so many years. Let me be a villain for once. After Sun Long finished speaking, he patted his head again, looking tired. Okay, I'm going to take a rest now. I'll leave the rest to you. Remember my words. You must not let that kid win the championship. Sun Chong replied. Then he came out of his company and found Lin Kuer again. After Sun Chong finished telling Lin Kuer about the matter, the woman suddenly became very excited. She felt that she could finally be useful. He was not interested in other things, but once he started discussing how to deal with Chun Fan, his adrenaline would immediately surge. In particular, he had already hated Chun Fan to the core. When he thought of what Chun Fan had done to him, he wanted to tear him to pieces. My dear, I can only rely on you now, because you know that guy best. My father has already issued a death order. If I can't make that guy fail, I'm afraid I will have a hard time in the future. You only remembered to come to me now. I have mentioned the risk to you so many times before, but you never took my words seriously. Hearing that Lin Kuer seemed to be complaining, Sun Chong hugged him, held him in his arms, and then deliberately said to him in a very ambiguous tone, Okay, don't be angry anymore. I was wrong before for not caring about your opinion. Now I think everything you said is right. I will try my best to listen to you in the future, but the prerequisite is that we have to deal with Chun Fan first. Lin Kuer had a feeling that her status had suddenly risen. You have to know that Sun Chong was a top second-generation rich man who owned the Sun Group and was the successor. His net worth was at least hundreds of millions. It's worth it for a top-rich second generation like him to say such sweet words to me, even if he doesn't mean it. What's more, after Lin Kuer's previous interactions with Su Yuan, she is no longer the innocent and naive girl she was at the beginning. She knows how to capture the hearts of these rich second generations. If Lin Kuer can take advantage of the opportunity to deal with Chun Fan this time and become the young lady of the futureless Sun Group, then his life will change dramatically in an instant, and he will reach the peak of his life from then on. He no longer had to envy his sister for finding someone like Chun Fan, no matter how good Chun Fan was in cooking. Even if he won the championship of this competition, he was still just a cook. Compared with a boss like me, he was of no comparison at all. What's more, whether he can win the championship depends on his own mood. If they can think of a good idea this time, Chun Fan will probably always be a loser. In fact, it's very easy to deal with him because you have to consider his identity first. He is a cook, so the most important thing to him is the dishes he makes. If we make him cook poorly, then he's doomed, right? Hearing this, Sun Chong suddenly understood why he was so stupid. It's such an easy thing to think of, but I have never thought about it at all. However, this competition is held on site, and other people have no chance to touch this dish. How can it be made unpalatable? We can't do anything about the ingredients and condiments because that guy always likes to prepare them himself. Haven't you noticed that he always prepares these things every time he comes? So, we can only consider other ways to do it. Sun Chong felt a little confused. After all, whether a dish is delicious depends on the raw materials and its side dishes. Apart from these two, there is absolutely no other opportunity to take advantage of. Of course, there is another thing. That is the person who cooked the food and they couldn't attack Chun Fan in front of everyone. Chapter 80, Evil Ways. Last time, Su Yuan hired someone to kidnap Chun Fan's assistant and was arrested. I don't want this to happen again. Sun Chong couldn't help but mutter something, and after hearing this, Lin Kuer actually thought that this guy was stupid. Why can't you adapt? These things must be very simple in your father's eyes, but you find them very complicated. Can we take a detour a little bit? Since that guy doesn't like the hard approach, let's try the soft approach. Maybe he'll fall for it. Sun Chong still didn't understand what Lin Kuer meant, because Lin Kuer had looked for Chun Fan before. At that time, he really wanted to reconcile with Chun Fan, but was rejected by Chun Fan. From then on, he regarded Chun Fan as his enemy. His attitude towards me must have always been this way. Even if I go to see him again this time, it won't change because in his heart, I am the one who betrayed him. But if you go there, the situation will change. After all, you two don't know each other before. You just need to ask him out and then do some small things during the meal. He won't be able to participate in tomorrow's competition, and his qualification will be quickly disqualified. Do we still need to put in much effort? The suggestion proposed by Lin Kuer is actually very feasible. After all, it does not involve any loss of life, and it can be explained even if the police come to the door later. At this moment, all Chun Fan was thinking about was how to complete the pig Schroeder hole in such a short time. He had already exceeded the time limit once before. However, he was not targeted at that time, and that game was still in the early stages of the competition. Now that we have reached the finals, he will definitely not be allowed to have a similar situation happen again. This is equivalent to asking for trouble. People are rumored to have a relationship with the apple of the Liu family's eye. If Chun Fan continues to choose to exceed the time limit, wouldn't that be a confirmation for others? In order to figure it out, Chun Fan called Xiaofeng over, as well as his wife Lin Yuer, and the three of them began to discuss how to make it. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out, because no matter how he calculated it, the time would be far more than 3 hours, and their competition usually only lasted for 1 hour. In the end, Xiaofeng couldn't help it anymore. He stood up and asked, "Boss, I don't understand. The competition hasn't even started yet. Why are you researching this dish? Have you predicted that this dish will be available tomorrow?" Chun Fan curled his lips. In fact, he couldn't explain why. If he had to give a reason, it was the charm of the system. From the time he first participated in the competition until now, the system had accurately guessed the dishes he would use in the second day of the competition every time. This time was no exception. Chun Fan could use this dish to participate in the competition without even having to think about it. The embarrassing thing was that there was a problem with time. Just as Chun Fan was rubbing his head and thinking hard, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards the door of his shop. Chun Fan couldn't help but frowned. He had heard of this person's identity. It was said that he was the young master of the Sun Group. Moreover, Chun Fan saw him being very close to Lin Kuer these past 2 days. It was unknown whether the two of them were together or not, which made Chun Fan even more disgusted with Lin Ke. He had changed 3 boyfriends in just 2 months. Was this what a decent woman was like? Chun Fan didn't know how lucky he was at this moment. If Lin Ke hadn't broken up with him in time, his head would have turned into the Hulunber grassland. "Excuse me, sir, who are you looking for?" Xiaofang saw someone coming in and quickly stood up and asked. Sun Chong ignored Xiaofang and stared at Chun Fan. "Brother Chun Fan, please forgive my rudeness for coming to your store without saying hello. Actually, I came here this time because I was lucky enough to taste the cold dishes you made during the audience judging session. They were really delicious. I fully realize that I'm still far from perfect in cooking. Can you give me a chance to teach me a little bit of your wonderful cooking skills so that I can continue to run my Sun Hotel?" Sun Chong said a lot, and Chun Fan raised his head. When Sun Chong had just said half of it, he already knew what he meant, and he could clearly see that Sun Chong was not really here to learn skills. After all, as a top second-generation rich man, there is no need for him to make great progress in cooking skills. What's more, there are hundreds of top chefs under their own Sun Group. Any of them can be picked out to guide him. Why did they choose himself? Take Li Si, who entered the finals this time, for example. He is a retainer trained by the Sun Group. The sudden visit of Sun Chong before the finals may be related to Li Si. Because of this, Chun Fan waved his hand at Sun Chong and said, without waiting for him to finish speaking, "I'm sorry, but I have a competition tomorrow. I'm not in the mood to think about anything else right now. Let's talk about passing on my experience later. I'm sure I'll find the opportunity." Sun Chong seemed to have guessed that he would be turned down, so he was not angry, but said shamelessly, "Brother Chun Fan, you see I'm here now. If you let me leave like this, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Besides, I won't waste too much of your time. Let's go out for a bite to eat so you can have a rest and be in a good mood. Maybe you'll do better tomorrow." While talking, Sun Chong took out a black bag with 2 stacks of red banknotes in it. Chun Fan glanced at it but did not take it. Instead, Xiaofang at the side smiled and said something. "Boss, I didn't expect that we could still rely on this income. I think you can consider it. They have brought the tuition fees here, so they should be quite sincere." Chun Fan didn't say anything this time. After all, he couldn't completely determine whether Sun Chong was an enemy or a friend. It was too late to get angry at others without any evidence. These people were not in line with Chun Fan's usual style, and seeing that Chun Fan had calmed down a little, Sun Chong simply took out another package from behind him, which contained a bottle of good wine. "Brother Chun Fan, I am showing my sincerity. This is a fine wine that my family has treasured for many years. This bottle of wine costs at least 10,000 yuan in the market. We can taste it, and it may give you some inspiration. Just consider it a favor to me, okay?" Chapter 83, More Failure Than Success. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Chun Fan had to give up. He found a seat and sat down, then watched Sun Chong open his bottle of wine, pour a glass for Chun Fan, and pour one for himself. At this time, Sun Chong looked at Xiaofang and Lin Yue again and wanted to ask them if they wanted to drink. The 2 women waved their hands at the same time. Obviously, they were not interested in alcohol. Sun Chong is a very honest person. In order to make Chun Fan believe him, he actually chose the drugged wine himself. Chun Fan saw that Sun Chong had finished the wine in the glass, and he felt a little embarrassed, so he drank it in. However, the taste of this wine made him feel very strange. Chun Fan is not a person who likes to drink normally, but even so, he felt that there was something strange in it. He couldn't tell what it was, but it was definitely not the smell that normal wine should emit. "Where did you get this wine? Did you get cheated? It seems a bit strong and too hard to drink." Hearing Chun Fan say this, Sun Chong's face changed. He thought he was about to be exposed and quickly explained. "Didn't I just say that this wine has been stored for a long time, at least 30 years, so it is very expensive. As for the taste, I think it's possible that it's been too long, and the wine has continued to ferment, so some strange things have been produced." Brother Chun Fan has never drunk wine with such a long age, so he naturally feels a little strange. For someone like me who is used to drinking it, I don't think it's a big deal. Although Sun Chong said that he was used to it, he still found it extremely unpalatable when he drank it. It must be said that the taste of the medicine he gave him was too strong, and he even regretted it a little. "Oh, so that's how it is. I have never enjoyed these good things. Maybe I'm not destined to have them, just like this wine now. This one sip will cost at least 1,000 yuan, but I just can't get used to it. How about I wait until I get used to it and drink it up bit by bit? How about we stop here today?" When Sun Chong heard Chun Fan say this, he was stunned for a moment. Wasn't he making fun of him? He had already finished his cup, but Chun Fan didn't drink it anymore. If the medicine took effect, he would be the one who fell down. "Brother Chun Fan, You're not being polite by doing this. I have already finished this cup. If you don't drink it, isn't it obvious that you are not giving me face? That's right, boss. Even I, who doesn't drink, look down on you. You drank a glass, but you didn't even finish a sip. Are you trying to cheat me? After hearing what Xiaofang said, Chun Fan really wanted to knock her on the head. This girl might as well keep silent. I don't know who she is in league with. Ahem, I personally think it's a bit wasteful, so I'll pay a little bit, and this bottle of wine will be mine. I'll give you the price now. When Chun Fan was about to take out the money, Sun Chong simply waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to be so polite, but at this moment his stomach was aching badly. Because drugs had been put in it, he couldn't hold on any longer. If Chun Fan didn't drink it, he would be the one to fall down. Therefore, before he could finish his words, he ran away crawling. Chun Fan and the others were all confused when they saw Sun Chong like this, and they had no idea what had happened to him. On the other side, Lin Ku'er was still in the hotel thinking that Sun Chong could bring her good news, but when he saw Sun Chong's miserable appearance, he was really furious. Because the medicine Sun Chong gave Chun Fan this time was none other than a laxative. After taking it, he had severe diarrhea. His original intention was to frame Chun Fan, but he ended up hurting himself. When Lin Ku'er saw Sun Chong like this, she was completely speechless. I just want to know what else you can do. You can't even handle the simplest things like this. If you can't complete the tasks assigned by your father, he will definitely punish you. Lin here was very disappointed with Sun Chong. After all, Sun Chong's failure this time meant that Chun Fan would still be able to play normally in tomorrow's game, and all their previous efforts would be completely worthless. I didn't expect that kid wouldn't want to drink the wine I brought. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk it. But I made a note of it this time. I'll settle the score with him sooner or later. I'm going to settle the score with him. As Sun Chong spoke, a painful expression appeared on his face. It was obvious that his stomach was hurting again, and he quickly ran towards the toilet. Lin Ku'er didn't want to bother with Sun Chong anymore. If he wasn't the son of the Sun Group, Lin Ku'er would never have had anything to do with someone like him. He was also the dumbest boyfriend she had ever had. At this time, thousands of people had gathered in the competition venue. Among them were spectators who came to watch the fun, as well as media and reporters from various places. The shopping mall venue was packed with people. These media outlets opened their eyes wide, holding professional equipment in their hands, hoping to send out the most complete images as soon as possible. They all wanted to know which chef would win the championship and take home the 500,000 yuan prize. Before the finals began, Lu Neng, as the boss of Han Hai Group, of course had to stand in the venue and say something, but Chun Fan and his opponent were in no mood to listen to what he said. They are now eyeing the competition venue with eager eyes, especially Chun Fan. All he is thinking about is how to make the pig's trotter jelly within the specified time. In comparison, Li Si needs to be a little more relaxed because, through certain connections, he already knows what he's going to compete in before the game begins, so his preparations are relatively sufficient. After Lu Neng finished speaking, Ma Dashuai stepped forward as the master judge and announced the new rules of the competition to everyone. Hello everyone. This is our last competition, which is also the final of this cooking competition. In order to reflect fairness, we will compete in several aspects. They're not only cold dishes, but also noodles and soup. After each one is finished, you can get half an hour's news, followed by a scoring session, which is the same as before, divided into scoring by expert judges and voting by the audience. If this plan is to remain fair, then the next step is to invite media and reporters from the scene to select the final winner based on the amount of attention they have paid to the contestants. Do both players have any questions now? If not, then the match will begin. Marshall Ma said this deliberately. Actually, he hopes that these media reporters can give more exposure to the competition, which will be a good thing for them. Chapter 81 Beggar's Chicken. Soon the competition started, and they first took on the challenge of making cold dishes. Li Si walked to the stage confidently and then told everyone about the cold dish he was going to make. Hello, judges and audience. This time I'm going to perform Beggar's Chicken for you. After all, this salad is a traditional dish. We can't always use cucumbers and eggplants. Selling such cheap raw materials at a high price of 2,000 yuan is obviously fooling people, isn't it? As Li Si finished speaking, everyone couldn't help laughing. It was obvious that his purpose was to mock Chun Fan, because Chun Fan had previously sold his 2 cold dishes at a sky-high price. After listening to this, Marshall Ma smiled slightly, then looked at Chun Fan and asked, Brother Chun Fan, what kind of salad would you like to prepare? I think this guy will probably continue to make salads of eggplant, cucumber, carrot, etc. What else can he be capable of? You mustn't say it so clearly. Maybe he's just hiding his strength. I think you should make some pickled garlic this time, right? Haha, you can't really blame him. After all, he only runs a small restaurant. People like him can't make any fancy dishes. It's already amazing that he can make these cold dishes well. Chen Fan was not angry amid the mockery of the crowd. Instead, his expression was very calm. He held his breath and concentrated, then said to everyone, "Actually, the dish I'm going to make this time, xiaomi, should be very familiar to everyone. It is also a traditional dish called pig's trotter jelly." As soon as Chun Fan said this, the scene suddenly became quiet. Marshal Ma frowned even more because he could not expect Chun Fan to say the three words, "pig's trotters moving." He found it incredible. "Brother Chin Fan, can you confirm again whether I heard it wrong?" "Teacher Ma, I want to make pig's trotter jelly this time." "You heard it right." At this moment, not only Marshal Ma was shocked, but even Li Si was confused by Chun Fan's behavior. He was secretly wondering what Chin Fan was up to, because to make a pig's trotter jelly, it would take at least 2 hours, but their competition only lasted for 1 hour. According to the normal procedure, Chun Fan could only do half of it, not to mention that they didn't have a refrigerator or anything like that on site. Wasn't this guy clearly looking for trouble? Xiaofang was also a little embarrassed. He wanted to persuade Chun Fan again, but he knew that no one could convince Chun Fan of his own decision. "Boss, you're really putting me in a difficult position. I can't help you even if I want to. As far as I know, this topic requires at least several steps, and each process takes a lot of time. It is extremely difficult for us to complete it within the specified time." Chun Fan glanced at Xiao Fong, then whispered to him, "You don't have to worry about so much. Just follow my instructions and leave the rest to me." Lu Mingyu in the audience had already looked very ugly. She looked Chun Fan up and down and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him. This guy is really unpredictable. He made such a decision in the final. I had full confidence in him, but now I'm a little doubtful of my own judgment. "Little girl, some things are not as simple as they seem. As a professional chef, Chun Fan naturally has his own plans. In addition, he has played unconventionally in every game before. This also proves that he has absolute strength. Your worries are a bit unnecessary." On the other side, Lin Kuo initially thought that Chun Fan was going to make cucumbers and eggplants or something like that, and was planning to continue mocking him, but now he actually made a dish of pig's trotter jelly. I think this guy is clearly trying to show off in front of these judges, but he is likely to fail this time. Although Ma Dashuai felt helpless after confirming Chun Fan's words, as a judge, he could not stand on the side of any contestant. He then asked Chun Fan to reveal the ingredients and condiments used in his dish. Li Si also revealed these things, and then Marshal Ma told the two of them that they could not use any other ingredients besides these when making this dish, otherwise they would be out. Both parties are aware of the rules of the game. Do you have any questions? If not, then the game will begin. Li Si shook his head. It was obvious that he had nothing to say. Moreover, his purpose was very clear, which was to defeat Chen Fan as quickly as possible and in the shortest time. "I have another question." At this moment, Chun Fan suddenly raised his hand. Everyone was very curious and wondered what this guy was going to do. "I plan to sell this dish I made during the next competition. I hope the judges will agree." After hearing this, the audience realized that this guy was planning to make money in the name of the competition again. It has to be said that he was really greedy. He had already earned 3,000 yuan from 2 cold dishes in the previous 2 games. The final is attracting more attention now. If I can do well, I will probably earn at least a few $1,000s. This guy really has a business mind, but what he did is too narrow-minded. It will only make more people look down on him. Even if he makes a few $1,000s, what good will it do? Who says it's not true? Anyway, I look down on people like him. Marshal Ma also felt a little embarrassed about this matter. After all, Lu Nung was still here, and he really didn't expect Chun Fan to make such a request. "I hope Mr. Lu can make the final decision on this matter." Lu Ning stood up, looked at Marshal Ma, and said, "It is understandable that contestants choose to deliver their own dishes without affecting the competition. It can also add some fun to our competition." The reason why Lu Nung said this was, of course, to promote the competition. Before he secretly gave Chun Fan a thumbs up in his heart, he really hadn't thought of this. Because there are so many media and reporters on the scene with their reports, this event can be said to have attracted unprecedented attention, so everything he has spent will be worth it. Since Lu Ning agreed, the others had nothing to say. The competition was announced to begin, and Li Si did not look for an assistant this time. Everyone was speculating whether in his eyes Chin Fan was totally unworthy of being an assistant, and that he could easily deal with Chun Fan by himself. Chapter 82. The unexpected. Li Si performed the operation skillfully and displayed his skills to the fullest. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. They were a little worried at first, as it seemed that Li Si was indeed better. As for Chen Fan, Xiao Fang's ability still prevailed. He cleaned the pig's trotters, cut them into pieces, and burned off the dirt on the trotters with charcoal fire. The next step was handed over to Chen Fan. Just like before, Chen Fan still looked very calm, as if this game had nothing to do with him. Because many people are curious about how Chen Fan was able to lift the pigs in such a short time. After all, it is impossible for these pig trotters to solidify at a very fast speed at room temperature. But Chen Fan seemed to have been prepared. He called out the control card in his mind, and then changed the ratio of oil and water in the pig's trotter jelly within a few minutes. Xiao Fang heard Chen Fan mumbling something and felt a little strange. She wondered what he was doing. "Boss, what's wrong with you? You've probably been pushed too far and frightened yourself into insanity." Chen Fan glanced at her and ignored Xiao Fang. Gradually, the audience members showed surprise in their eyes because they saw that the liquid, which was originally in a high-temperature state, was slowly solidifying. This speed was beyond everyone's expectations. "Oh my god, this guy is really good. How did he turn a bowl of soup into liquid glue in such a short time? I think it's magic. Is there any additive in it? If it's all normal stuff, then this kind of result shouldn't happen. Should we go check it out later? Whether there are any additives, we'll know after we eat it. Anyway, I think this guy is not following the normal path, so we must be careful of him." Xiao Fang saw all of this and was very surprised. He had never seen such a magical scene since he was a child, because Chen Fan's ability exceeded his prediction of things. In fact, it was not just Xiao Fang. Even Ma Dashuai, who had rich cooking experience, was stunned. Everything Chen Fan did was under everyone's eyes. He had no time and opportunity to play tricks. This could stand the test. What's more, while laymen watched the excitement, experts watched the details. Marshal Ma immediately had a deep understanding of Chen Fan's difficulties. He also finally understood why Chen Fan was willing to choose such a dish in such an important competition. It can be seen that he had actually been well prepared. Lu Mingyu, who was sitting in the middle of the stands, seemed particularly happy. He even couldn't help but stand up and said to Lu Neng next to him like a child, "Dad, look at the person I found. He's pretty good. I told you my vision is right." Lu Neng was speechless for a moment. Just 10 minutes ago, Lu Mingyu expressed her incomprehension of what Chen Fan did, and even thought that Chen Fan was fooling around. But in the blink of an eye, it became his opinion. This girl is really a fickle person. Okay, stop showing off. I know you're great, but some things can't be judged by appearances alone, and no one can be sure until the end. Among all the people, Lin Kurer was the most uncomfortable. He really tried every way to stop Chen Fan, but he could only watch Chen Fan becoming stronger and stronger. Even though he hated Chen Fan to the core, he had no way to stop him. The only thing he could do was to sit there and curse Chen Fan in his heart. Including Chen Fan's opponent, Li Si was also dumbfounded. He thought his beggar's chicken was already a unique dish, but Chen Fan actually forced him into a dead end with a dish of pig's trotter jelly. Now it seems that even if the taste of their two dishes is comparable, Chen Fan still has a greater chance of winning than him. "No, I have to speed up. If I lose to that brat in speed again, no one will be able to help me this time," Li Si said secretly in his heart, and then he added the remaining seasonings and the small golden shield into his soup. Chen Fan was naturally not much more busy. He had already handled the most difficult step, so the rest would be much smoother. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the two of them brought their specialties to the table almost at the same time. At this moment in the competition venue, the sound had completely disappeared, and everyone held their breath. Even a pin drop could be heard clearly, because everyone was deeply attracted by the two cold dishes in front of them. In fact, these two dishes are just the most common cold dishes, but at this time they have a different meaning, because they are made in the shortest time, and both in appearance and taste, they are definitely better than those in small restaurants. According to the rules, they randomly picked 10 audience members on the spot. These people would be able to join the judges and participate in the scoring, so their joining attracted the envy of many other people. The 10 judges tasted the beggar's chicken and pig's trotter jelly in turn, and they found that these two cold dishes had their own unique characteristics. And each dish is full of exotic fragrance. Some people think that the beggar's chicken tastes better, but others think that the gel effect of pig's trotter jelly is eye-opening. Guess who will win this game? In my opinion, Chen Fan is more powerful because he is definitely not an ordinary person to be able to prepare such a high-quality salad in such a short time. It's boring if you think so. First of all, this is a cooking competition. We can't just look at the speed, but more importantly, the taste. If his taste is not good, then it obviously goes against our original intention. Besides, I find that the cooking method of beggar's chicken is very traditional. I prefer that kind of traditional food. This is a kind of inheritance and development. Okay, stop talking nonsense here. No matter which of them wins, they won't share the money with us. We're just here to join in the fun. People were saying all kinds of things, and Lu Mingyu was also feeling nervous at the moment. He really wanted to know the result of the first game. In contrast, Lu Ning showed his unique calmness. After all, he was a man who had experienced many ups and downs, and he personally thought that this was a best-of-3 game. It is normal no matter who wins the first game. Li Si is no ordinary person. He is definitely one of the best among young people. Moreover, he has not made any mistakes in previous games. Chapter 83, A Stunning Explosion. Chen Fan was even more amazing. He was an unknown person from Jilin, but he made a stunning debut in this competition and defeated many masters.